Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Redemption in a Worthy World in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 36, Graduation. The kids are alright. 3 years later. That wasn't so bad, said Naruto as he grinned and stretched his arms towards the ceiling. Beside him, Sakura made a worried face. I don't know, I feel like I'll get penalized for going in-depth on the application of shuriken deflection techniques. You think Iruka-sensei will take points off? They heard a snort from behind them as Sasuke folded his arms. You'll get extra credit, don't be ridiculous. If anyone should be worried about the written portion, it's the idiot here. He punched Naruto's shoulder in a manner that only barely concealed the affection behind the gesture as Sakura rolled her eyes. Boys. Oh come on, you clock Naruto just as much. If the three of you were any more sappy, I'd have to brush my teeth. Sakura ignored her inner self, now well accustomed to the running commentary on their strange relationship, as she reassured Naruto and, really, all three of them, that the blonde had done well enough on the physical portion of the exam to compensate for his abysmal algebra skills. None of them wanted to be split apart. Assigned to different teams, held back, whichever, all three teenagers viewed the prospect of team assignments the next day with an equal mix of trepidation and hope. Sakura and Sasuke were debating what sort of missions they would take on first when an ominous blonde haircut appeared at the other end of the corridor, followed by brown and black. All three fell silent as Ino Yamanaka stalked past them, ice blue eyes glaring straight ahead as she dragged a protesting Koji and Shikamaru towards the training ground. Sakura had to force her hands out of fists as the wave of sharply directed hostility washed over her. It could have been a passive Yamanaka jutsu, killing intent, or simply the anger of someone who used to be her friend. Naruto actually pressed against the wall as she moved past him, and Shikamaru shot him a look that said, I know that feeling, pal. Only when the two groups had put another hallway of distance between them did Naruto speak up. So, that's not going to change, then? I would have thought graduating would have helped if you two didn't have to share the same class, you know. Sakura sighed in resignation. I think as long as we're in the same village, she'll still hate me. She doesn't hate you, grumbled Sasuke, who was well acquainted with the emotion. It's not like she's sworn a binding blood oath against either of us. Well, of course she's not going to swear one against you, said the pink-haired girl with some annoyance. You're precious, Sasuke-kun, and I stole you away from her and betrayed her trust. This after she blew up in my house, 2 years ago, screamed at you, and has spent the last year sending me flowers? Have I said anything to her that gave the impression I like flowers? Have I said anything to her at all? Amaterasu's flames, why is she still so interested in me? Naruto blew a raspberry back in the direction Ino had gone, trying to get his friends to laugh. She just doesn't know what a dick you are. Yeah, said Sakura, nodding in agreement. You can be a real jerk, sometimes. The black-haired teen scowled, and his companions took it in stride. Whatever. Let's just get out of here, the party starts at 5. They had left the Konoha grounds and began moving through the streets as the prospective genin debated if it was possible to be late to a party celebrating you, or if the party didn't start until you were there to celebrate it. Indra Uchiha was well accustomed to being patient. He'd waited on stakeout for days, waited years to kill his brother, and endured Sarada's excited lectures about genetic engineering as the words went in one ear and out the other. But, waiting outside the Hokage's office, Indra still felt like he was going to vibrate through the floor in trepidation. 3 years. 3 busy years, reconstructing the Uchiha district to house the former Sound Shinobi who had decided to stay in the Leaf Village and make reparations, alongside the ever-suspicious ex-root children. 3 years scouring intelligence reports for any scrap of information on the Akatsuki and the Otsutsuki who'd taken his eye, while Inoichi and Umbu watched him like a hawk to make sure he didn't try to escape the village. Indra hadn't realized how much Sasuke Uchiha had missed traveling the elemental nations until his wanderlust had returned in full force, so much that it almost hurt to be confined to the village. So he took that energy that in a less collected man might have been called anxiety, and channeled it into training his team. Because even if Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke weren't going to be his genin, they still absolutely were his students. When they initially complained, he'd given them days off training, fearful of overworking students who hadn't even graduated from the academy. He hadn't been around for those years with Sarada, and he was trying to strike a balance between his own mistakes of parental avoidance and his own father's overbearing nature. So of course, one Saturday, he'd strolled out to a training ground to run through some taijutsu forms and found Kakashi and Iruka tying the three students together with some kind of sticky putty Iruka pulled from a scroll and forcing them into taijutsu moves that looked like an insane combination of Guy and Killer Bee's styles. While it was quite possibly favoritism outside the classroom, getting Iruka and Kakashi to date under the premise of training his students was an idea Indra had been quite proud of putting together, helped along by Kurane, Guy, and, surprisingly, Kat. The Umbu captain was less of a fixture at the Uchiha compound these days, but she and Hayate had given Sasuke enough training with their crescent moon style that his younger self was at least competent with a blade. And Kakashi and Iruka were doing some kind of on-again, off-again dance that Indra tried to not think too hard about. Some mysteries were better left unexplored. The door opened and Indra looked up as Iruka strode out with 3 hefty file folders on his many students. The scarred man jerked his head. "Lord Hokage will see you now." Indra nodded and allowed an Uchiha smile. "And will we see you this evening?" Iruka cast a significant glance down at his paperwork. "Provided I can make a dent in this after the party's over." "That's up to you and Kakashi," said Indra in parting as he crossed the threshold and allowed the thud of the door to mask Iruka's noise of indignation. "Indra Uchiha." Indra inclined his head at the old man, surrounded once again by paperwork. Genin graduations and team assignments always doubled the work of the cage, because they required not just temporary squad assignments, but a more long-term reassessment of the village's military capabilities. His Naruto had loved and hated it all in equal measure, so it was usually a dry spell for poor Sasuke. "Lord Hokage, I appreciate the audience to discuss my request. I am aware it is highly unusual. I have come to accept everything that involved you will be unusual," said the Hokage as he lit his pipe. "You've submitted a direct petition to have Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Harino as your pupils, despite training them for a better part of 3 years well in advance of their graduation. Don't you think it's time for them to learn from someone else? Gain a wider variety of jutsu, or perhaps a new outlook on life from their sensei?" Indra knew in his bones this was a test. "Who did you have in mind?" "I was considering Yae Kurane. You've been focusing Uchiha and Harino on Genjutsu, which is her specialty, and I had thought to free you for more of your Akatsuki assignments, considering how patient you've been the last 3 years, save your accidental trip to the Yunnan Mountains in February." Indra shuffled in place. "I still am not sure how my summoning contract with the Hawks was revoked." He knew exactly why, because he technically hadn't made it yet. But the reverse summoning trip to Lightning Country had given him an idea, provided this meeting went well. The Hokage waved away the statement. "You returned at haste and were honest, which was the important part. Now, what do you think about my proposal? It is admittedly in line with my own teaching plans, and from what I know, Kurane would be a good genin instructor. But not for those 3. The Hokage's stare was challenging. "Why not?" Indra tapped his eye patch. "Those 3 will face great challenges ahead of them, if I am their instructor or not, and though they are friends, they are not yet a team." "Professor," he said, deliberately using Sarutobi's nickname, "we both know the true bonds of Leaf Shinobi are formed in battle, protecting others. It is where the great strength of the will of fire comes from, is it not? Provided it is the sort of battle that should be fought," said the Hokage with some caution. "I would hope you do not intend on starting a war on your first mission." Indra crossed his fingers beneath his cloak. "I wouldn't dream of it. The 10th mission, perhaps. But I would invite you to consider Diamond and Obsidian." The Hokage sat back and gestured for Indra to continue. "Obsidian from the slopes of volcanoes is the sharpest stone naturally available, but is extremely brittle and will shatter if struck flat. By contrast, diamond is the hardest, most resilient substance and can only be formed under immense pressure at specific depths. This team can be either, but as Hokage, the choice is yours to make, not mine. I would object if they were trained by someone else, but would still help them to the best of my ability. And it is true I would have wider latitude to conduct missions if I did not have genin to worry about, but I would worry about them either way, sir." Oddly enough, Indra's last sentence was what caused the Hokage's face to crease into a smile as some of the worry visible on his shoulders fell away. Well, I am glad to hear your reasons, while not wholly altruistic, are at least in the right place. You've done good work for the Leaf Village and its people, Indra Uchiha. You'll have your genin team. Indra couldn't stop himself from releasing a sigh of relief. Thank you, Lord Hokage. I appreciate your understanding. Rest assured, we will not disappoint you. Sarutobi was grinning around his pipe. I hope not. Now go, you have my permission to give your students the good news. The Umbu agents didn't even look at Indra as he swept through the tunnels of their headquarters, though he was at least searched once again by root agents outside the door of Danzo's office. Spider knocked twice on the door and it swung open to reveal the old bandaged man eating at his desk. He looked up with a feigned nonchalance and mumbled something around the rice and fish in his mouth, which Indra took as an invitation. As the Uchiha entered the office, he looked around, glowing Sherry non-reflexively analyzing the maps on the walls of Southern Lightning Country and the islands of Tea Country, as well as border post locations. You've been busy. As have you, said Danzo ruefully as he swallowed. Turning perfectly valuable root agents into tree-hugging weaklings. Because of our agreement, I've had to work twice as hard to maintain the Leaf's interests on the continent. Not to mention that business with the Akatsuki's rings. They both looked to the left wall, where Orochimaru's relics were stored, behind several inches of solid metal, a heavy combination lock, and more sealing jutsu than an Uzumaki fish market. Indra was the first to break the silence. I've come from Sarutobi's office, he said without preamble. I'll be back in the field within the week. He waited for the grim smile to break across Danzo's face as the man contemplated many ways Indra Uchiha could have an unfortunate accident before adding, with a particular squad of genin in tow. Danzo grunted as the smile disappeared. Killing Indra was one thing, disappearing 3 freshly graduated Konoha genin to ensure there were no witnesses was a line that would have had Hiruzen stake him in the public square. Perhaps when they made Chunin, Indra interrupted the leader of Root's thoughts by pointing at a map of grass country. I had an idea for our second or third mission and I think it's one you will agree with. But I'll need something from that safe. Explain. Indra had been waiting a very long time for this. I want to go into grass and find the Uzumaki girl we missed in the raid. Karin Uzumaki. You got the boy you were looking for, along with plenty of mine. You seem to make a habit of collecting children with unusual talents. How hypocritical of you, Indra Uchiha. Indra shook his head. I give them choices, you just take them away. Both men bristled as Danzo grabbed for his cane and the tension in the room rose. The Umbu beyond the door leaned forward as kunao pouches were unbuckled. Then Indra pushed his hair back from his face and allowed his chakra to settle once more. That was impolite of me, Counselor Danzo. True, yes, but impolite. Not a wise move when you come here with a request, pointed out Danzo, who leaned his cane against the desk in favor of finishing his meal. Which you still haven't articulated properly. I wish to trade the Kusanagi sword for Karin Uzumaki, and I suspect grass will eagerly make that trade. Danzo looked at the map of grass and made a non-committal noise, so Indra pressed his case. The celestial maggot infestation our actions spawned tore through several border towns and made the Leaf Village even less popular there than Waterfall, and they hate each other's guts since the Third Ninja War. Orochimaru's theft of their national treasure has been a sore spot for decades, and since the Leaf's official policy was that the sword was lost in the battle, returning it now would allow the Kusakage and Daimyo some political capital before the Chunin exams in 4 months. The leader of Root shot right back. As you say, we've retained the sword for almost 4 years now and lied about it. Returning it now would bring questions about motive and timing, especially considering my Umbu just finished a rather delicate mission in grass country. It would look like an apology, an admission of weakness. Indra raised an eyebrow. Should we apologize? Should you apologize, considering all of this was your idea in the first place? That was part of my plan, yes. You really expect them to just give up the girl, when Grass's official policy has been that there are no Uzumaki in grass country, and admitting it might upset the Mist, who are locked in civil war on the other side of Fire Country in a very large ocean. Mist is a minimal risk, even to a smaller nation that isn't eating itself. Danzo opened a desk drawer and removed a dark green file, which he gave to Indra. Given the crop failures last October, I wouldn't be so sure of that. The Uchiha spread the file open on the Umbu leader's desk and began reading. Once he realized what some of the photos were going to be, he made doubly sure his Sharingan was turned off. The less photographic memories of that, the better. He'd seen plenty of starving villages in the Otsutsuki War, but he hadn't expected measures like this in what should have been a hearty harvest season. I'd heard they were importing food from the land of rice paddies. In addition to smuggled weapons shipments inside those supplies, yes. Life has been harsh for the people of grass and their ninja. You really think a gifted sword will undo any of that rather than just provide more resentment? Indra shrugged. It'll give the Kusakage a symbol to rally his people around and give me an excuse to get Karen Uzumaki out of that dump. Danzo pretended to be surprised. Such loyalty, and you seem to already know where she is. Following in Fugaku's footsteps with another illegitimate child, are we? Indra took a deep breath and let it out slowly. I will not gut him. I will not gut him. I will not gut him now. He thought back to numerous rounds of interrogation he'd undergone in that hospital room, the believable lies he'd concocted out of memory. I owe her mother a great deal, was all he said. Let the old spy read between the lines to find what wasn't there. He did owe Karen's mother, because Karen herself had saved Sasuke's life several dozen times over in his last life. She'd only rarely spoken of her mother and Grass Village, even years into adulthood, but what he'd heard wasn't pretty. He'd already failed to find her 3 years ago and wasn't going to fail again. In the midst of his silent musings, Danzo had levered himself up from his desk with a groan and crossed to the safe, which took several minutes of hand signs and dial spinning before it swung open. A shriveled hand wore 3 silver rings, each engraved with a kanji heavy with meaning. 3 sealing rings bought dearly with whispered secrets and Umbu blood, that slowed the Akatsuki's plans every moment they sat unused. A dark purple folder bound in string and yet more sealing jutsu held Orochimaru's notes, and a single sealing scroll, bound with the Hokage wax seal. Danzo picked up the scroll and held it out before Indra, narrowed eye searching for the Uchiha zone. You truly plan to do this? Indra's own face was serious, but his eyes sparkled with tempered hope. I do. Do you need any more convincing? There was one last arrow in his quiver that absolutely would convince Danzo to make this mission happen, but it was risky indeed. Not one he wanted to use unless absolutely necessary. Danzo shook his head. Just tell the Kusakage this settles things from Dozaki Pass. He'll get the message. Despite himself, Indra almost dropped the scroll when the leader of Root handed it over. He stored it within his robes to hide the shaking of his fingers as soon as possible, though doubtless Danzo already had noted it. Best to leave while he was winning anyway, so Indra bowed and drifted towards the door. Have a good evening, counselor. But Danzo was already deep in the process of relocking the safe and did not reply. The noise of the Genin graduation party in the Uchiha district would once have been unthinkable to Sasuke Uchiha, but the past 3 years had seen many changes he never would have expected. Congratulations on your graduation, Sasuke Uchiha, said Fu Yamanaka, echoed by the pale blonde boy behind him and the trio of guarded X-sound genin after that. Thank you for coming, said Sasuke's mouth automatically while the rest of him wanted nothing more than to flee all the questioning guests in an unoccupied corner to rest and watch the proceedings. His silent prayer to Amaterasu must have been answered, because Yojeo, the purple-haired woman who absolutely wasn't Kat-sensei, emerged out of the crowd and greeted Fu Yamanaka and his student siblings enthusiastically. Fu, it's so good to see you. How's retirement? She bent down and gave Kintsuki a smile. Well, look at you, he's already got the 3 of you looking like fine leaf shinobi, so he isn't totally wasting his time. The children looked at Yojeo with trepidation, but she and Fu swept them along deeper into the party and likely towards the kitchen and ever-attractive plates of food. A hand landed on Sasuke's shoulder and he went for the kunao shoved down his belt before a deep voice stopped him. Whoa, there fire spitter. Just saying hello. Sasuke turned and gave Jiraiya the Toad Sage an unimpressed look. Oh, it's you. The big man looked sheepish. Well, you know I was just in town and heard all the ruckus and thought I should stop by. It's not every day someone graduates from the academy after all. Why I remember dash. Sasuke tuned out the Toad Sage as he saw Inoichi Yamanaka turn the corner and gazed frantically to see if another blonde in a ponytail was anywhere in the vicinity. But luck was still on his side, for Ino Yamanaka was not in visual range, which also meant she also wasn't in fangirling range. Sasuke returned his attention to the Toad Sage, who at least had let go of his shoulder to gesture with both hands. The size of watermelons even at that age. Say, speaking of things I need to congratulate people for, you know where Naruto is? Sasuke jerked a thumb over his shoulder. In the kitchen, to the right. Thanks, Fire Spitter. Jiraiya moved off and a scowling Sasuke noticed he very deliberately turned to the left before a horde of X-Sound children blocked him from sight. The perverted old man wasn't his problem, the children kind of were, so Sasuke approached them against his will, his mother's lessons pushing him into the role of a gracious host. I thought this was supposed to be a party for us, he thought. With Uncle conveniently missing, now I have to do most of this. Accepting the X-Sound ninja children into the Uchiha district had been the source of a great many arguments between the last two Uchiha in the Leaf, for a whole multitude of reasons Sasuke had complained about at length to Indra and, when he wasn't in earshot, to Naruto. Sakura had endured it patiently for the first few days, then declared she didn't have to listen to this and started trapping herself in genjutsu whenever he brought it up. They would be loud and messy, destroy the district as revenge against the Leaf. They were violating the sacred Uchiha-ness of his family's home, they were just alive. In the end, that was the real problem. They would live where his family had died, and it had taken Sasuke some time to come to terms with that when he could still see Aunt Uroshi's fruit stall and her kind smile when he looked that direction. Followed shortly after by what Itachi had done, that first year, Sasuke was very grateful the nine-tailed fox made a habit of eating his nightmares. But eventually, Indra's arguments and the gradual disrepair of the Uchiha district won him over, so once he and Indra signed the paperwork, what felt like an entire small town of carpenters, interior decorators, and X-Sound ninja children descended on the Uchiha district with all the force of a hurricane. That was also when they'd first met the tall man in wooden sandals who'd claimed to be Naruto's godfather and the man who'd trained the fourth Hokage. At first they'd just assumed he was one of the dozens of people working alongside Indra, Sasuke, and the others on physically rebuilding the district, but he stayed long after the rest had clocked out at 5 p.m., writing long, complicated strings on indecipherable text on the walls and edges of the Uchiha district, which turned out to be modifications and reinforcements to the Uchiha-only barrier. Indra had elaborated that it was to keep them safe from some very annoying long-range jutsu and refused to elaborate. On the plus side, Sasuke had gotten to see Naruto and Jiraiya dance around one another like startled deer and it had been hilarious. As he directed the X-Sound ninja, there were very many children in the Sound Village apparently. Sasuke's mask of politeness crumbled in relief as a familiar pink head of hair came into view. Sakura had shoved a few senbon into her hair and pulled it into a bun instead of the ponytail she'd taken to wearing normally, and combined with her kimono, made Sasuke feel slightly underdressed, but as long as Naruto was still wearing pants, he figured he was safe. His friend's face likewise sagged as her posture changed from proper to tiring swiftly. Remind me why I wanted to dress up for this. Sasuke smiled at an argument he had definitely won now. You said, let's make an occasion out of this, and rushed home to change while Naruto and I just came back here. Regretting your choice. Katsan asked me how many kunai I had hidden in there and I said none, because this is the nicest thing I own. And I got a lecture about how many hidden knives are appropriate for a celebration versus a dinner party. Apparently less than a dozen is considered gauche, so that's the last time I try to imitate my mother. Sasuke hummed and fought to keep his hands out of his pockets as Sakura blew a rebellious strand of hair away from her forehead. Anyway, let's switch up. I'll stay out here, you go find somewhere you can say you're monitoring the tenor from and grab something to eat. Assuming Naruto has left us any, sure. But wasn't this party supposed to be celebrating our graduation? Check the pile in the living room, it's less for presents and more of a second armory at this point, said Sakura with a wry grin. Cat dropped something off for you there, actually. Sasuke actually salivated at the thought of whatever his Kenjutsu teacher might have in store for him, provided it wasn't another grueling workout. But a thought kept him from dashing through the house at top speed. Hey Sakura. Yeah. She said distractedly as she spotted very late Indra Uchiha making his way towards them. We're going to be great ninja. Of course, we are. Now go. She shooed at him with both hands, so Sasuke went. The kitchen and living room opened out onto the backyard of the Uchiha clan head, complete with koi pond and small tree, so the partygoers had spilled out there as well when the kitchen failed to provide enough space from Naruto Uzumaki's eating habits. The flickering fireflies were also something of a draw for the ex-root agents, who carefully cupped them between hands and stared with faces full of wonder. Kaizashi Harino was making small talk with a stern-faced Sai Yamanaka while Naruto systematically devoured a bowl of udon. Iruka kept alternating between attempting to fill out paperwork and sending disapproving looks Kakashi's way. While the party had far too much conversation going to be considered quiet, there was a two-way silence as Iruka worked and Kakashi pretended to read Ika Ika. Sasuke swooped in and grabbed a skewer of chicken covered in peanut sauce his uncle had ordered from a caterer. "Oi, glutton, what's with them?" Naruto slurped the rest of the noodles into his mouth and a glowering Iruka absently moved his paper out of the way of stray broth. "Shemething about Kakashi-sensei's apartment." "I dunno. Sasuke, you gotta try these little cheese things." Naruto gave the youngest Uchiha a pleading look that meant Sasuke was in for an hour of wheedling if he said no. So, because it was Naruto, and because it was easier, he gave in. For a while the two prospective genin sat there in the kitchen munching away on pastry filled with cheese and jam as Sasuke enjoyed the relative quiet. This, he was almost surprised to find himself thinking, this was good. Then he heard the murmurs of conversation rise sharply in pitch, with Yojo's voice leaping above them all. "So, where the hells have you been? You're late to the party you started, like, how is that even possible?" His uncle's voice said something before Yojo blew a raspberry at him and Hayate muttered what was doubtless an apology that this wasn't how a captain was supposed to behave. A wave of humanity swept through the kitchen and living room and out into the backyard, with Indra riding the crest and looking bewildered as Naruto and Sasuke pressed themselves to the countertop to keep a hold of their plates. The wave subsided as Indra was deposited at the foot of the tree Sasuke had spent hours training under, now festooned with small hanging lamps. Iruka, Sakura, and the other stragglers drifted out in their wake and Indra called for calm. Iruka wrestled a small wrapped bundle out of the pocket of his flak jacket when Indra met his eye and nodded. All right," said Indra with a fond look at the gathered residents of the Uchiha district. "Thank you all for coming tonight." He cleared his throat. Indra loathed speeches, so he'd keep this short. "This is, as I'm sure you all know, a celebration because Sasuke, Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sakura Harino have graduated from the Ninja Academy and," he pulled a scroll from his jacket, "have now officially made genin." Kaizashi Harino Wolf whistled while his wife turned an impressive shade of crimson amid the scattered clapping. Iruka unwrapped his bundle in the candlelight to reveal 3 shiny new Konoha headbands. The children wound their way through the crowd to accept them, Naruto with a wide grin, Sakura with a pleased squeal of excitement, and Sasuke with quiet satisfaction that was no less deeply felt. Indra stored the scroll within his cloak again and continued. "It is also with deep pride that I will be taking on a role as their Jonin sensei to help these young shinobi come to reach their full potential in every possible way." More scattered clapping was followed by whispers among some of the adults, but Indra wasn't done. "However, this isn't just a celebration of Team 7, though they deserve every accolade possible. This is also a celebration of the last few years. Many of your lives have changed in these last few years, just like this district as we've worked to rebuild it, and I hope both have changed for the better." A teary-eyed Might Guy handed him and Asuma a glass of champagne, which Indra accepted. "Sounds like Guy has the right idea then, a toast." Partygoers raised glasses of alcohol or punch in salute as Sasuke and Sakura followed suit. Naruto raised his mostly empty bowl of ramen. "A toast," they cried out. "To better days ahead." As he took a long pull of the glass, Indra added the second half of his silent benediction to the 3 genin. "And may we survive long enough to meet them." Soon enough, when everyone had been wined and dined according to a tipsy Genma, it was time for presents. Iruka had abstained, saying any gifts as a teacher would indeed be inappropriate favoritism, but Naruto assured the man the gift of a ninja headband was already plenty. Yojo, who had sharp ears and a long memory, gifted Sakura a brace of poisoned kunao knives that gleamed pink in direct light, which the pink-haired girl received with a hug from her kunoichi inspiration. Sasuke's eyes widened as he unrolled the scroll they'd given him, and despite his normally taciturn manner, his mouth fell open. Are you sure I can accept this? Yojao made a dismissive noise while Hayate smiled. You've mastered the fundamentals we have taught you, Sasuke. All the advanced forms are in that scroll and you can learn them as you see fit. Once you've mastered the basics, all else is variation. Sasuke furled the scroll and bowed to both of them as Kakashi and Jiraiya heaved something massive out of a ceiling scroll, the wrapped package landing with an audible thunk on the ground. Jiraiya gave a hesitant smile towards Naruto and went to pat the boy on the head. Naruto twitched slightly and submitted to the affection before tearing into the wrappings as Kakashi narrated. Jiraiya-sama and I collaborated on this one, considering what you've been training with, and the weight should be right dash. Oh, wow. Naruto's eyes sparkled as he hefted a massive iron club over one shoulder, grunting slightly at the weight. Oh man, this is great, thanks a bunch Kakashi-sensei, senior sage. Oh ho, but it's not just an iron club, said Jiraiya with the flair of a showman who had an audience. Here on the handle, you just push a little chakra into that seal and poof. A large yellow scroll materialized around the club in a puff of smoke, with neatly painted symbols that labeled it Naruto's sealing scroll, keep out. The Toad Sage preened as Naruto groaned. Ah, it's blank though. You couldn't think up a few fancy techniques for me to use. Kakashi broke in. Naruto, that space is for you to write down jutsu, it's where you can store all the things you develop yourself. It's a symbol of our confidence in you, we'll know you'll be a great ninja. Who knows, maybe your sealing scroll will be as powerful as the first Hokage one day. Hopefully not quite that powerful, joked Jiraiya, rubbing his neck as Naruto flung himself into Kakashi's arms. There's some nasty stuff in there. As the Toad Sage showed Naruto how to banish the scroll from around his weapon with a seal on the opposite side of the handle, Kakashi pulled a small orange booklet from his jacket and handed it to Sakura. She scrunched up her face as her mother stifled a squawk of indignation. Kakashi-sensei, is this one of your Ika-Ika novels? The girl held it between two fingers like it was covered in slime. Really, what kind of a mentor do you think I am? No, if I'm entrusting you to Indra Uchiha, I figure you'll need a few tricks up your sleeve, so I compiled a list of all the genjutsu I've, he coughed pointedly, acquired over the years. I've just camouflaged it as Ika-Ika, even ripped up one of my old books for the disguise. Sakura sniffed and was visibly holding back the tears that suddenly threatened to overwhelm her while her mother wasn't sure whether to laugh or be offended. Thank you very much, Kakashi-sense. The masked Jonin strolled over to Sasuke, who was basking in the envy of the X-Sound children, though he'd never admit it. Sasuke. Kakashi gave him a thumbs up. Good luck out there, kid. Even Sakura laughed at her teammate's crestfallen expression, and Kakashi held out his hands in apology as Yojao shrieked something indecipherable and likely crass. Ma, just a joke. Just a joke. Hang on a moment. He vanished in a puff of leaves and reappeared before the Shunshin had even fully dissipated with something in hand, which he offered to Sasuke. This used to be mine, and I figured since I'm not in Umbu anymore, you might get better use out of it. Sasuke wouldn't even try to deny that he'd gasped in wonder. It's beautiful, he breathed as he took the scabbarded sword in both hands. Kakashi was still babbling and Iruka's eyes softened as the man just kept going. Admittedly there's no crossguard, but that can easily be remedied. I had to redo the handle wrappings anyway, you wouldn't believe how much sweat and blood was caked into the dash. Anyway, interrupted Indra, successfully directing the attention of several dozen children away from Iruka, successfully making a play for Kakashi's ass. Let's continue the gift-giving and whatnot inside, before Naruto takes someone's head off. There was widespread agreement, especially from the people closest to the blonde, who was indeed swinging his new club around with enthusiasm. Naruto stuck his tongue out at Indra and slung the weapon across his back. Ah, you're such a buzzkill, Indra-san. Or I guess it's sensei now. Indra felt an actual smile, not an Uchiha one, break out across his face as he looked out at the party. He'd been stuck in Konoha village for 3 years, but his patience had finally paid off. Naruto, as far as I'm concerned, you can call me whatever you want. Just don't take Dosu's head off, he added as the large boy gave Naruto a rude hand gesture and they all began to migrate inside the house. Well, as long as we're gonna talk about names, I'm gonna name this thing Fox Fang. That sounds super cool, you know. In a stunning display, Sakura and Jiraiya both groaned at the same time. Please don't call it that, they chorused. You guys aren't cool at all, the Hokage's gotta be cool. I'm naming it Fox Fang, so there. The rest of the night passed in a similarly cheerful manner, and all the while, Indra felt the weight of the scroll sitting in his cloak pocket like a silent promise. This will begin to make things right. Chapter 37, First Steps. The next morning a one-eyed Sasuke Uchiha woke up in his bed and for once did not immediately slip into the mind skin of Indra Uchiha. Instead he lay there, staring at a ceiling he'd seen every day for 3 years and luxuriated in his memories. Memories of the first days of Team 7, painting fences, chasing down the Daimyo's cat, fighting bandits with Kakashi supervising them and pretending not to hover. Naruto leaping off his shadow clones and punching a giant of a man into the river and knocking him out cold. Sasuke pulling the soaking wet blonde out of the water with a smirk answered in kind by Naruto's own cheer. 4 months of training and D-rank missions after that initial disastrous outing in Wave had awakened his Sharingan, Naruto's first use of Kurama's chakra, and nearly gotten them all killed. Then the Chunin exams, where everything had started to go wrong. The pleasant drift of Sasuke's memories turned sour in his mouth and he sighed as his reverie on the past was interrupted by his worries for the future. That far away and time-distant Kakashi had done his best with Team 7 and, if Orochimaru hadn't stuck his fangs into Sasuke, they would have turned out fine. Well, perhaps Naruto's optimism had rubbed off on him in his old age. But this time, things would be different. They weren't going to Wave, he wasn't going to pressure his students into the Chunin exams, and Orochimaru's head was currently sealed into a scroll sitting in the Konoha vault. Sasuke sniffed as a savory smell drifted into the room and the faint sound of fat sizzling in a pan met his ears, alongside muffled conversation. Quiet mornings in the Uchiha Uzumaki household were much the same, he found, in this life or the last. Smiling slightly, he pulled the shroud of Indra Uchiha around his mind once again as memories of a 30-year-old Naruto in a Kiss the Cook apron were replaced by the reality of a 13-year-old Naruto and Sasuke moving seamlessly around one another in the kitchen to put together breakfast for 4. Indra stood in the doorway for a moment, enjoying the scene, and he knew his husband would find the sight equally as endearing as he did. Sakura would have said they were both sentimental idiots and rolled her eyes fondly. His younger self turned as they all felt the prickle of the Uchiha barrier at the back of their necks and caught sight of him. "Oh, uncle, you're awake." He jerked his head in the direction of the door. "That was probably Sakura at the gate, I'll go let her in if someone hasn't already." Indra nodded as he began to pour the already steeped tea into a glass for himself and Sasuke disappeared out the door. Indra's teapot hovered over the second cup, covered in a floral pattern, of course. "Do you think Sakura will want tea this morning?" Naruto shrugged as he stirred the eggs. "I dunno, probably." His eyes lit up as he half-turned to stare at his teacher. "So, Indra-sensei, what's our first mission gonna be? Are we gonna steal top-secret intelligence? Save a princess? Break into a prison?" Indra let out a HMMF of quiet amusement as he sipped his tea. "Not quite yet, I'm afraid. I did promise the Hokage to not start a war until your 10th mission." Naruto laughed out loud. "Sensei, you're funny, but seriously, what are we gonna do? I can't wait to try out my Fox Fang." Indra flipped his empty sleeve over the back of his chair. "I'll tell you when your teammates return, don't want to explain it all twice." Naruto's groan of impatience was cut short as the door slipped open and a panting Sakura and Sasuke tumbled through it. Indra raised a single eyebrow as Sakura made a beeline for the stove only to be intercepted by a protesting Naruto. "You both ran all the way back here." "She ran," said his younger self with a look of exasperation, "I just tried to keep up." Sakura had Naruto in a headlock and the other boy was wriggling to get out of it and stop the pink kunoichi from diving face first into a pan. "Ah, Sakura, what gives?" "Sasuke said you were cooking bacon," said Sakura with a worshipful look at the stove. All right, chided their sensei as Naruto's stomach rumbled in response. "Pass the plates around and sit down. I'll fill you in." As the new Team 7 ate breakfast and Indra silently appreciated the fact that Naruto now knew how to cook something other than ramen and wild mushrooms, he outlined his proposed lesson plan. Though the team was supposed to undergo a final test of teamwork and practical demonstrations of their skills before they were officially Indra's genin to torture, he'd brushed the requirement aside. Sakura asked if circumventing the official requirements would get them in trouble, and Indra choked on his scrambled eggs and his laughter in equal measure. "Rest assured," he wheezed, "you three are quite competent genin already. Half the things I've taught you, the Academy hasn't even mentioned otherwise, so you're ahead of the curve." "Hell yeah. See Sakura, I told you Indra-sensei was gonna be awesome." Indra continued. "Rather than tedious testing, I wanted to use today to propose a little arrangement." He held up Danzo's scroll and waggled it. "I've been doing some research the last 3 years I've been stuck in the Leaf Village, and I think I've found one of Naruto's relatives, who's also about your age." He paused to let the statement wash over them. Sasuke and Sakura perked up and glanced to their left at Naruto, whose face was full of brittle hope. "Really?" he breathed. "Really? She's likely an orphan and somewhere in the village hidden in the grass. The plan is to go visit her and see if she wants to come live with us here in the Leaf Village. If she says yes, we trade the artifact in this scroll to the Kusakage and everyone's happy. If she says no," a muscle in Indra's jaw tensed as Naruto's expression screwed up and he changed his sentence, "we'll play it by ear." Sasuke let out a that meant he was thinking while Sakura was visibly flipping through a book in her mind. "But sensei, isn't the grass village on poor terms with the Leaf? Is some old museum artifact really going to convince them of anything?" Indra winked at her. "Never underestimate the power of a symbolic gesture, Sakura." The Kusanagi sword emerged from the scroll in a puff of smoke and Indra carefully held it up for their inspection. This used to be the Grass Village's national treasure before Orochimaru stole it for his own, many years ago. When we return it to the Kusakage, he would give almost anything for its return. A teenage girl for the sword of his nation? An easy trade. We're not gonna kidnap her or anything, though, right?" said a worried Naruto as Indra returned the sword to its scroll. "I mean, if she likes the Grass Village, she should be able to stay there, you know." "Fat chance of that," thought Indra. But what he said was, "Of course not, Naruto. If nothing else, it will be nice to know she has another family member out in the world. Look at all the good it's done us." His younger self rolled his eyes and stood to rinse his plate. "Whatever, uncle." Still, Sasuke couldn't hide the pleased expression on his face as Indra rested his hand on his shoulder. "Still, it will take me some time to set this trip up. Namely, writing letters to Grass Country requesting entry, an official meeting with the Kusakage, and of course, packing our bags. We've got about 2 or 3 weeks before everything is in order, so I wanted to make a deal with you three." His genin looked up expectantly and Indra had to shove down the glee at what was coming. "Complete as many D-rank missions as you can during that time to pad our mission rankings and run capture the flag exercises on Training Ground 12 with Fu and Torin's teams so you can learn how to fight someone other than Kakashi, Cat, and Ideal." Naruto was nodding so fast his head was a blur while Sakura cheered and gave him a thumbs up. "Those sound kids won't know what hit sensei." "That's the spirit, Sakura-chan," cheered the blonde while Sasuke sighed. "This is going to be boring, isn't it?" Indra leaned back in his chair and drained his tea. "That's what missions are, Sasuke, long periods of boredom followed by 20 minutes of action where everyone dies. Capture the flag and fence painting is much less lethal. Or," he added around the rim of his teacup, "I could just have you wait for 3 weeks in the Forest of Death." When Sasuke looked rebellious, Indra piled on. "You'd be eating slugs, dodging giant tigers, and getting tormented by bored Chunin without a single tomato in sight." Naruto pulled a face. "Akman Sasuke, don't be such a grumpy pants. Torin's team's got Zaku, anyway, and you always like beating him up. It'll be fun." "Yeah," piped up Sakura, the eternal voice of reason. "And we all need to train with the weapons we got last night, it won't be boring at all." Sasuke reluctantly acquiesced and they went back for a second helping of eggs as the last piece of bacon disappeared into Sakura's mouth. "Windcutter." Naruto vaulted upwards off the tip of his fox fang as a blast of high-pressure wind scythed through where he'd been and tore a divot in the grass of Training Ground 12. He let out an inarticulate battle cry as his midair somersault doubled his momentum and he brought the heavy iron club down on Zaku. The clang of metal impacting a hardened shell rang across the field and made Indra look up from the official reply he was drafting on the sidelines. Counselor Sore. I greatly appreciate your prompt response concerning this delicate matter and appreciate the inroads you have managed to make with your Honorable Kusakage concerning the nature of our visit. Rest assured that despite the difficulties between our nations that this visit is made entirely in the spirit of goodwill and generosity so that the long-standing alliance between the leaf and the grass might regain its former strength in brotherhood. It is my hope that our meeting will outline steps the leaf and grass may take to begin to rectify such problems and look forward to meeting you in person. Enclosed are the personnel files for my 3 students who will accompany me to court, as requested. I look forward to speaking with you in person next week. Regards. Indra Uchiha. Bloodline guardian of the Uchiha clan. Jonin of the Leaf Village. He watched as Naruto's muscles, strengthened from training and the natural resilience of a Jinchuriki ki strained against the reinforced musculature of Kara Abarame's parasitic beetle. The teenage Abarame didn't have hundreds of beetles inhabiting her body, just one. A very, very big beetle who tossed Naruto to the ground with chittering that could only be described as contemptuous as it flew in to press the advantage. 2 cries of, Chapter 1, Razor Petals, and Gahi, come, caused the beetle to swerve aside from the swinging fox fang and dive back into Kara's cloaked form as dozens of pink kunao rained down on her from the trees. But to the Abarame's shock, most simply passed through her newly armored form as they dissolved into illusion. In the trees above, Sakura gave a wry smile, and she readied a kunao as her hands moved through another genjutsu. For a supposed genjutsu user, your tricks are quite easy to see through, called Kara. Well, I am only using the first chapter of my book of tricks, so, yeah. At least I made sure Gahi didn't take a chunk out of Naruto. Don't worry about me, Sakura, called Naruto in between grunts of effort as he pressured Zaku back across the field. It's just a big bug, I can heal. Or I can squish him. Kara's eyebrows came together, the former root member's strongest outward sign of anger. Please do not squish my partner, Uzumaki-san. She paused as Zaku's half-formed wind jutsu was dispelled by a brush of fox fang. Or Zaku, she added as Sakura launched another volley of pink kunao. The cloaked Abarame waved her armored hand and flickered her chakra only to see some of the kunao disappear. No matter, she thought, none had the necessary trajectory to hit the vulnerable joints of Gahi's armor. Some of the kunao were even going to hit one another, what a sloppy throw. The ping of metal on metal, followed by sudden stabbing pain proved her wrong as Kara looked down to see 2 of Sakura's kunao embedded in her elbow and the barest crease of her shoulder joint. Her mouth beneath the cloak frowned as her free arm pulled them out. Trembling fingers threatened to drop the orange flag, but she forced her grip closed and charged at Sakura's tree branch. I'm not giving up yet, Harano-san. You'll have to do better than that to reclaim your flag. Sakura blurred out of existence as an armored fist passed through her midsection and a voice emerged from the tree lean. Missed me. As the Abarame girl began systematically battering trees in a grid pattern to find her, Sakura continued wrapping genjutsu around her foe as each one was thrown aside or dispelled. Deep within her hole in the ground below, as wire traps filled with pink kunao went off, she spared a thought for her other teammate. I'm sure Suzuki's doing fine. Ow, ow, ow. Suzuki pulled another splinter from his thigh and tried not to breathe too heavily. Wasn't this supposed to be a training match? He asked the boy with an oversized tuning fork who landed on the opposite branch. Togure gave him the finger and traced the restraining collar on his neck. It is, Uchiha brat. That's why I've left this on, otherwise I'd be picking pieces of you off the forest floor. But I've already figured you out, Togure of the Leaf, taunted Suzuki as he lowered the yellow flag in one hand and the sword in his other. All I have to do now is just not hit that fork of yours with anything metal. So take that collar off and show me what you can do. I promise I won't die, because we both know you're not good enough to kill me. Togure snarled and flung his weapon into Suzuki's tree. The increasing hum meant Suzuki only had seconds before the fork found the correct vibration and the tree exploded. He leapt up and hands flashed into signs around his flag as Togure unclipped his collar. Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Then die. The sonic shockwave from Togure's mouth dissipated the fireballs and sent the shuriken hidden within spinning away as Suzuki clapped his hands to his ears. Uchiha scum, bellowed the X-Sound ninja as the amount of pulpwood and shrapnel from destroyed trees doubled, then doubled again. Your uncle destroyed my village. Sasuke caught a vine and swung down to the forest floor, planting the enemy's flag in the ground as he drew his sword, angling it to catch the faint light from the sun. He saved plenty of people too. He got the leaf to let you live here. Doesn't that mean something? He got me to let your ingrates live in the Uchiha district in the first place. You should be thanking him. Togure drew closer, riding a shattered trunk down straight at him with a murderous expression. Sasuke wasn't impressed. I don't need your pity. There was no time to dodge, so Sasuke gritted his teeth and endured the bow wave of sonic energy. The ground reeled under him as his internal balance faltered, but he didn't need it. His hands shifted into a ram sign as one sword blade became three. Illusion style, crescent moon dance. Togure dodged the first pair of illusory arms, and shouted away the second, but before he could draw breath to speak again, Sasuke rammed the hilt of his sword into the X-Sound ninja's chin, silencing him as the other boy bit his tongue hard enough to draw blood. Togure's moan of pain caused the flag they were fighting over to tremble in the earth, but Sasuke silenced him with a swift rabbit punch to the throat. That's enough out of you, he muttered as he dug through the enemy's pockets for his restraining collar. So petty, and dull. He emerged from the trees to find Zaku buried up to his waist in the ground, staring at nothing with a glazed expression while Naruto was attempting to rescue his pants from the devouring jaws of a massive Abarame beetle. It was now Sakura's turn to be on the defensive as she endured a barrage of taijutsu kicks from Kara's unique style. Both girls broke apart and came together again in a clash of kunao and shuriken, running interference as Sasuke raced towards the sidelines where Indra and Tauren Abarame were waiting patiently. He planted the flag and the combatants broke apart instantly. Team 7 has retrieved their flag, Uncle, said Sasuke as Tauren leaned forward in mild concern. Team 5 acknowledges the victory. Congratulations, but where is Togure? Back in the forest, around square 27B, said Sasuke dismissively. I had to knock him out. Tauren crossed his arms and frowned as Indra stood up. Sasuke, we could hear you all the way out here. Did you antagonize him to take off his collar? The younger Uchiha resisted the urge to squirm. Sometimes Indra Uchiha's disapproving expression was so close to his mother's it was creepy. Yes, he admitted. You did say you wanted us to push ourselves. Indra swept his hair back to reveal the full force of his glare. Push yourselves to finish that construction project, not to taunt your opponent. The fact we're having this conversation shows Togure was still holding back, because you kept your eardrums. Sasuke sheathed his sword. He sounded pretty pissed to me. His uncle muttered something that Sasuke missed because of the tinnitus he definitely didn't have, but he caught, too much like Naruto. What's too much like me? Asked the blonde as he hopped over, one leg still out of his chewed-on pants. A rampant sense of foolishness, answered his sensei as he furled a scroll. Naruto, Sakura, if you could deliver this to the Hokage Tower, I would appreciate it. We're done for the day. Sure thing, sensei, they chorused. Tauren, let's go wake up your student. My apologies for our insouciance. The gloved Jonin made a helpless gesture as Indra absently dragged Zaku out of Naruto's hole and released the genjutsu Sakura had him in. Ah, you gotta be kidding me, she whammied me again. They both did, said Tauren. What did I tell you about tactical awareness, Zaku? The boy's shoulders slumped. To fall back and stay as part of the team and not go off on my own. Exactly. The Jonin turned to address Indra as they began walking, with the others curiously asking how Sasuke had beaten their teammate. Indra-san, the fault is also partially my own. Togure should not have given in to your student's taunts. He is the one who chose to take it off and allowed anger to cloud his judgment. Indra commiserated. Thank you, Tauren-san. It seems our teaching methods both have their gaps. Not on the battlefield at least, said the Abarame with a straight face as one glove gestured at the torn-up training ground. Your genin seem well prepared for their mission next week from a tactical standpoint. They were fighting quite well together until Zaku and Kara drove them apart. You've formed them into a solid close combat squad, said Indra as they approached to comatose form of Togure. What missions are you thinking of finding for them? Sea and above, that is. Caravan guard duty within the land of fire for now, Maybe a few intimidation missions as cheap muscle for some low-level merchant deal. Give them time to build their skills. We'll get that grass mission done with and then see how things play out. How's Hugo doing? I've been busy with this diplomatic business, but there aren't any craters in the streets, so he must be doing well. Inoichi and Dr. Ontoba are making progress psychologically, admitted Torun, but the subconscious physical manifestations are difficult. Even repressed anger made a biocannon that blew a hole in the hospital wall Tuesday. So that's what that was, muttered Zaku. I'd heard rumors, but wanted to stick to my own business, said Indra. The boy has enough fingers in his brain without me trying to add a well-intentioned cherry-non to the mix. He knelt and released a pulse of chakra into Togir, nonchalantly dodging the punch the boy threw at him. Fuck off, Uchiha. Quit trying to pity us. Indra resisted the urge to sigh in exasperation. Teenagers. I don't. I'm simply doing my job waking up a fellow leaf shinobi. Would you rather your sensei touch you? The implicit threat of Torun's microscopic beetles effectively shut him up, so Indra capitalized on the silence. Sasuke. They looked back to see his younger self writhe under their combined stares for a moment before he set his jaw and stared his victim in the face. I'm sorry. About? Prompted Indra. Getting his younger self to apologize to anyone besides Naruto and Sakura was like pulling teeth. I shouldn't have goaded you into removing your collar, ground out Sasuke. It was reckless of me. And arrogant. And stupid. All the hallmarks of Uchiha foolish, said Taka tartly before a warning finger from her master silenced the former root agent. Indra didn't even need to look to know Sasuke was bristling. He waited expectantly until Togir brushed his swollen throat and coughed. Whatever, man. A wince from the gloved Abarame Jonin showed that was the best the Uchiha were going to get, so Indra stood and motioned for Sasuke. Thank you once again for the training, Torun-san, Team 5. They were halfway back to the Uchiha estate when Sasuke was the first to break the dueling silences between the two Uchiha. I know it was stupid, okay? But I'm not sorry, uncle. Oh boy, why not? Sasuke stuck his lip out and Indra was vividly reminded that despite being 13 years old, this version of himself was far more expressive than the monotone drawl Indra remembered from his own youth. Because we do need to push ourselves during training, if we want to get stronger. If I want to get stronger. How else can I kill Itachi? Compared to him, some punk with a sonic scream in training is nothing. They turned a corner and wove around a group of partygoers, which gave Indra time to calibrate his response. That's true, but this isn't just about the Uchiha anymore. You're all a team now, you're supposed to protect one another. If Sasuke Uchiha dies, who gives Sakura cover to cast Genjutsu? Who can spring forward to drag Naruto out of whatever new fire he's leaped into? I skipped the qualifying test because I thought you had all learned that lesson about teamwork. Sasuke gave him a resigned look as he trotted out Kakashi's motto, taken from an Uchiha, as if he needed any more reminding. Those who abandon their comrades, are even worse than trash, huh? It's not like that scarecrow hasn't said that every other day for the past 3 years. Indra was silent until they reached the gates of the Uchiha district as his thoughts churned around him in a silent storm. Finally, they settled into some semblance of an argument and he put his hand on his younger self's shoulder. I just don't want you to make my mistakes, Sasuke. That's all. Sasuke made a non-committal noise but allowed the hand to stay. Indra allowed himself to hope. You'll make totally new, different mistakes and we'll deal with the consequences together. As a team. Sasuke squeezed his hand and Indra squeezed back, letting the younger Uchiha know he was forgiven. The nine-tailed fox, at long last, felt full. Years of nightmares had caused the fox to swell in size and unseen power as the cursed Uzumaki seal had stretched to accommodate him. Not just from Sasuke Uchiha, though his tortures were a delicacy unrivaled to be savored, but all across the Leaf Village. Villagers and ninja alike slept more peacefully, but that misery and lost sleep was merely deferred, stored within the belly of the Kyuubi so that he might return it upon them tenfold in the waking world. Or upon Madara Uchiha, as Indra had so cleverly suggested. The redirect was obvious, but it did have merit. The fox idly nosed at Naruto's dream, which was happy and therefore of little interest to him. Some dreck about Naruto warmly embracing a long-lost relative with long red hair and a familiar smile, with a headband displaying the symbol of O. The Nine Tails grinned a cavern of ivory and satisfaction. Grass meant that Naruto Uzumaki was leaving the confines of the Leaf Village at long last. That meant a mission, a fight, the possibility of combat. The possibility of pain and anger. Of rage. He shivered and licked his lips in anticipation as the chance to weaken the seal lay delicately before him. Not all at once, obviously. But he would wait and give Naruto just a sliver of the power a Jinchuriki could command. Just enough to make him want more. Chapter 38, Mission to Grass, above and along the road. Early on a foggy Monday morning, a lone hawk dropped into its roost at the Konoha rookery with a snort of exhaustion. The Chunin on duty made sympathetic noises as he untied the scroll from its leg and sniffed when he saw the wax seal on the side held the personal seal of the Kusakage. These minor nations, he said to the birds, always think they can deal with Konoha just because Lord Third prefers to extend a hand instead of a fist. Unluckily for them, there's a council meeting this morning. Chuckling at the Grass Village's misfortune, the Chunin leaped off towards the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, was already deep into his work at this early hour. Danzo to his left was trying to decide which of his numerous foreign operations the Leaf could afford to curtail, and which had to remain in place while Hiruzen and Kotaru were managing the tax caravan guard rotations. The Land of Fire's daimyo, satisfied at the years of peace after the Celestial Maggot disaster, was focused on creating a budgetary surplus in his administration, which meant that Konoha would be getting fewer missions in turn beyond the strict minimum necessary to secure their borders. Still, Konoha had its autonomy, not to mention its own respect to think of. Always, there were trade-offs. Danzo nudged him and Hiruzen was dragged back to the present. What is it? His oldest friend held up a blue folder. I was debating how much funding we should be giving Terumi Mei's little group, considering how long the stalemate has dragged on. If we let them fall, it would still take a few years for Yagura to consolidate his power and finish wiping out the Mist's remaining bloodlines. Either way, that's one great nation tied up in internal affairs, and Sand could do with a few more ears within their beehive. The Hokage perused the file, his pen making a few notations here and there in the margins. Mei's personal charisma will hold her rebellion together a while longer, and the loss of many of the seven swordsmen to her rebellion or simple dissolution means Yagura has less of a claim to the hat than he once did. Funding for Mei should remain stable, especially considering the moves the Kazekage's been making in the Land of Wind's court. Danzo grumbled but was inwardly pleased Hiruzen had given him the justification he'd been seeking. The smile on the old man's face showed that even now, after everything, they continued to understand each other even as Danzo's rant continued. Raza's just been too damn accommodating and it's downright unsettling. Not to mention sightings of the One Tail have disappeared. Danzo always found something to complain about, his rasp a familiar and oddly comforting background noise to council meetings. The pipe drooped in the Hokage's mouth as he signed an order for iron shipments. I thought a sighting of Raza's son was in the briefing last week. Exactly, broke in Kotaru as she adjusted her glasses. The One Tail used to manifest every third week or so, either fully or partially, but all of a sudden, silence. He's playing at some game, holding that beast in reserve like that. We all send our Jinchuriki on missions just to flex our muscles a bit and prove they're still competent. Look at Cloud, they send Yujito out every 6 months just to make a point about whatever new territory they pretend to claim. Even Waterfall's going to be sending theirs out, and she's a newly minted genin. The door opened and a Chunin placed a letter on the Hokage's desk. A message from the Kusakage, sir. It was beneath the dignity of a Konoha counselor to read over the Hokage's shoulder, but his old teammates did so anyway. Speak of the devil, said Kotaru as she made a quick hand sign to ward off ill fortune. Hiruzen finished the letter and read it again as his hands automatically moved to relight the embers in his pipe. Sandalwood always calmed his nerves. How long do you think it will take Team 7 to travel to Kusagakur? Danzo opened the large, thick purple file titled Indra and consulted a sheaf. If they use his hawk summon, perhaps days, but easily within the week no matter the weather. If they walk, perhaps 2.5 weeks. Hiruzen hummed as the professor's legendary brain came up with and discarded dozens of possible scenarios and Kotaru's mouth dropped open. Hiruzen, I thought we had talked you out of this. Sending Genin, let alone our Jinchuriki on a diplomatic mission like this is madness. Something easier, like this mission to Wave Country. She waved a sheet of paper and Danzo sniffed disdainfully. With that 2-bit Yakuza, Gato? The one trying to make a trading port and tax haven out of a few small villages? Hardly the best place to deploy our Jinchuriki. It is if we want to minimize the likelihood of an international incident, returned Kotaro with equal vehemence. Sure, we make a strong statement on crime, but a young Jinchuriki losing control in the Kyuzaki's court could be a disaster in and of itself. Some dumpy fishing villages destroyed, who cares? Both of them looked to Hiruzen, but he was grinning and motioned with a wave of his hand for them to present their arguments. Respectfully, Counselor Kotaro, said Danzo, a Jinchuriki at Yagura's border risks drawing his attention away from Mei, considering he is one himself. His spies have standing orders to try and entice disaffected Jinchuriki to join him in Mist with the promise of controlling their powers. In contrast, Grass Country is filled with deft diplomats, and hard ninja who would surely be able to contain the literal and diplomatic shockwaves if Naruto Uzumaki does lose control, which I find unlikely. Moreover, his presence may prove crucial to the return of another Uzumaki to the Leaf's fold. The old man sighed dreamily. Just think of what we could do with a restored Uzumaki clan. You mean what horrors we could bring upon ourselves, muttered Kotaro, making the sign of the evil eye just in case. If anything would prompt Mist and Cloud to a lie, it would be to ensure the Uzumaki were wiped out once more. Danzo shook his head. No, Cloud would be on our side, as much as it pains me to say those words. Enough refugees likely made their way to Cloud that the Land of Lightning doubtless has a few Uzumaki still willing to wheedle their cage to assist us. And we know Lord A will grab at any chance to increase his village's power. You'd think he learned from the mistakes of his father, said Kotaro with some bitterness. Enough, said the Hokage shortly, his indulgence at an end. You both make excellent arguments, and the Leaf cannot ignore the strategic implications. However, the destruction of the Sound Village has put Konoha on the back foot with several of the minor nations, especially Grass, and we cannot ignore the opportunity to mend this wound. Especially considering the nomenclature of the celestial maggots is your fault, Danzo. The bandaged man made an outraged noise for the sake of appearances but let the comment slide as the Hokage turned to Kotaro. Assign the Wave mission to Might Guy's team instead. The presence of the clan who slaughtered the Seven will at least remind anyone watching that the Leaf hasn't forgotten about what the Mist did in the Third Great Ninja War. Indra Uchiha's team goes to Kyuzagakuer when they're ready, but Danzo, a heavy hand landed on his friend's shoulder and the leader of the Umbu turned to look back into the eyes of his Hokage. I want surviving members of the Fox Squad stationed at the border in case anything goes wrong. Are we understood? Danzo bowed and they returned to their paperwork as a messenger Chunin departed with the Kyuzaki's scroll. Alright idiot, cheered Naruto, who was dancing around Harano's kitchen. We're finally leaving the village, we're going on an adventure. I'm finally gonna meet another Uzumaki. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Indra handed the scroll across to Kaizushi Harano with an amused expression, his mind full of possible routes, safe places to camp, necessary supplies. He felt Sakura's chakra drift into his mind as she made hand signs under the table, so a misty, slightly pink arrow directed his attention to Mabuki Harano, who had turned back to the dishes in silence as her shoulders shook. Indra nodded his thanks in Sakura's direction and broke the genjutsu gently as he reached out to grab Naruto by the scruff of his jacket. Alright Naruto, you've made your point. Let's decamp to the living room, it'll be easier for Sasuke to fix his shuriken there with the natural light. His eye caught a silent thank you mouthed by both Sakura and her father as the three outsiders sidled out into a room bathed in mid-morning sunlight and tried to pretend they weren't listening as hard as they could while Sasuke rubbed the beginnings of rust off a large pile of shuriken. Ah, Mom, it's okay, soothed Sakura as she hugged her mother from behind. Indra-sensei's been teaching me a bunch of stuff, I've been training with Naruto-san and Sasuke-san all these years, we'll be fine. Yeah, why are we now the adults in this situation? What an annoyance, seriously. Can't wait to get out there and kick some butt. A little help, Dad? Groused inner Sakura. She felt her father's own strong hand rest on top of her head while the other landed on his wife's shoulder, his calming presence enveloping both of them. I knew this day was going to come, he said around the lump in his throat, I just hoped it wouldn't be so soon. Our little Sakura is all grown up already. No, she's not, wailed Mabuki into the dishes. She's only 12, she's still just a child. She's our child and she's going off to some strange land far away from us. Sakura huffed as some of her inner self's annoyance became her own and tightened her hug around her mother's legs. I'll be fine, Mom, I'm going with Indra-sensei and he's super strong, after all. He beat Orochimaru of the legendary Sunin. Mabuki said something incoherent as Kaizashi reached his hand into the water to wrap around his wife's trembling hand and the strangled sponge within it. Dear, this really is the best possible first mission our Sakura could get. She's going on a diplomatic mission to a long-standing allied nation, and tensions are lower than they have been in years. Indra silently gestured to his students that this wasn't necessarily so, but Kaizashi barreled on. She has a good teacher and good friends to help keep her safe. She performed a genjutsu 2 minutes ago that even I barely caught, and she's got a good head on her shoulders. Our daughter will be fine. Sakura's mother spun around and engulfed Sakura in a soapy, but passionate hug as she cried into her daughter's shoulder. I'm going to miss you so much. Sakura smiled, and so did her inner self as she was finally able to hug her mom back properly. I'll miss you too, Mom. Mabuki sniffed hard and seemed to register what a mess she was. Oh dear, now I've gone and made a fool of myself, whatever will your teammates think? She moved her hands helplessly attempting to straighten her hair, then smooth out her kimono, but only succeeded in spreading the dish suds further around her person. Sakura giggled, then started to laugh, followed shortly by her father's own booming mirth, and soon all three of the Haranos were laughing. Sasuke clutched at his chest unconsciously, trying to stem the deep ice that threatened to engulf him, but Naruto's eyes softened, and he put an arm around his teammate's shoulders in silent sympathy as he jerked his chin meaningfully at Indra. His elder gave off a soft Uchiha smile and winked at his younger self, his silent presence a reminder that Sasuke was no longer alone. The laughter from the kitchen trailed off as Mabuki Harano switched to fretful in an instant, worrying about what Sakura would need to pack. Obviously, a raincoat in case of poor weather. Maybe did Kaizashi still have one of those trick umbrellas he'd liberated from the rain village? Oh, plus a formal kimono if they were going to meet with the Kusakage, not to mention. Partially as a result of the Haranos' frantic preparations, Team 7 spent the rest of the day packing to cover every possible contingency, then unpacking when it turned out not even Naruto could move a bag that heavy. Indra calmly fielded the occasional recommendation and let them all, parent and student alike, get it out of their system. He'd missed this opportunity with Sarada, so he should be there for his new students. She'd want him to pass on what she'd never received, after all. Sakura arrived at the Konoha gate early the next morning with a pack admittedly a little heavier than the others, only to see two whispering Chunin moving back in the direction of the Hokage Tower. She reached the silhouettes of her team and quirked an eyebrow at them Indra could probably see. So what were they up to? Indra kicked a small chest by his feet, which opened to show the soft glow of gold that made Sakura's eyes double in their sockets. Since Grass had closed their borders to Konoha until we paid them restitution for the stolen tax shipment we were supposed to be guarding 3 years back, this was the daimyo's precondition for us even crossing the border. Sakura's face scrunched up in confusion, as did Naruto's. But I thought we'd paid that back last year from the proceeds of the tariffs on tea country imports. Indra hefted the box onto his shoulder with a grunt. We did. This is the interest payment. So it's a bribe. Pretty much. Once they were a few yards from the village gates he put it down again and motioned to their blonde. Alright Naruto, open up that scroll and let's see if you remember the storage seal I taught you last week. The Uzumaki grinned and shrugged Fox Fang off his back, bringing the scroll around it into existence with a puff of smoke. You betcha sensei. I was practicing with everything non-essential, just like you said, and it works great. You still lost half our cutlery drawer by sealing it into the void, muttered Sasuke as his teammate unfurled the scroll to reveal a row of identical seals, devoid of the central sign that signified they were occupied by a physical object. Indra dragged the heavy chest onto the scroll, careful to not rip the paper in its passage. Alright, here goes, said Naruto as he slammed his hand down and channeled chakra into the sigils, which lit up with glowing blue chakra before fading to their customary inky black with a puff of smoke. When the mist dissipated, the chest had likewise vanished. Naruto pushed another burst of chakra and the chest thankfully returned to reality with a soft clunk as it landed on the ground a few meters away. Naruto frowned. Sorry, it's supposed to come back on top of the seal. Indra ruffled his hair. The important part is you made it come back, so now we didn't lose several 100,000 yen and I don't have to carry that all the way to the land of grass and neither will Karura. Who? Indra bit his thumb and began a sign sequence. You didn't think we were going to walk all the way to grass, did we? Summoning Jutsu. Lines of text connecting space and anchored in blood raced across the dirt as a massive hawk appeared in the dirt with another burst of smoke. He coughed and swallowed something as the genin got a good look at him. He was huge, easily twice the size of Indra and a simply massive wingspan of dark gray plumage, highlighted by a bright red crest and clan markings along his beak. Proud yellow eyes glared down as Indra bowed deeply and the genin swiftly followed suit. You're early, Indra Uchiha. Couldn't you have let me have my breakfast first? Roasted naga is such a delicacy since you decapitated their foremost summoner and sent his servants to flight. Indra did not look up. I apologize, Karura Kami, I simply wished to introduce my students before we begin our journey. Speaking of children, how is Garuda? Oh, he's still fluffy and foolish like all fledglings, said the vast hawk dismissively. Oh, yes, you may rise, I suppose. Indra rose and introduced each of his students who greeted the vast bird with varying forms of enthusiasm. Only at Naruto's introduction did the Lord of the Skies raise an eyebrow. You stink of fox, child. Did the Kitsune see fit to entrust their contract to one such as you? It would be in their nature, giving the rest of us respectable summons headaches. Well, Naruto was tapping his fingers together and fidgeting, not looking the beast in the eye. I'm kinda the Ninetales' host, but I'm gonna be the Hokage someday so it's all good. Stop squirming, boy. Snapped Karura. Only prey squirms, so I despise it in predators. If you carry the fire wind inside of you, that makes you a predator, first and foremost. Stand tall. Naruto rallied and some of his customary defiance surged forwards as a foot shoved the gold chest back into the ceiling scroll and kicked Fox Fang up into his hand with 2 quick motions. Well, excuse me, it's not every day I meet a big giant chicken, you know. Karura Kami, perhaps we should take flight, suggested Indra as he put himself between the small boy and the massive hawk's beak. You and I did want to speak with Madame Juo about the hawk summoning scroll. The giant hawk visibly reined himself in and bent down. I shall rise above the insult this once, Indra Uchiha, because of the task you once performed for my mother. Now get on, little fledglings, else Indra and I shall leave you to toil on the ground like the lesser beasts. Even Sasuke rolled his eyes at the hollow threat and Team 7 gradually clambered up onto the Hawk Lord's back, only to find themselves anxiously grasping at feathers. Sensei, asked Sakura with some trepidation. Where do we sit? There's no seats. Indra was standing, unwavering as a rock as Karura experimentally flapped his wings and Naruto nearly lost his grip on a clump of feathers. Anchor yourselves with chakra like I taught you, the principle is the same when standing on summons as it is for trees. Don't worry, even an uncontrolled burst won't harm Lord Karura here. As if any of you could, snorted the Hawk Lord and launched himself into the air as the genin, even Sasuke, shrieked in terror. The ground fell away below them and was soon swallowed up by the morning mist, then by the clouds as they rose with each flap of Karura's wings, again and again until the landscape of the Land of Fire rolled out beneath them, resplendent emerald in the sunrise. Of course, traveling above the clouds, while extraordinarily fast and stealthy compared to struggling over the land, was also relatively boring. Even a godlike view can get dull when you stare at it for hours, so it was fortunate that Indra's students were able to carry on conversation with Karura and their master. Aside from occasional pointed comments made about the superiority of flying summons to other animals, the hawk proved to be a proud, but spirited conversationalist, telling the impressionable genin tales of his home in the storm-racked mountains of southern Lightning Country. When Indra mentioned that both the hawk and raven summoning contracts had once belonged to the Uchiha clan, the latter stolen from a clan now long extinct during the Warring States era, Sasuke perked up. Didn't the Hokage mention something about that, back when we met him in his office? He asked Naruto. The blonde shrugged. I dunno. I kinda had other stuff on my mind. Sasuke turned to his uncle, who sighed and ran his head through his hair, revealing a dark red eye patch instead of his customary blue. One of the many things Itachi has to answer for, and something Karura and I plan to start rectifying today, is his theft of those summoning scrolls from the clan vault, along with a scroll detailing Sharingan variations, which I can only hope he hasn't destroyed. Why would he destroy it? He really wanted me to gain the Mangekyo Sharingan, told me how to get it and everything. To their credit, Naruto and Sakura weren't unsettled by the mention that Sasuke's brother had urged him to kill his closest friends in the pursuit of power, but Indra's mouth did turn down slightly. He wanted you to guide you down a specific path in life, so he gave you specific instructions to that end. The Mangekyo Sharingan can be unlocked with sufficient anguish, though I pray it is something you will never have to experience. Especially since normally using it makes you go blind. But what about yours, Sensei? Piped up Sakura, who was also flicking through Kakshizaka Orange Book of Genjutsu. Yours can control just about any fire, right? You used it to put out that grease fire last year and you haven't gone blind. Indra closed his eye and fought against the memories from Sasuke that bubbled up and threatened to overwhelm him. A staggering, mostly dead attack of forcing his muscles forward just to touch Sasuke's face one last time. A man in a black mask, pouring poison into his ear, the screams of samurai and of Shimura Danzo as they died at his hand. The excruciating pain of blindness as his optic nerves burned themselves out from chakra overload. The cold bite of restraints and antiseptic as Kabuto hovered around him and a knife he couldn't see descended towards Sasuke's face. The pleasant chill as Itachi's eyes reattached and strengthened his own body with a blessing from beyond the grave. He realized he'd been quiet for some time and that Karura was speaking. For some time. In fact, one of the reasons Madara Uchiha took up falconry as a hobby and as a summoning was to provide cover for his deteriorating eyesight. Using our eyesight to compensate for his own was a tactic several other Uchiha used when they burned out their eyes or lost them in battle. Sasuke looked up at his uncle with some concern. "Uncle? I'm fine," lied Indra. It was a risky and gruesome procedure only possible in this modern age and with a very skilled medical ninja. In hindsight, it was a small miracle I didn't die of infection or tissue rejection. Sasuke looked slightly nauseous. "What, did they take your eyes out and do something to them? Like, surgically?" "Something like that," was all Indra gave him, and they soon moved on to a friendly guessing game where the genin tried to guess as many of the existing summoning contracts as possible. They dipped below the cloud cover just after midday and Indra slapped a hand against his thigh in an approximation of a clap. "Your navigation is as skilled as ever, Lord of the Skies," he said approvingly. "Barely half a mile from our first stop and you had to deal with Naruto's incessant chatter." There was an indignant "hey" from his student, but it quickly rose into a shriek as Karura folded his wings and fell into a steep dive. Sakura stuck onto the bird automatically, and Sasuke only slid backwards a few inches before his chakra caught hold, but Naruto's first instinct was to rely on his grip strength rather than chakra and simply clung to bunches of the hawk's feathers even as one hand reached out to grab Sasuke's belt. They schemed mere yards above the tree-line as forests and the occasional river passed below them at a terrifying rate, and it became apparent how fast they had actually been moving above the clouds. Sakura whimpered. "Be brave," whispered her inner self, "we faced the Ninetales, remember? A little fall is nothing." Sakura nodded, and one of Indra's lessons 2 weeks before crept back into her mind as her inner self pulled it out from their memories. Bravery is not the absence of fear, and don't let Konoha propaganda or some hopped-up chunin tell you different. Bravery is acting in spite of that fear, protecting your comrades, and retreating if the odds are well and truly against you. She'd asked him if he'd ever been scared, and Indra had, to their surprise, nodded. "I've been scared plenty of times. Fighting Mist Ninja, fighting Sasuke's older brother, sending my daughter into combat, knowing I'll have to send you 3 there as well. But I control everything I need to control to be sure I can succeed, that you can succeed. Know your own abilities, your enemy's abilities, and 1,000 battles between you will hold no surprises." Sakura remembered her own abilities, that she was the best among them, even her sensei at precision chakra control, and, if she wasn't knocked out, would absolutely not fall off the massive hawk. Karura wasn't exactly an enemy, but she supposed having his 4 human passengers splatter like grapes on the forest floor would not be something the proud hawk would like to endure, so she supposed they were pretty safe. She tuned back into reality to realize that she wasn't screaming. Oh yeah, that was getting annoying and you had already figured stuff out, so I just turned that off for you. Our vocal cords can thank me later. Thanks, I guess. Karura swooped sharply upwards, causing huge gales of wind as he shed speed and flapped to a prim stop in a large dirt yard covered in horse hooves and footprints. A few of their owners were clustered to one side around a tether. The vast predator licked its beak in an exaggerated fashion as it looked at the horses, who were smart enough to shy away and nick her in fear. Indra leapt down to the ground without preamble, followed shortly by Naruto, who rolled to his feet and groaned as he realized he'd rolled over the thick metal of Fox's fang. Above him, Sasuke gave what could have been a fond smile but was most likely a smirk. You should probably try practicing that maneuver more than once before doing it, idiot. Oh, real clever Sasuke, you always gotta get on my case about everything, don't ya? I just don't want you face-planting in front of the Kusakage or something. Would you both shut up, snapped Sakura and her inner self simultaneously as they kicked Sasuke off the bird by the seat of his pants and jumped after him. Karura clattered his beak in what, Sakura supposed, was the bird's version of laughter. Madame Juo will indeed like them, Indra Uchiha. Bring her up to speed, I'm going hunting. Everyone on the ground shielded their faces from the brief dust storm as Karura took off once more. At least don't steal from some farmer, called Indra after him, but the hawk gave no sign of acknowledgement. The older Uchiha sighed in exasperation and turned to see the men who'd been clustered around the horses looking at them with mixed awe and suspicion. They were a motley crew, in a mix of robes, causal clothing, and armor from across the 5 great nations. Indra's long experience with Madame Juozin had him scanning them without even the need for the Sharingan. Wary, tensed, but not unduly so, hands within reach of weapons, but not so close to provoke a standoff. Thankfully these were professional bounty hunters. Indra raised a hand in greeting. Well met, ogres. We've come seeking the counsel of the venerable Madame Juo, alongside the Lord of the Sky, and we will leave as we've come, in peace. Their leader, a man in dark green and a weathered complexion that spoke of many years on the road despite his youthful body, stepped forward. Village shinobi are not often willing to be seen in Madame Juo's company. He eyed Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, who had formed up behind Indra in silence, faces set and radiating as much menace as 3 12-year-olds could. Especially with children in tow. These your chicks, Hawkman. Indra shrugged. Essentially. I am their instructor and none of us have bounties on our heads. That is all you should concern yourself with, considering Madame Juo's first rule. The man's posture became more open and his face relaxed as Indra displayed familiarity with the rules of the inn. He waved his men back as both groups fell in behind their leaders and moved towards the swinging doors. Always nice to meet a shinobi who doesn't have his head in the canopies just cause he's got chakra coils. Us honest folk have to make a living too, especially preying on the dishonest. He offered his hand, which Indra shook with a small smile. Third rule exemption, Kojimo Hakuo, from the land of stars. Exemption accepted, Indra Uchiha, from the land of fire. There were muffled gasps at the name and Kojimo looked over at the leaf headband wrapped around Indra's left shoulder. We've heard more than a bit about you, Uchiha. Show up out of nowhere with a big leaf force and take out the Sound Village, then disappear for years. Look if that's what this is dash. I'm hardly the sort of man to bring children on a mission like that, Indra said, allowing some of his inner disdain to leak into his voice even as he wondered internally just how wild the rumors had gotten. And even if the Hokage did ask, I respect Madame Juo too much to agree to that sort of mission. No, this is a personal matter. The doors swung open and the two groups passed through to reveal a dimly lit, professionally shabby bar that had seen plenty of bar fights alongside its celebrations. The wood was well polished and worn smooth by generations of mugs even as bright lines of new wood showed the impact of blades and occasional divots showed where shuriken had found their mark. Just past noon, the bar was deserted, or nearly so. A young woman with blue hair, a lip piercing, and heavy bags under her eyes was leaning against the bar and chatting quietly with the dark mustachioed man behind the bar who was cleaning a mug. Both looked Indra and Kojimo's way and nodded as the bounty hunter raised 6 fingers and Indra 4. Madame Juo will be down in a few minutes, called the bartender. She's got to attend to the ogress here. Oh yeah, I bet, called one of the ruffians behind Kojumo, sticking his tongue through two fingers suggestively, and to his credit the man from the Land of Stars managed to slap his subordinate without even turning around as Sakura choked off an outraged noise. "Apologies, ogress," said Kojumo with genuine regret. "I'll buy you around if it'll make it up to you." The woman was impassive as she stared them down, huddled in the doorway. "No, thank you," she finally said, turning back to the bar. "Just control your imps." With a twist of his lips that suggested, "What can you do?" Kojumo elbowed Indra in the side. "You wanna sit, get the lay of the land from me and my crew while we wait?" "Third rule exemption, we just came from the Land of Stone." Indra turned, his eyebrow a silent question to the genin behind them and a twinkle in his eye that made them realize how absolutely at ease their master was. "Well, I have been grounded for 3 years, I could use an update from someone who's seen the real picture." "Third rule exemption can stand, as long as none of yours tries to get mine drunk." The bounty hunter pretended to be affronted. "Who do you think we are?" All the men, even the women at the bar, joined in the chorus, "A couple of no-good ogres." There were widespread guffaws or groans at a joke told 1,000 times that was somehow still just as funny, so Indra hooked a chair leg with one foot and threw himself into it with a groan. "Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura." They looked up at him, still slightly nervous as Indra jerked a thumb over his shoulder. "Stick together, read the rules on the back wall, read the drink menu, stay in sight, and don't start any fires, otherwise this place will light up like a candelabra." Naruto saluted, while Sasuke and Sakura gave firm nods as their sensei was drawn into discussion with Kojumo and the men who clustered around him. As it turned out, they didn't have to look very hard to find the rules, because they were emblazoned on the far wall in bright red letters that shone against thinned white paint. Rule 1, someone's identity is their business. Everyone here is an ONI under this roof. Men are ogres, women are ogresses. Underlings are imps. Rule 2, combat within Madame Juo's is bad. Wrong. Not permitted. Showy exhibition fights are confined to the yard. First offenders lose a digit. Second offenders lose a limb. There are no third offenders. Rule 3, if permitted, personal details may be shared. Rule 4, Madame Juo gets a cut. If you have to ask, you already owe her. Rule 5, pressuring recovering ONI is also bad. Wrong. Not permitted. Rule 6, instrument playing/singing is encouraged. Bad instrument playing/singing will be mocked. Rule 7, do not upset Madame Juo. Rule 8, ONI do not get discounts. Naruto whistled and tapped the hilt of Fox's fang. "Guess I brought the right kinda weapon for a place like this." "You used to live in a place like this," said Sasuke, "but without any real heat. Any tips for those of us who didn't spend their evenings chatting with prostitutes?" "Yeah, like can they give us any tips?" Sakura shot her inner self the mental equivalent of a questioning look. "Are you still going after Sasuke? How the hell should I know that when even you haven't figured that out?" "Kami, no, I just want us to look smokin' hot when the time comes." "Look at her." Sakura turned at her inner self's suggestion and really looked at the woman they'd passed by. A long dark cloak covered a sheer backless top which left her side and stomach tantalizingly exposed. The pink kunoichi kept watching as the older woman sent a rude hand gesture in the direction of one of Kojumo's men and turned back to her conversation with the bartender. Black cloth swirled around her, sections of pale skin revealing and covering themselves in a shadow play. Inner Sakura buried her head in her hands. "Oh Kami." Naruto tapped her shoulder and any thoughts in her head vanished as she jumped in surprise. "Hey Sakura, did you put yourself into one of your own genjutsu again? You and Sasuke need to know this stuff if you don't wanna embarrass Indra-sensei and I." "No," she said defensively as Sasuke put his hands in his pockets. "It's not like the Hokage can be seen hanging around the Red Lamp District, idiot." "Well, maybe he should. There's just as many problems there as there are in the rest of the village, remember? I kept telling Gigi, but he doesn't really listen, you know?" Naruto wandered over and picked up a discarded drink menu which was covered in the yellow-brown stains of spilled beer from glasses. Naruto sniffed and instantly regretted it as he fought off the urge to vomit. Most of those were beer stains, some weren't. Not much to it really. You just ask girls about how things are going and avoid specifics. He took a deep breath of the still air within the bar and shrugged. Everybody in here smells okay though. Even the lady at the counter, she just smells like funky moss. Sakura made a twirling gesture next to her head while Sasuke opted for silence. Naruto recognized a losing battle and offered them the menu as they drifted back towards the bar. You guys wanna order anything? We could just eat from our packs, said Sasuke, ever the pragmatist. Come in Sasuke, we're out here in a super interesting bounty hunter bar to meet some cool old lady and you don't wanna try the local stuff? Granola bars aren't that good. The kushiyaki is quite good, said the woman further along the bar, who caused all three genin to jump. Yaksha, any idea how much longer? The vast bartender blinked slowly and began polishing a new glass. The madam keeps her own time, ogress. The woman perched herself on a stool and unbuttoned her coat to reveal more of her figure, drawing the eyes of two of the three genin. Something cool then, preferably alcoholic. You know what I like, Yaksha. Chuhey it is, then. Lime flavor, this time. The woman's eyes roved over Team 7 who were trying and failing to look uninterested. An orange, perhaps, considering how well that imp seems to fit in. Naruto grinned and stuck out his hand. Nice to meet ya, my name's Naruto you dash. Sakura slapped her hand over his mouth. Rule 1, idiot, she hissed in his ear. Sorry about that ogress. Rule 3 exception? I'm Sakura Harino. The woman's gaze became less amused and more appraising. Well, you're a quick study, she mused as thin manicured fingers accepted a tall glass from the bartender. Bounty hunter or kunoichi, that'll take you far. I'm afraid I must deny your exemption today, Sakura Harino. I value my privacy. She inclined her head at Indra and the other bounty hunters, who were poring over a map Kojimo had unfurled across the table. She paused as Indra flicked his sherry non-on and roved over the map, memorizing its contours to appreciative murmurs from the imps. Not all of us are as open as your friends over there. Nor as powerful. The chime of a bell rang from the stairs beyond her and all looked up as three people moved away from a closing door and down the stairs. A blond man in a weathered suit and a long braided ponytail slunk, panther-like, down the stairs as his startlingly green eyes marked everyone in the room. His partner, a shorter, scruffier-looking man with 5 o'clock shadow and what looked like a bathrobe looked grim and clutched the handle of his katana tightly. You're sure? Madame Juo snorted like a bull, with steam to match. Wearing theater masks and calling themselves comedy and tragedy? They were hard to miss, but some pretty tough customers. Ponytail cracked his neck, the air in his joints escaping with little pops. So are we. Let's go Zero. His partner nodded and offered his hand, which was engulfed in Madame Juo's own. I don't say this often, but, thank you. Go on then, enough lollygagging. Shoo, shoo. Zero's eyes slid over them and Sasuke shivered. He recognized those eyes, because they used to be in his nightmares. The eyes of a man without mercy or pity. A man who was already dead. A man who was staring at Sakura with a distant and oddly desperate expression as she glared right back and brought her hands together for a genjutsu. Please stop staring at me. Zero warned his partner as both his own sword and Indra's slipped an inch out of their sheaths. The man in the bathrobe blinked and the moment was gone. Got lost in the jungle there, he said in what she supposed was an apology. Okay. Sakura didn't even get to answer before Zero was gone, running out the door at full speed, leaving the swinging doors rattling. As they swung back in towards the bar's occupants, his partner simply vanished. As the tension dissipated back into the early afternoon dust motes caught in the sunlight, Team 7 got their first good look at Madame Juo. In many respects, she was a wrinkly old woman, small, back bent under the weight of years and poor posture, a kindly, warm voice that reminded Sasuke of peach carts and gifts, a flower-patterned kimono. Deep red skin, massive, weathered hands, and a mouth full of sharp, protruding teeth, said otherwise. The ONI somehow managed to smile at the woman still leaning on the bar. I'm ready for you now, my dear. Thank you for being so patient, but theirs was an unusual case. The woman drained her glass in one long pull and placed a few carefully folded bills underneath the rim as Yaksha wordlessly accepted them. Thank you, madam. Your hospitality is, as always, appreciated. The ONI waved her hands up the stairs invitingly. Then I shall simply have to smother you in more of it. They moved up the stairs and disappeared into some hidden office beyond the bar watcher's sight. Sasuke's mouth worked soundlessly for a few minutes, as did Sakura's, while Indra, Kojumo, and the rest of the imps watched with deep amusement. Naruto's voice was unusually high-pitched. So, does she really eat people? Yakusha shrugged and pointed across the room to the rules. Third offenders, mostly. Especially people who try to offer her alcohol. The pink kunoichi finally found her voice. Wait, so she's a recovering alcoholic and she owns a bar for bounty hunters? How does that work? I mean, why? Rule 1, kid. Now you imps plan on ordering something, or are you just going to take up bar stools? The children huddled together for a frantic whispered conversation and Naruto turned back to the counter, still slightly drooling. We'll try the kushiyaki and some of those chicken stick things, please. While his genin were dangling off the edges of bar stools, Indra's face was pursed in a frown as he stared down at the collection of snap peas spread across the western grass border. The scale of these incursions. Kojumo counted on his fingers and turned back to his imps for a brief confirmation. I'm not exactly a strategist, but small groups of 10-man squads kept converging on trouble spots to reinforce the initial scouts. I think they were looking for something and grass took the brunt of their anger. Lot of losses on their side, but seeing as how we were running away from the fighting once we got our man, don't take that as the holy word. The Uchiha traced the border and mentally calculated the distance to Konoha. The grass village wouldn't have invited a leaf team into the country, let alone to a personal audience with the Kusakage, if they'd been dealing with incursions like that. Councillor Sore's formal invitation had reached the leaf yesterday, which meant the grass likely wasn't expecting them for another 2 weeks. A premature arrival, particularly in the form of the evidently notorious Indra Uchiha, could reinvigorate the alliance between grass and leaf on the battlefield. On his other non-existent hand, actual battle not related to Karen Uzumaki was well outside the scope of their mission mandate, and any offer of assistance could be taken as yet further insult, implying the minor nation was too weak to protect itself. Indra leaned back in his chair as Yakusha set down several beers in front of their informal war council. Scattered pleasantries passed between the bartender and his patrons as the Uchiha silently brooded. Suddenly, he missed his Naruto with a passion. That eternally confident smile and quiet confidence that said, in 1,000 subtle ways, as the 7th Hokage, whatever decision Sasuke made out in the field, he would back it to the hilt, no matter the international repercussions. Indra looked over to see his genin devouring both meat and vegetable skewers. The confidence and the smile were still there, but Naruto looked to him as a teacher and protector, not as equals. Indra would have to make this call on his own, with the village council eagerly waiting to pounce on his perceived mistake. He lifted his mug and made a silent decision, hoping they wouldn't make things worse for Karen. Well then, ogres and imps, congratulations on a successful hunt. May ours be equally so. There was broad agreement and 1 or 2 cheers led by Naruto. He even caught Sakura raising a glass of what he was pretty sure was tap water. One positive result of all their training was that she was definitely coming out of her shell. A bell rang above them, and Indra cast a regretful look at his still mostly full glass, but speaking with Madame Juo with beer breath was a bad idea. He swung his glass over to Kojumo, who, along with most of his men, was watching the graceful blue-haired woman descend the stairs. Hey, ONI. Eh? What? The rest is yours, if you don't mind the backwash. The weathered bounty hunter grinned as he rolled up his map of southern stone and grass country. I'm always happy to have a drink I didn't have to pay for. Indra approached the bar and was fishing for his wallet when a 100 yuan note folded into the shape of a butterfly perched itself on his nose. One kindness deserves another, said the ogress as she swooped past them without even a backward glance. He barely had time to unfold the money and pass it to Yakusha before Madame Juo was upon them in all her ONI descended glory. The diminutive woman hopped up onto a bar stool to look Indra in the eye, hands on her hips, and face scowling. Though in truth, it was very difficult to tell. So you're the mystery fool who's been bumbling about Konoha these last few years. She peered closer and tapped her long nose thoughtfully. You wouldn't happen to have anything to do with that attack, would you? I threw him out of here a long time ago because he set my roof on fire. Oh, and he killed his family, I suppose, she added as an afterthought. Indra grimaced. I tried to kill him, if that counts, Madame Zhuo. She patted his back in what was supposed to be a comforting manner, but just knocked him forwards towards the stairs. Well, it's good enough for me. Such a shame, he was always such a polite young man. Oh, and here's his younger brother, how good to see you, Suzuki. She swept forwards and pinched his cheek as Suzuki reflexively tried to bat her hand away, but the old woman, like most old women, would not be denied as she bundled all three protesting children into her arms. Come, come, there's no need to stand around with these ogres when my office is just upstairs. Sensei, help, cried Naruto as his legs pinwheeled in the air, but Indra simply flicked on his Sharingan to capture the memory. Sakura couldn't decide if she should be offended or comforted, and had settled on confused, while Suzuki had shut down completely, his face a blank mask. Indra waved a nonchalant goodbye to Kojumo, who returned it in good cheer, and followed Madame Zhuo up the stairs and through the nondescript door to her office. While Madame Zhuo herself had many of the mannerisms and temperament of a grandmother, her office was a testament to her heritage. A cracked, earthen teakettle sat, simmering on the corner of the desk, which was just as worn and covered in slashes as the bar below. A small window looked out at the road leading up to the tavern, flanked by two weapons racks full of cleavers and iron clubs twice the size and weight of Naruto's fox fang. One particularly well-worn kanabo was nearly as tall and broad as Indra, and Naruto's half-hearted protests cut off as he immediately began asking Madame Zhuo all manner of questions about it. She held up a gnarled finger to silence him and kicked the door closed behind Indra. As the lock clicked automatically, a muffling sensation drifted across the ears of everyone present as few ninjutsu seals along the doorframe glowed briefly. She dropped each genin into a chair, three of which were already waiting for Team 7, and Indra leaned on Madame Zhuo's desk with his good arm. No offense, Madame Zhuo, but I'll stand. Of course, you will, dear, said the ONI dismissively. Now that we're all safe and sound, let's take a look at all of you. Let's see. She pointed at Suzuki. You're pretty standard. Uchiha, understandably gloomy, out for vengeance, thank goodness you've got good friends to keep your head on straight. She chuckled. Or not, as the case may be. But it's not my place to meddle. Bullshit, said Indra. You love to meddle, so please, meddle away. The ONI arched a bushy eyebrow. Oh, don't tempt me, Indra-san. Suzuki finally found his voice. Wait, what's this all about? The old ONI pinched his cheek again. Oh, don't you worry about a thing, dearest. I just get to take a good long look at you youngsters to see where you're going in life, and in return, I help you with your little summoning problem. The window rattled as the vast form of Karura landed in the yard, half a deer carcass in his claws and beak covered in bright red blood. And, right on schedule, Madame Zhuo chirped as she opened the window. How wonderful to see you, Karura. How is your dear mother? Annoyed you haven't died already, you old hag, shouted the hawk in irritation. Just finish your vague prophecies so we can get to business. HMF, well I never, huffed the tavern owner as she turned back to Team 7. Naruto was bouncing on his chair while Sakura looked skeptical. Baba, can I call you that? Baba Zhuo, you gotta tell me. How great of a Hokage am I gonna be? Oh, I couldn't possibly spoil that, dear. Half the fun is the anticipation, after all. Isn't that right, Kuwabai no Kitsune? Inside his cage, Kurama rolled his eyes. I'm impressed she's still around. I would have sworn one fool or another would have destroyed her by now. Old busybody. Naruto looked down at his stomach, then up just as quickly. Wait, how did you know dash? Oh, do give me some credit, dear, said Madame Zhuo as she poured herself a generous cup of tea. It's literally written all over your face. Really, you're an open book even to someone blind, deaf, and dumb. No wonder that boy's going to be smitten with you, it's endearing. Wait, what boy? What d'ya mean? Oh, never you mind and accept the compliment. She winked at Naruto, which made her expression seem somewhat less fearsome. Thanks, I think. Be sure that you do. Madame Zhuo turned to Sakura. Let me guess, Indra-san. An Uchiha, Inuzumaki, the obvious choice is a Senju to complete the set, seeing how she's clearly not a Hyuga. No ma'am, said Sakura with a more than a touch of annoyance. I'm Sakura Harino. We're not really a clan, honestly. And you're so much better off for it, dear, said Madame Juo. No matter what village, even if they've left the village, it's all about honor this, the family name that, destined fate, blah blah, blah. It simply becomes tiresome after the first century. Live for yourself, if you want my advice. Certainly try to finish off all the prophecies you can as soon as possible, get those out of the way. Bothersome things, why if I ever get my hands on that wretched toad. The Oni woman trailed off and strode back to the window, leaning on it to yell back down at Indra's summon. The girl reminded me, Karura, have any of your lot managed to devour that wrinkly toad elder yet? There was a wet snapping noise as a hunk of venison was torn from the deer and the hawk swallowed. Not for lack of trying, but the old fool stays inside almost every day now. When will you get to our summoning contract, because I certainly didn't fly all this way for your wildlife, the stingy things. All right, I suppose, grumbled Madame Juo. Get your feathered head up here and tell me the story again. Indra levered himself up from the desk he'd been leaning on as his summon hopped forward and stuck his massive beaked head into the second-story window, his breath quickly filling the room with the stench of deer. Sasuke and Sakura gagged, while Naruto swallowed down whatever he'd been about to throw up with visible effort in a pained grimace. We did write you a letter, Madame Juo. The Oni plopped herself down in her own desk chair and put her feet up on it, granting the Genin a clear view of two very thick legs. I read it, but these sorts of things are always best to hear straight from the mouths of babes. Or birds, as it were. Now go on. Karura began. The Uchiha clan has held one of the summoning contracts for the Gold Feather Hawks since before the Warring States era. We were ideally suited to one another, and despite outbursts of pride, both our clans have coexisted in relative harmony. However, 5 years ago, the slow but steady trickle of Uchiha who signed the contract came to a halt. At first, we thought it was simply the distribution of births was off and those who would come of age would of course be granted the contract. After all, they possessed the Corvide contract as well, and perhaps there were simply a succession of Uchiha more suited to those tricksters. The bird managed to look disdainful. However, Kachuo had flown over the Leaf Village one summer morning and saw a great many bodies in the street. For a time, we feared that we would be forced to rely more on those summoners in the Land of Lightning as our mortal intercessors, but then word reached us of what had happened in full, by way of an accidental summoning. Indra took over the story smoothly, his calm temper a contrast to the Hawk's put-upon tone. Itachi, as we all know, slaughtered the Uchiha clan, but he also stole many of the clan's ancestral scrolls. The scroll on Sharingan Variations, the secondary lineage scroll, a rare painting by Teihua Uchiha who could breathe her drawings to life, and most importantly, both of the clan's summoning scrolls. Madame Juo grunted. So you want me or some of the other bounty hunters around here to find the scrolls for you? Indra shook his head as Sasuke looked starry-eyed at Karura while thoughts of his very own summon flashed through his head. To fly above the clouds like they'd done today, Naruto elbowed him and grinned as Sakura gave the younger Uchiha a thumbs up. I already think I know where they are, it's getting to them that's the problem. The Uchiha clan meeting temple in the southwest of the Land of Fire. It's old and untouched, but if an Uchiha other than Itachi steps foot onto its grounds, I suspect the entire place would light up like a fireworks festival. He would do that, admitted Sasuke, who remembered the half a dozen explosive tags Kakashi and Kat had found inside Itachi's mattress. Madame Juo refilled her teacup and held it delicately between two massive fingers. And how would you be paying for such an expedition, Indra and Sasuke Uchiha? Restoring a clan's pride, rescuing the summoning scrolls of the pompous and preening Gold Feather Hawks dash. Karura snapped at her but squawked as he nearly got his head stuck in the windowsill and Naruto sniggered. Madame Juo kept going. Well, that would require more than just gold for the Oni in question, as I'm sure you know. What could I possibly provide the ancient and knowledgeable Madame Juo that she could not simply procure for herself? A good roll in the sack would be nice. Naruto fell off his chair, Sasuke went for his sword, and Sakura's inner personality burst out into near hysterical laughter, followed a moment later by Madame Juo. Indra and Karura shared a long-suffering look and returned to simply staring at Madame Zhuo. "Oh, ho 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 ho, you should have seen your faces," the Oni cackled as she pointed at the children. "That was absolutely worth offending the Uchiha clan's bloodline guardian for. That's not even his style." Her mirth disappeared just as quickly as she had summoned it, and the old woman swung around to stand before Indra, looking up at him in all seriousness. "No, Indra Uchiha," she said sternly. "I want you to find Tsunade Senju and make her settle her debt with me. She's avoided this region of fire country for 20 years, and I'm tired of waiting. Or you could cut out the middle woman and find my husband's head yourself." Nothing in Indra's past, present, or future knowledge had the slightest hint to the location of Madame Zhuo's husband. "I didn't even know you had a husband. Neither did your wife, yet you still had one. Why deny an old Oni the same pleasures?" Indra was about to say something deeply unwise when Karura screeched in irritation. "By the sky, you two legs always take far too long with everything, just agree to the sun-scorched mission and let's get going. We've lingered long enough here as it is." Madame Zhuo held out her hand and Indra, with some hesitation, took it. The genin leaned forward, expecting some flash of light, pulse of chakra, or elaborate sealing jutsu, but there was none. Indra surreptitiously wiped his hand on his pants. "Would there be a time limit on this debt settlement, considering your impatience?" "As long as it's not another 20 years, said Madame Zhuo as she opened the door and began shepherding them down the stairs. "Baba Zhuo, why'd your husband's head go missing, though?" asked Naruto as he slid down the banister. "That would fall under Rule 1, dear. Come back with a respectable bounty under your belt and maybe I'll tell you about it sometime." She turned and waved a welcome to the Oni currently engaged in a spirited game of dice with Kojumo's imps. "Teiwa dear, it's so good to see you again. You'll never guess who just finished indulging me. Another Uzumaki, by way of the leaf. He's such a cheerful young man." The sound of Madame Zhuo's voice fell away as the Sound Four locked eyes with each one of Indra's students. The red-headed girl's cool gaze drifted over Sasuke and Naruto, lingered on Sakura, and locked onto Indra's face with all the inevitability of a falling star. Chapter 39, Mission to Grass, Unexpected Uzumaki. Indra's knuckles were white as he gripped the hilt of his sword underneath his cloak, but his face was expressionless. He inclined his head in the barest suggestion of a nod as his mind gamed out every possible way this conversation could go. 60% of the permutations in his head ended in a fight his team would lose, with deadly consequences. He could feel the assessing gazes of the Sound Five as well. Kidomaru, arrogant and amused, Teiwa, a bubbling cauldron of skepticism and curiosity, Jirobo, unsurprisingly hungry as he eyed fresh stores of chakra, and Kimimaro, whose teal eyes burned with cold fire as killing intent poured off of the slim man. The Naruto in his head cajoled Indra forward as Madame Zhuo passed in front of him, his blonde student following in her wake. "Ogre Uzumaki of the Sound, it is my profound pleasure to introduce you to Ogre Uzumaki of the Leaf." Naruto stuck out his hand and beamed one of his signature smiles. "Hi there. My name's Naruto Uzumaki, and I'm gonna be the next Hokage. Nice to meet ya." The older redhead looked him up and down, one hand on her hip. "Fucking whatever, shrimp. Where have the tides taken you?" Naruto's expression said he clearly had no idea what she was talking about, but Sakura answered as she rallied to her teammate's side. "Far from the rocky shore and currents of our birth, daughter of the tides." The pink-haired girl rolled her eyes. "I told you about this, Naruto, remember? The traditional countersign greeting from Konoha etiquette." "Ah, Kman, you expect me to memorize all of that?" Kidomaru chuckled as some of the tension began to dissipate. "Kid wants to be a Kage and can't even memorize a basic greeting? Good luck with that." "Hey, dash." Whatever Naruto was about to say was cut off by Teiwa as she wrenched his head up and studied his face, turning it side to side before shoving him backwards. Her hand moved towards Sakura to repeat the gesture, but Sasuke snatched her wrist, glaring right back up at the older Kunoichi. "Don't touch my friends." Something bone-white dropped into Kimimiro's hand and sliced towards Sasuke's face, only to be intercepted by a massive red hand that engulfed the blade and most of the Sound Ninja's hand. "Now, dears, haven't I been very clear about the rules?" asked Madame Zhuo in a disappointed voice. Naruto's hand found the handle of Fox Fang and was trapped by the diminutive Oni woman's other hand. If you're going to fight, take it outside. She pivoted on the spot, sending both teams scattering backwards and flung first Kimimaro, then Naruto through the doors to land in the dirt yard. Karura squawked and hopped backwards as the two human projectiles landed next to his deer carcass. Seriously? Sorry, Karura-san, muttered Naruto as he scrambled to his feet and spun to the side as a bone blade sought his throat. Hey, what gives teeny brows? Your master killed mine, ground out Kimimaro in a monotone. Therefore, I simply have to return the favor. Ah, Kmin, moaned Naruto as he moved backwards towards the crowd who had spilled out onto the steps and were arguing furiously. Then you should be going after him, not me. Agreed, called Indra from where he was being held back by Kidomaru and Jirobo. Your quarrel is with me, not my students. The white-haired sound ninja's emotionless facade cracked for the first time as something wounded and crazed bled into his eyes. You could never understand, he cried, how you have hurt us, the only way I can make you hurt in turn. Teiwa and Sakura were having a low, but fierce discussion in whispers while Sasuke loomed behind Sakura's shoulder, expression torn between supporting one friend or the other. Look, I'm telling you Naruto's the Uzumaki, not me. And I'm telling you we both know that's bullshit. Look, the kid's obviously good at drawing attention, but the jig's up. Come with us, and I'll call my friend off. She's hiding desperation beneath her anger, noted inner Sakura as her outward self rallied. I think better when my friends aren't in danger of decapitation, she snapped. Call him off now. Her hands moved through signs as she laced her sentence with both subtle and unsubtle compulsion genjutsu from chapter 1 of her book. Teiwa clearly caught the obvious one and dispelled it easily as Sakura felt her own chakra slip into the redhead's subconscious. Genjutsu user, well, wha'd ya fucking know? Alright, fine. I didn't really want to have to pick up Kimimiro's mess anyway. Teiwa raised her voice as Naruto's collar was shredded into orange and white scraps by another pass of the bone blade. Kimimaro, Seikon, enough. The lavender mop of hair at the nape of Kimimiro's neck stirred as Team 7 stared in astonishment. Sure Teiwa-san, croaked the head as Kimimaro froze in place, limbs straining against themselves. Naruto scrambled backwards on all fours, the handle of Fox Fang slick with sweat as Sasuke ran to him at last, hands moving over Naruto's shredded jacket. Naruto, are you okay? The blonde gave Sasuke a shaky smile. Yeah, thanks. I'm fine. My jacket's pretty shredded though. Sasuke looked like he wasn't sure whether to be relieved or exasperated. You have two more just like it back home. But it's like my signature thing, you know. As the boys bickered to hide their relief and all ignored Kimimaro hissing threats at Indra, Naruto, and Teiwa, the redhead gestured for her subordinates to release Indra. Team 7's sensei snatched his sword back from Kidomaru's many hands and glowered at Jirobo, who had drained a sizable portion of his chakra. You taste just as good as I remember, said the big man greedily. Indra flipped him off and turned to their leader. It is a pleasure to see you again, Teiwa Uzumaki, he said shortly. If you kept better control of your blade, we might be having this conversation over a meal. I really don't see why we need to be enemies. You killed Orochimaru-sama, she snapped, but visibly reined herself in. That's a big fucking deal, so we can't let that slide. Understandable, Indra allowed. But I would appreciate it if you left my genin out of our business. Teiwa pointed her flute at the trio, who were all sitting on the grass and making faces at Kikimora and thanking Seikon for paralyzing him. Well, at least one of them is an Uzumaki, so that makes them my business. They who you wanted me to meet, last time we fucked each other up. Indra nodded. I was married to an Uzumaki once and owe him a great deal. Getting clan members to meet is the least I can do. The redhead was silent as they watched Jirobo and Kidomaru come to the defense of their paralyzed squad mate. If you're all quite done, came an impatient voice from the doorway. Madame Juo occupied most of it as Kojumo and his imps tried to slide past her unobtrusively. Indra stood aside to let them pass and the man from the land of stars slipped something into his hand as they went by. Teiwa looked down at the two teenagers describing to a skeptical Team 7 how they'd kicked Indra's butt, and tucked her flute back into her belt. Guess so. Does an old bitch like you still have time for a young bitch like me? The ONI sniffed disdainfully. Provided your imps behave themselves, of course. I did say I had so much to tell you. Why, to Uzumaki under my roof, it's been quite a while since such a strange circumstance. Yeah. Teiwa only barely hid the wave of relief that passed over her, and Indra couldn't blame the girl. Madame Juo's ire was not something any long-lived ninja had. The redhead turned to point at her subordinates. All right, fuckers, listen up. Seikon, you're in charge, just put Kimimaro to sleep, we'll deal with him later. Jirobo, Kidomaru, hands off the Uchiha until I get back. I gotta talk to him too, then we're heading back. Can we get something to eat, pleaded Jirobo, and Indra was uncomfortably reminded of Naruto and Sasuke as Kidomaru shoved the larger man with 3 arms, sending him stumbling sideways. Seikon's no and Teiwa's yes intercepted one another, and Jirobo accepted the answer he wanted, instead of the one he heard. He positively bowled over Madame Juo, who pivoted at the waist to send the teenager's significant mass towards the bar. All right, you imps, back inside. The sound ninja strolled past Indra, each shooting him some measure of ill intent, but they were smart enough to know when to pick their battles. Seikon was slower, stumbling slightly in the familiar/unfamiliar body of Kimimaro, and Indra turned to see Team 7 giving him questioning and doubtful glances. Through a curtain of dark hair, he saw Teiwa disappear into Madame Juo's office along with the old woman herself. All right, he relented. Team meeting. They huddled around Karura's head, and an earth jutsu from Sakura buried the remains of the deer carcass underground. Unsurprisingly, Naruto was the first to speak. Okay, what the heck's going on here, sensei? These are Naga Kopaichiato, hissed Karura in disdain. They stink of the snake, may his bones rot in the earth forevermore. They're Orochimaru's former bodyguards, elaborated Indra. I fought them 3 years ago, fairly successfully, I might add, but I never expected them to show up here. Sakura's eyebrows rose. So when they said they trapped you in a stone golem, they left out the part where I shattered it with lightning, said Indra with fond recollection before sobering up. He unfurled the paper Kojomo had slipped him, read it, and passed it to Sasuke. Here's the deal. Kojomo over there's agreed to help find out summoning scrolls, and we'll meet up with him here on our way back from grass. Karura, how much time is left on your summoning? The vast eagle scratched at the dirt in thought. Perhaps 2.5 hours, but you won't be able to summon me again for some time. A few days, depending on how hard the journey is, a week if those Naga manage to injure me. The disdain in the hawk's voice showed how likely he thought that prospect was. Sakura spoke next. So, plenty of time for us to make it to the grass border today, right sensei? Indra nodded. If the parameters of this mission were to simply rescue one Uzumaki, yes. But Teiwa's presence here is a rare opportunity for a flag of truce. He looked at Naruto. This might be the one's chance for you to speak with her when she's not trying to kill us, considering she's a B-rank ninja with a chip on her shoulder. She's a Naga, just like her master, hissed Karura. Trust nothing she says. One of her kind lets honest feelings do dishonest work. But if you plan on walking into a viper's mouth, remember that I warned you. Naruto looked torn. He was fidgeting with the hilt of Fox's fang. Well, I don't want to cause any of you guys trouble, maybe we should just go on ahead and dash. Naruto, interrupted Sasuke as he put a hand on the blonde's shoulder, looking him in the eyes. You have to try. Even if she hates our guts, at least that's one more person from your family you know, right? Naruto looked uncertain, but at Sasuke's hopeful expression, nodded. Yeah. His voice came out hoarse and he cleared his throat. It's just dash. Sakura put her hand on Naruto's other shoulder. No matter what, you've got us. Geez, let a guy finish a sentence, why don't ya, he mumbled, but the tone was one of relief more than anything else. Okay, let's stick around and meet this lady. Indra bowed to his summon. Karura Kami, thank you for carrying us all this way. Your counsel has been much appreciated, but we shall take the land route from here. The vast hawk bent to Indra's ear and spoke softly so even Sakura next to him could barely hear. You know this is a mistake, Indra-san. It's not his choice to make, said Sakura to her sensei. Karura disappeared in a plume of smoke that filled the yard, causing the horses tied up to nick her in surprise. Indra herded the children inside as his eyes met those of Kojumo, who had just swung up onto the saddle of his horse. Indra slapped his clenched fist against his heart and the bounty hunter responded in kind. The Uchiha passed into the bar once more, not knowing it was the last time he would see the man alive. The inside of Madame Juo's bar lost the sleepy quality it had earlier in the afternoon in favor of the expectant silence before a battle. Indra shepherded his genin towards the chairs closest to the door and with a clear line of sight to the three sound ninja leaning back in their chairs with the same forced casualness. They'd already eaten, and it was clear each his students were occupied with their own thoughts, so Indra allowed the silence to stand for a while. Even when he did begin discussing escape plans and combat techniques, it was mostly to draw his students out of their heads. Allow some deliberation but avoid brooding. While something similar had been mentioned in Parenting Book No. 2, this was an Harano/Uchiha original. Both groups waited for an hour, long enough that the sun had already started to dip towards the horizon and a few of the regulars drifted in for drinks. Shabby men in shabby clothes, with suspicious eyes, but all kept their distance from the two tables hosting ninja. Finally, the balcony door opened and Teiwaya stalked out ahead of Madame Juo. The small black cap that had been on her head before was gone and red hair cascaded around her shoulders. She stormed down the stairs and dragged Kidomaru into a hushed but fierce conversation. The spider ninja's extra hands might have been useful in battle, but to Indra's Sharingan, it meant all his physiological tells were 3 times as obvious. Shock, incredulity, suspicion, then sudden acceptance. They clasped hands and the diminutive leader of the sound ninja strolled over to Indra's table. To his silent pride, the children had been watching as well, and had picked up at least some of the dynamics at play. Sakura's hands disappeared below the table, at least 3 genjutsu of varying levels of subtlety. Naruto crossed his arms and the set of his shoulders meant he was bracing emotionally for whatever was to come. Sasuke was simply staring at the woman from behind clasped hands. Teiwaya gave a put-upon sigh and put her hands on her hips. Madame Juo says you lot are headed to grass and there's some kind of fighting going on out there. We're gonna make sure you bastards get there in one piece, see if we can't pick up a contract in the bargain. Fair. So now you're all buddy-buddy with us? Asked Naruto as his master raised one eyebrow at Teiwaya in a silent question. The girl blew a strand of hair back on her forehead as something approaching pride flashed across her face. Just with you, Blondie. I figure as the closest thing to a clan head you're gonna get, you need some help, cause right now, you don't know shit about shit. Well, that's certainly true, blurted Sakura with a playful elbow to Naruto's shoulder. I tried teaching him that greeting twice, and it didn't stick. I've found that with Naruto, the key is repetition, said Indra dryly as some of the tension began to dissipate. Sasuke was still watching the comatose form of Kimimaro like a hawk, so he took pity and indicated the pale form, where a purple head of hair was protruding from the sleeping man's shoulder to gesticulate with a withered extra arm for another mug of beer. Will Kimimaro Kagaya be a problem? Teiwaya gave him the finger and beckoned over Jirobo as the massive man swallowed a roll of sushi whole and licked his fingers. Mostly his problem, but that's why I keep this overly polite idiot around, even though he's eating us out of half our pay every week. You eat just as much, rumbled Jirobo. So which one's the actual Uzumaki? The freaking blonde, if you can believe it. Go help Seikon get mobile, we're hitting the road with these leaf bastards, we can kill their sensei later. Shrugging, Jirobo offered a shoulder to the 2 ninja sharing Kimimiro's body and they moved to pay off the bartender while Kidomaru hovered at Teiwaya's right shoulder. The genin looked first at the sound ninja then at Indra with concern, but he waved it away. I'll be fine. I swear to the goddess, growled Teiwaya, if it wasn't for family fucking obligations, you'd be a dead man. The 2 groups moved towards the exit and Indra noticed Sasuke and Sakura had surrounded Naruto protectively while keeping their sensei between them and the sound ninja. Then I am grateful, said Indra, that Madame Juo was able to impress upon you the importance of family. Teiwaya chuckled. Oh, that's fucking rich coming from the guy who showed up after his clan was dead. She turned to Naruto, who was glaring at her with clenched fists and bared teeth. Over his shoulder, Sasuke and Sakura exchanged a look. Naruto was angry, time to listen and see if Sasuke's theory about the fox was true. So, kid, level with me. Which one of your parents was the Uzumaki, and what did they tell you? Naruto fired right back, his temper riled. I'm not gonna tell you anything if you keep being so rude to us. First you don't believe me when I say I'm an Uzumaki, then you keep threatening Indra-sensei. My mom was Kushina Uzumaki and she was twice as cool as you, and I know that even if I never met her. HMF, I have a summoning contract with demons, I'd say that's pretty cool. Kushina Uzumaki, though, Teiwa rolled the name around in her mouth, tasting each syllable for something familiar. Kido, you hear that name at all? Lord Orochimaru mentioned it a few times when he was attaching these. One hand tapped his multi-jointed shoulders, where dark scars still remained. Granted, I was pretty high on painkillers, but he wished he could have gotten a sample of her blood, just to give us better healing. Said he saw her picking ice spikes twice the size of Kunao out of her back and thighs once. It's not much, but hey, confirmation. Several hands gave Naruto a thumbs up. You're in the clear, kid. His smile was patronizing, but Naruto either didn't notice or chose to ignore it as Teiwa's other teammates left the bar, followed by assorted jeers. She rushed to them, hands moving over Kimimaro and Seikon's form. What did you idiots do now? Are we banned from Madame Juos? Please tell me we're not banned from fucking Madame Juos. Even the younger members of Team 7 could hear the note of desperation in her voice, which was quickly smothered by the return of Teiwa's perpetual irritation at her team. Seikon spoke up. Apparently my existence disturbed some people's meals, and Kimimiro's argument was rather loud, but we got it sorted out. So he's not going to sprout bones and try killing us all in half a mile. I will not, said Kimimaro with obvious reluctance. I would prefer to be awake for the duration of this encounter, so Seikon has agreed to give me control of my body back once more. Even in death, Lord Orochimaru's wisdom shines through his decision to unite us. Okay, this dude is bugfuck crazy, and that's coming from me, said inner Sakura, and her outer self agreed heartily. Of course, as they set out, both ninja groups attempted some thoroughly unprofessional and blatantly obvious shuffling. No one wanted to leave even a tenuous ally at their backs, but everyone wanted to be near their fellows, so what emerged was a staggered procession with Sasuke and Kidomaru in front, Teiwa and Naruto behind them, and both Sakura and Jirobo as a break between the most lethal fighters of Kimimaro and Indra, who were pointedly ignoring each other and kept their hands close to weapons. Teiwa had her flute in her hand and was flipping it between fingers as Naruto looked up at her expectantly. So you said something about family obligations. The girl blinked, drawn out of her head. Yeah, so first things first. No matter how strong you get, even if you become Hokage, never, ever, tell a mist shinobi you're an Uzumaki. Quickest way to death by Hunternin you'll ever get. Sakura's voice floated over from further back. But, it's been decades since the fall of Uzushio, and the mist is locked in a civil war. Why would they send valuable ninja away from the battlefield just to hunt one Uzumaki? Teiwa's laugh was bitter with experience. To the mist, every dead Uzumaki just makes the mist more secure, no matter the circumstances. My mum was a clamfish wife, and she got 6 swords through the back anyway. You think Yagura cares? The guy who instituted the bloodline wars, just to be absolutely sure? He'd mount our skulls on his headboard while he's fucking his wife. Nah, stay far, far away from the mist in the land of water if you can. Naruto swallowed hard and his eyes were bright as he asked, but why do they want to kill us so badly? Teiwa clenched her fist as the black sigils of a curse mark spiraled out from the nape of her neck. Because we were powerful, and we scared them. Tiny, mortal ninjas, with their tiny jutsu and tiny minds. As if Uzushio ever wanted something as petty as political influence with a daimyo when we could seal away real power. Deep inside Naruto, Kurama woke from a deep slumber. He smelled something familiar, the scent of salt and ancient rocks. Interesting. The older Uzumaki was ranting now. Uzu was older than them, and even after they tried so very hard to kill us all, you and I are proof of their failure. Mother's blessings make us hard to kill. The goddess of the seas favors us, not the Mizukage. Even here, so far from the sea, our ancestors are with us. Naruto's mouth dropped open as Teiwa's skin darkened and horns sprouted from her brow. Indra and Sasuke's hands were on their swords, but the sound ninja didn't look concerned. Sakura elbowed Jirobo. "Should we be worried?" she hissed, but the large teen shook his head. "Nah, she's on a roll, now." Teiwa pointed one lone finger at Naruto, as golden yellow eyes stared into blue. "We fucked them by surviving, and we're going to keep fucking them until they're bloody. Even in our ignorance, with our libraries Ash, my mother, and I kept the faith. I've survived 2 villages now, through water and fire, and I have kept our contract with the demons of Oni Island." She held up her flute, backlit by the dimming sun, and the pale metal glinted silver-white as she threw her arms wide and bellowed at the universe. "We're still here. We won't just lie down and die. We bound the god of death into a jutsu and made him our bitch, so bring it on." There was a hiss of oiled steel as Sasuke drew his sword and thrust it into the sky as well, eyes blazing red. "The Uchiha and the Uzumaki are still here. We won't just lie down and die. We will have our vengeance." Teiwa's expression burst into a fierce, fanged grin, and Indra was suddenly, vividly reminded of his Naruto, fangs bared in defiance, as he stared down his death in pouring Uzashio rain. He wasn't sure if it was a promising comparison and opened his mouth to say something, but Naruto beat him to it. "Sasuke, what are you doing? This is my family junk, buzz off." The younger Uchiha shook his head. "I told you before, Naruto, we're family. Indra-sensei, you told us the shinobi world chewed up clans and spat them back out. The only way we can start changing that, is if we do it together. We're already doing that, right?" His gaze softened as his free hand reached out to cup the back of Naruto's head. "You've been here for me, let me be here for you." Naruto nodded and hugged his teammate, burying his face in Sasuke's collar. Teiwa looked like she'd seen a ghost but nodded as she clenched her fist once more. "You really mean that, kid? You understand what that means?" Naruto drew away and looked between them as Sasuke nodded. His sword flashed across his palm and he offered it first to Naruto, then Teiwa. "A blood oath between clans. Protection, no matter what, even if the whole world is against us." "It sure sounds like it is," muttered Sakura. Indra stepped forward, ignoring Kimimaro. "Sasuke, Naruto, you should slow down and think about this. A blood oath can be dangerous, especially considering Dash." "He's right," said Kidomaru, as he shoved Teiwa back and the girl barked out a stream of curses. "We've got 2 days until we get you to grass, all of you should think before you go doing something rash, Teiwa." The diminutive teenager stood on her tiptoes, but even with the cursed seal's horns giving her height, Kidomaru still looked down at her. "Go cool off. Scout, if you must, but you're not the only one missing a clan. Come back when you get that chip off your shoulder." Teiwa snarled at him, and again, the resemblance to Naruto was on full display. "Fuck you, Kido." Indra folded his arm over his stump. "The spider is correct." His Sharingan flashed. "Go." The girl turned and vanished deeper into the woods ahead of him with a shunshin. Only when the group was sure she was out of range did Kidomaru let out a sigh and gesture for the others to fall back into position. "I really thought she was going to slug me," he said as they began to move again. "She was," said Kimimaro, his teal eyes narrowed at the side of Indra's head. "What genjutsu did you cast, Indra Uchiha?" "I have no idea what you're talking about," lied Indra as Sasuke began wrapping his cut hand in bandages wrapped in healing ointment, courtesy of Mrs. Harano. 2 of Kidomaru's hands halted the boy's movements as they began to glow with green healing chakra. "Let me handle that, kid. Save those for an actual wound." Sasuke felt Naruto draw closer. "Wait, you know healing jutsu?" "Well, Lord Orochimaru sure as hell wasn't going to heal my flayed shoulders himself, so yeah. Plus, 6 arms mean I can cover more of these idiots when they get stuck in and actually wounded in battle. Sniping some idiot like your sensei is so much simpler." Indra allowed himself to be drawn into the conversation. "You tried. Never did manage to land a hit. Well, you promised to break Teiwa's nose, and that didn't happen." Sakura chuckled, then looked embarrassed, but none of the others appeared offended. "Is this what counts as shinobi humor?" Indra tossed her a granola bar, which was intercepted by Jirobo. "Considering no one has opened a bottle of sake, yes." The earth rumbled and something crashed against the forest floor, sending birds and other small animals fleeing in their direction. Naruto cast an anxious glance off into the forest and tapped his hands together. She's coming back, right? Once she gets it out of her system, grunted the large man as he ignored Sakura's protests. She'll be fine. True to the Sound Ninja's prediction, Teiwa returned as night fell and the two groups began to set up camp. Unlike the mingling done on the road, the sleeping arrangements were one-sided, but everyone was pleased when the diminutive girl dragged a fairly large buck back to the outskirts of camp for dinner. Sasuke quickly set up a fire as Jirobo and Naruto found common cause in speculating which parts of the deer were juiciest to eat. Indra cleared his throat. "Gather round, kids, I'll show you how to clean and dress a deer." Sakura let out an echo of disgust that was for once shared by her inner self. "Sensei, that's so gross, do we have to?" Sasuke shifted uncomfortably. He'd hunted with him once, but he hadn't seen the process that led to the sight of boar appearing on the table that night. His mother and brother had united against Fugaku on that note. "I don't know if dash." Indra knelt at the deer's stomach and channeled lightning chakra to 2 fingers. "You won't always have rations, and it's good knowledge to have. Naruto, Sakura, you don't want your first experience with a body to be on the battlefield." He paused and looked over his shoulder. Sakura was visibly bracing herself as if her sensei was about to hit her and Sasuke looked sick to his stomach. Teiwa stepped forward and rolled her eyes. "Fucking figures. The kid wanted to do a blood oath this afternoon, and now gets grossed out by a deer. First kill's gonna mess these ones up good." Indra stood up and brushed his hair back in an attempt to mask his irritation at the woman. "Ideally that day will be far away. Kidomaru, help me hang this, I'll skin it myself." The multi-limbed man nodded, and they moved off further from the campsite, the buck over their shoulders. Naruto's posture slumped. "Indra-sensei's disappointed in us." Sakura swung to look at him. "What? No, he's not. We don't need to see all that gross dash." She paused. "Stuff." Teiwa leaned on Naruto's head and grinned when he ducked out from under her and glared. "You probably do. Take it from us, he's trying to ease you three into what being a shinobi really is. You really think you three can have a whole ninja career just knocking people out?" Naruto kept his mouth shut, but the older Uzumaki seemed to read his mind anyway, because her laughter filled the small clearing. Shut up. You don't get to laugh at us like that. It's not funny." "Oh, it absolutely is," chuckled Teiwa. "Guys, how old were you when you saw your first body?" 12, said Jirobo. 8, mumbled Seikon's head. 5, said Kimimaro, from where he was mutinously constructing a spit out of what looked like his leg bones. Sakura gasped and Naruto took a step back as the flesh of his leg opened up and gently disgorged a yellow-white bone along with a generous helping of clear white fluid. The white-haired man had pulled up his pants legs and allowed his purple shirt to fall away and gather around his waist, but watching someone fiddle with their own bones gave Naruto the same feeling as if he'd walked into the wrong dressing room. And not in a good way. "I don't see what you children are so upset about. Konoha really has gone soft, like the rumors say." Despite his dry tone, they could still hear the disdain. Jirobo's foot nudged the pale man in the side. "Show him the thing, Kimimaro. You know, your party trick." He frowned. "If you refer to my clan's Kekai Genkai so casually, I'll skewer you with it, just to remind you to show some respect." Seikon's head jerked back and head-butted Kimimaro. "Just do it," chided the parasitic head. "It'll be funny. Will you make it an order, Teiwa?" The redhead grinned. "You better fucking believe it." With a put-upon sigh that said clearly how much better he was than this, the last member of the Kagaya clan stood up, stripped off his clothes in 2 quick movements, and turned himself inside out. It was like watching a flower bloom in reverse. A messy, wet, flower. All right, it wasn't much like that at all, but Sakura's inner self had to come up with something. She was crouched behind Sasuke's shoulder as the image burned itself into her vision and tried very hard not to be sick. She felt the gorge rising in her throat and spun away to empty her stomach all over the forest floor, to the Sound Ninja's laughter. Naruto had cringed backwards as well and put his hands over his eyes. "I'm not looking. I'm not looking," he chanted. "Gross, Gross, gross. Suzuki made a strangled noise that might have been meat or me, Sakura couldn't tell over. A hand, small, but impossibly strong, wrenched her upright and dragged her forward, towards where Okamichi could smell it. Smell him. Open your eyes, came Teiwa's fierce voice, no longer laughing. Both of you, open your fucking eyes, now. Sakura was shaken like a ragdoll, but she kept her eyes shut tight. Screw you, you bitch, she yelled back, and Naruto echoed her. Yeah, what the hell, lady? Just when I thought you were kinda cool, you're totally psycho. You need to see this, she hissed, more to Naruto than Sakura. You both want to be ninja, well this is what it is. If you can't handle it, pick another profession, hells, pick another name. You don't deserve to be an Uzumaki. Sakura dropped to the ground and opened her eyes to dead leaves and brown earth, along with the pale white of her hands. No organs. She turned, don't look, to see Naruto standing defiantly in front of Teiwa while Jirobo looked on with amusement. You don't get to decide shit, lady, she said and drew strength from the look of profound gratitude Naruto gave her. Everybody gets to decide what family means to them, and that includes their family name. My mom wanted me to be a seamstress and I enrolled in the Ninja Academy anyway. You don't get to tell Naruto anything. Brave words, from a squeamish coward, came Teiwa's rejoinder. Time to face reality. Flames ignited in Sakura's eyes. You and I both use genjutsu, she said. We make our own reality. With that, her hands moved through a series of signs as Sakura cast a utility jutsu from Chapter 3 of Kakashi's Genjutsu Handbook, Detachment from Earthly Concerns. It was technically a medical ninjutsu that would allow a shinobi to feel pain, locate the source of the damage, and discard the information as unimportant, promoting an efficient state of mind even in the heat of battle. It could also be used as a distraction, Kakashi's notes had said, as one of several layered genjutsu to alter the enemy's perception of themselves until they had forgotten a kunao had pierced their femoral artery. Sakura stood up, clenched her jaw, and looked straight on into the horror of Kimimura's party trick. Exposed muscle and ligaments shifted around a skull that looked like it had layers, not to mention twice as many teeth stacked on top of each other. A skeleton layered on top of the rest of the body, with a second, stronger bone structure below the visible muscle groups. His ribs were thicker, closer to plates, but she could still see organs pulsating between the cracks even as skeletal, wet hands cupped them close. Teiwa, sighed a burbling voice, can I shift back? You know it's difficult to hold some of these organs in, and I'll be coughing the rest of the night. No, wait, Sakura was surprised at her own voice as she drew closer. Something's off. Her head was right at Kimimura's chest level, and the firelight might just be playing tricks on her. Sakura looked back at Teiwa and Naruto, who were both looking at her with surprise, then back at her subject's face. Oddly enough, his teal blue eyes were recognizable and comforting for all the apathy they displayed. My body is a unique self-replicating osseous structure, of course it isn't like your anatomy textbooks, girl. Not with your bones, she drew a circle around his abdomen, with your lungs, right in there. Teiwa dropped Naruto like a sack of bricks and strode over, bending to follow Sakura's pointing finger. There, under the fifth rib. The redhead hummed. There's something, open up, Kimimaro. They all caught the note of uncertainty in her voice and drew closer. Even Jirobo lumbered over as Kimimura's ribs retracted back into his spine. Two reddish-pink organs began to fall forward and without a thought, Naruto, Sakura, and Teiwa's hands came forward to hold them in place. Please do not drop my liver. I'm more concerned about his lungs, came a strained voice from over her shoulder as Suzuki bent to examine the man as well. He was paler than usual, and his voice was a little shaky, but Suzuki indicated the two sacs that inflated and deflated with each of Kimimuro's breaths. I don't think those spots should be there. Against the warm glow of the firelight, the brown spots on otherwise pinkish flesh stood out like kunao on a field of snow. Kimimuro's voice remained calm. My lungs have always looked like that, from my memory. Suzuki and Sakura both shook their heads. That's not a good thing, Suzuki said, even as he knew this entire experience was going to give the Ninetales twice as many nightmares to feast on tonight. For once, memories of that day were going to be actually useful. Great Uncle Kojuchi had that, and he was a heavy smoker. He'd been sliced open, hip to shoulder, and Sasuke had seen the man's lungs as he'd rushed over to see if the man was still alive. The cigarette in his hand had still been warm. "Jirobo, get Kidomaru back here." Teiwa's voice had the big man disappear in a shunshin as Sasuke closed his eyes and resisted the urge to rub his eyelids. The way he was right now, he felt like he might just rip his own eyes out, so. Naruto's hand crept into his, and the thought vanished on the night breeze. He felt pressure on his leg and looked down to see Sakura leaning against him, taking deep breaths. This was fine. He was fine. They could be each other's rocks for now. He just had to hold steady. "Alright, what's the problem?" "Oh cool, we all doing party tricks. You should see the stuff I can make with my spit, makes the ladies run wild dash." "Get over here you dribbling moron," ground out Teiwa as she shifted her grip on what might have been her teammate's stomach. They heard Indra's voice leap an octave and a half into outrage as he stalked forward, and Sakura felt a warm hand begin to drag her backwards before Kidomaru shouted and a scuffle began behind her. "You filthy ingrates dash. Don't get dear blood on my teammate's organs," barked the Spider-Man. "Are you blind?" "Yes, please continue to waste time," said their patient. "I'll just let your genin keep holding my organs in their tiny little hands." "Sakura," said Teiwa in a voice that was straining for calm, "show the six-armed medical ninja what you found." She and Sasuke indicated the brown spots on the sound ninja's exposed lungs and Kidomaru drew a sharp breath through his teeth as two glowing hands gently probed the lesions. "Yeah, that's a problem. K, when was the last time you did this trick?" 6 months before Lord Orochimaru's death, when we were celebrating curse mark maturation. And yet you wonder why we razed your village to the ground and rehabilitated the survivors, muttered Indra. "Kidnapped them for brainwashing, you mean?" burbled Kimimaro. "I swear to the sage, I'm webbing both of you up for the night if you don't shut up," said the Mednin as pale webbing spread over his face to form a mask. "K, cover yourself and go lie down on that rock, I'm pulling rank as medical ninja. Teiwa, you and the leaf ninja, finish up that deer. Jirobo, I need you to take notes for me." The cluster of ninjas near the campfire slowly broke apart and the genin looked up to see Indra glaring at the sound ninja with a thunderous expression on what remained of his face. "This is not the end of the conversation." "I don't expect it to be," said Teiwa as she moved back towards her deer. "You come in kids." Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura looked at one another as Sakura dispelled her genjutsu. "Well," admitted Naruto with a ghost of his normal grin, "at least the deer won't be talking to us." Fortunately for them, it did not, and the genin found, to their surprise, the entire process was kind of fascinating. Once Sakura used a genjutsu to block out the smell. There wasn't even all that much blood left and Sasuke found himself examining the corpse like a puzzle as Indra danced around it with a kunao, making small cuts here and there until Teiwa grabbed 2 fistfuls and shucked seemingly all the fur clean off the body with a satisfied grin. "Nice, I kept meaning to buy a new cloak." "It takes weeks to cure a hide," said Sasuke, speaking from experience. He'd had to wait for what felt like forever until the boarhide bracers were bestowed on the 2 young Uchiha hunters. Long burnt to ash by now, like everything he'd shared with that man. He was drawn out of his black thoughts by Naruto's cheering as Teiwa laid the hide out on the forest floor, fur to the ground. "All right, kid, lower your voice. Now this isn't strictly sanitary, but all the best sealing jutsu use blood." She bit her finger and traced out 2 quick signs on the glistening underside of the deer. The blood glowed bright red for an instant, then darkened to an inky black as the wind picked up in a brief swell. As it passed, the hide seemed to shrink and dry out before Naruto's wide eyes. Teiwa picked up the hide, now perfectly dry, and slung it around her shoulders, flipping the remnants of the head over her own until she was looking out from under it. "Nice and cozy." Naruto swung Fox Fang off his back and palmed the hilt, rolling out the sealing scroll before the smoke had even dissipated. "Man, that was awesome, Teiwa-san. I totally take back what I said before, you are pretty cool. Can you write that seal down, otherwise I'm never gonna remember." The other Uzumaki looked at her bleeding thumb before 2 small objects hurtled at her face. She caught them reflexively and blinked at the sealed inkpot and small paintbrush Sakura had sent at her before tracing their path and giving a small nod to the younger Kunoichi. She's never going to actually apologize to us, is she? Thought inner Sakura. Not a chance, her outward self replied. But I can see where she was coming from. I mean, did you hear her voice? She doesn't want Naruto to die because he's standing around after he fights someone. You are scary good at reading people, now. Have I mentioned that? Indra-sensei said the Uchiha all use micro-expressions, of course we got good at it, hanging around two of them all the time. We're a team, remember? And on that note, I'm just going to stuff these memories of a talking anatomy diagram into this box for later. Thank the sage. Indra yawned and covered it with his hand as they leapt through the heavy forests of Fire Country. They were making good time, but he frowned at the white-haired ninja 2 trees over, who had, true to his prediction, been coughing since his party trick the night before. While sleep and Naruto's apologetic explanation had somewhat cooled his temper, worry was foremost in Indra Uchiha's mind. A dead deer was a good starting point, but Kimimura's frankly creepy set of abilities would have grossed out even a more experienced Chunin. From what Sakura had told him in a clipped, businesslike tone of voice, her genjutsu, plus the emotional load sharing between her inner and outer selves meant she'd be as emotionally stable as she ever was. Naruto, though spooked and grossed out, had also bounced back this morning. The sound, if not the specifics of his conversation with Teiwa and Sakura, drifted back in his direction. Something about hereditary genjutsu from a minor Uzushio clan. Of course, she wasn't going to teach it to Sakura. How naive did Naruto think she was? Indra allowed himself an Uchiha smile. For once, he thought, one of my plans is working perfectly. His eye drifted to Sasuke, who had been quiet, but had drank in the carving and cooking of Teiwa's deer the night before, hands clasped in front of his face. That meant he'd been deep in thought and trying to hide his face. Indra sometimes thought having knowledge his younger self's explicit psychological makeup was cheating, but, well, Shinobi cheated all the time. He pushed forward with an extra burst of chakra and launched towards the front of the group, landing on the same tree as Kimimaro. I'll take point, you go check on your patient. The Spider-Man gave him several middle fingers. It's not like he's going to drop dead, geez, but fell back anyway. The two Uchiha traveled at the head of the pack for 20 minutes of studied silence until Indra broke first. Do you understand what I was trying to do last night? If it wasn't obvious, both Sakura and those sound bastards explained it to me, said Sasuke, who wasn't looking at him. I told you before, you don't need to baby us. Especially me. We're ninja, not children. I'll be sure to messily decapitate the first enemy ninja we see, then. Indra could feel Sasuke's anger bubbling to the surface, but wasn't sure if it was directed at him. You're Genin and I'm your instructor. I was trying to instruct. Pretty sure deer and human innards don't have much in common. I've seen both now, so lesson learned, got it. HN Indra also knew from long experience when to drop a subject in an Uchiha family argument, so they kept moving in silence with Kimimuro's coughs and Teiwa's argument with Naruto as background commentary. Indra was thinking about lungs, to be sure, but not Kimimuro's. Itakas. Madara's voice floated back to him across the years. In grievous pain, dying, he prolonged his life with medication, also he could orchestrate this battle with you. After Kabuto had extracted his eyes, the snake sage had spirited Itaka's body away and he later admitted, fed it to Zetsu. Itaki had never gotten a proper burial, but, more to the point, never gotten a proper autopsy. He remembered sitting in a Konoha hospital as for once, his daughter instead of his ex-wife, was lecturing him about his body. Papa, all I'm saying is, considering we only have 2 mainline genetic samples to go on, it's better to be cautious. Sasuke had eyed the machine he was supposed to climb inside of with a dubious eye. It doesn't look very safe. Sarada had pinched her nose and shoved her red glasses up to rest on her forehead. You're such a dash, but whatever her father was, Sasuke had never known because his daughter had switched to a different tack. Dad, what was the average life expectancy of a ninja when you were growing up? 35. And it's now 65 plus, she said with satisfaction. My genetics work alongside Lightning's advances in cellular therapy means we have treatments for dozens of the illnesses caused by chakra overuse and taxation on the body. Look, All my new Uchiha keep using fire jutsu in every single engagement because they want to keep proving they're part of the clan. That means increased risk of lung cancer after using your breath to light fires every day for decades. I don't have lung cancer, Sasuke had pointed out, and even to his own ears, he had sounded petulant. You don't have lung cancer we know about, Dad. Finding out for sure is why I want you to get in that scanner so we can get a good look at your lungs. By Amaterasu's flames, that's probably why Uncle Ataka died. That had gotten him into the MRI, and he'd tried to absorb his daughter's smug grin when she'd shoved her hands inside his heavily anesthetized chest and fixed his lungs 2 days later. The Indra in the present past looked over at Sasuke, who had mastered the ancient shinobi art of moving through terrain while sulking. A discussion for another time, then. Heads up, called Kidomaru, who'd bounded back to return to his place at the front of the pack. Indra fell back, but he caught Sasuke sneaking a glance at him. As it turned out, both Uchiha and Uzumaki were consumed by thoughts of past, present, and future for the rest of the day's march. That evening, Indra for once, did not take the first watch after they'd devoured the remains of the roast deer sealed in Naruto's scroll. To Uzumaki, an eternally ravenous Jirobo, and 6 other mouths could in fact eat an entire deer after 2 days of hard travel. He'd barely slept the first night, taking watch after watch even as each genin sat close to the smoldering fire with him, watching the sleeping forms of the sound ninja. There wasn't exactly camaraderie between them, no, there was too much stiff silence for that. But Indra was reasonably sure Teiwa had enough of an attachment to Naruto that she wouldn't gut the rest of Team 7 in their sleep and kidnap him. Or perhaps that was a greater concern. Indra fell asleep leaning against a rock as Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura pulled their fingers from their ears. Teiwa-san, whispered Naruto, are you sure he'll stay asleep? The short girl lowered her flute and glanced over her shoulder to where the other members of the Sound Four were drooling onto their robes. I sure fucking hope so, otherwise they'll kill each other while we're gone. Kmin, hurry. She moved away from the campfire, towards the sea of grassland and sparse woods the landscape had become as they left the rich soil of the Land of Fire behind. Sakura looked up at the sickle in the sky and allowed a shiver of fear to curl its way up her spine, except, this was more the thrill of disobeying. Excitement, adventure. Indra had warned them to not be drawn away from the camp by the sound ninja. He'd also told Sasuke that a blood oath was not only illegal back in the Leaf Village but could complicate Naruto's quest to be Hokage. The rest of Team 7 disagreed. Which was why they were going to sneak away from camp to perform a blood oath. Miss Teiwa, she asked. What? Doesn't it have to be a full moon for this sort of thing? You watch too many movies, kid. Any OL moon will do just fine. Sakura snapped her fingers in recognition, then cringed as both her teammates aggressively shushed her. I just realized, you slur your words, just like Naruto does. Is that an Uzumaki thing? It's a grew up in a bad neighborhood thing, said Sasuke shortly as Teiwa shrugged. I'll let you know if I ever meet another Uzumaki. I gotta tell her, burst out Naruto, as Sasuke and Sakura turned to glare at him. No, you don't, they chorused. Teiwa laughed. What, don't tell me you think you guys can find all the scattered Uzumaki around the continent. Please, Mist's been trying, and Lord Orochimaru searched too. None of us survived this long by being easy to find. But it's a nice dream. Why do you think we're doing a blood oath, said Sasuke as they moved through the grass. My uncle's done all sorts of impossible things already. He killed your Lord Orochimaru, didn't he? Yeah, and we met Madame Juo and Karurakami a few days ago, Naruto added. Sakura ticked off accomplishments on her fingers. Killed a Medsunin, resurrected the reputation of the nearly dead Uchiha, summoned a minor kami, taught Naruto and Sasuke under the same roof for 3 years, Shut up bitch, we're here. Sakura rolled her eyes but kept silent as Teiwa knelt at the edge of the small stream hidden in the grass. One of thousands of natural irrigation channels between the Land of Grass and the Land of Fire, both Sound and Leaf had filled their water flasks here only hours before. Running water and a moon, breathed Teiwa, that's all we ever needed, mother. That sounds so formal, you know, said Naruto. I mean, if she's the goddess of the ocean and all, can't I just call her mom? Uncle calls on Amaterasu all the time, I don't think the gods really care either way, Naruto, said Sasuke. Teiwa sighed. No fucking respect, these two. I swear, this is the least dignified blood oath ever. This was false, because the third Tsuchikage, upon being teleported into a pigsty by Minato Namikaze, had sworn a blood oath of eternal vengeance against the Namikaze while covered in pig shit, 17 years ago. Sakura giggled, but they all sobered up as Teiwa blew the first opening notes on her flute. For once, it wasn't a genjutsu, just an introductory passage of a few notes. As the only Uzushio artifact in their possession, it would do. They knelt in front of the stream. Who remains to keep the faith? Asked Teiwa. The Uzumaki, called Naruto, his grin gleaming. The Uchiha, answered Sasuke with determination. Sakura pumped her fist. The Harano, too. Teiwa dipped her hands in the stream, where they flowed through a series of signs. She emerged bearing a perfect sphere of water in her hands. It floated, suspended by her will and chakra, so when her hands drew away, the sphere hung between them all. How will you forge your loyalty? In friendship, said Naruto. In battle, said Sasuke. In marriage, said Sakura. The boys looked at her and both girls shared the kind of mutual despair known only to women lamenting the nature of men. It's not literal, you goobers, she hissed, but all three of them were blushing anyway. Teiwa kept going. Prove the strength of your commitment, the unity of your clans. Sasuke handed his teammates a kunao each, and they hesitated. The swaying grass stilled, and the world seemed to hold its breath. Sakura pricked her finger and shoved her hand into the sphere of water. No matter who calls, the Harano will keep faith. Sasuke followed suit with a small cut on his thumb. No matter who calls, the Uchiha will keep faith. Naruto, of course, just stabbed himself in the back of his hand and shoved it in, kunao and all. No matter who calls, the Uzumaki will keep faith. Teiwa's eyes were dark as they reflected the stars above them. Why do you make this blood oath? To start fixin' stuff, you know? Make the world a better place. To destroy those who ruined us. To help my friends. Teiwa's voice raised in a command. It sounded deeper than it normally did, even with her cursed seal. Show me. Team 7 grabbed for each other and their hands inside the globe of water came together, even as it rapidly darkened with blood. The kunao slipped out of the shallow wound in Naruto's hand, his body pushing it out as it healed and fell to the dirt with a clatter. The blood oath is complete, recited Teiwa and blew another few notes on her flute. Sakura's mouth dropped open, as did Sasuke's. They'd been staring right at it, but the water, and the blood around their hands was gone. They inspected their fingers, only to find the skin smooth and unblemished. Holy fucking shit, whispered Teiwa. She looked just as, if not more frightened than the children. She repeated the curse. Sakura grabbed the kunao she'd used seconds earlier. It was spotless. Was it like this the last time you did this? With my mom in a shitty little apartment above a casino? No fucking way. The teenager scrambled over Sakura on her hands and knees and drank deeply from the stream before spitting it out. It's salt water. Naruto dipped his hand and cautiously sipped, before making a face. Salt, black. Sasuke was twitchy, his hand on his sword hilt. Should we drink it? Teiwa picked up her flute with shaking hands and shifted it from hand to hand, as if it were a live exploding tag. I think we should all go back to camp and try not to think very hard about this. Thanks, I guess, Ocean Mom, called Naruto into the sky. If this was a blessing or something, thanks. If before, Sakura had felt the thrilling lure of the forbidden, now she felt like her parents caught her with a hand in the cookie jar. Consequences now seemed terrifyingly real. Are we going to get in trouble? We followed Teiwa's lines exactly, said Sasuke, who was storing away the kunao they'd used after inspecting each one. If her mother remembered it correctly, we should be fine. You said it yourself, we rode on Karura 2 days ago. He's a minor god. But it doesn't feel the same, does it? Protested Sakura. He was like an actual bird that Indra-sensei summoned, even if he could talk. This just, she gestured helplessly, happened. Whatever happened, growled Teiwa, we're not gonna talk about it. You hear? Not a word to the others. The genin nodded dumbly and Teiwa disappeared into the grass. Some of their alarm faded when Sasuke tried to drink from the stream and had gone from salt water to brackish, then, soon enough, back to fresh water. Whatever they'd done, it wasn't permanent. Sakura hugged her knees while Naruto fell back and stared up at the stars with Sasuke. The pink-haired girl stared at the waving grass and felt her eyes begin to droop. It really does kind of look like the sea. Yeah, it does. She looked over at the two boys. So how do you feel about all this? Sasuke shrugged into the dirt as Naruto put his hands behind his head. Well, Teiwa's pretty weird. She was super chatty today and agreed to do this whole blood oath thing, but now that it worked, she freaked. But she thought that gross bone guys thing was funny, when we freaked out, I mean. His friends waited as Naruto struggled to put his thoughts in order. I'm not sure if I like her very much. You don't have to like your family, said Sasuke. Part of that blood oath we swore was for vengeance, which counts my brother in too. Sakura's head snapped around. Wait, so you signed us up to kill your brother? I would have appreciated a heads up first. Are you going to stop me, just like Uncle? No, dummy, we're a team. She threw a clump of dirt his direction and he batted it into the grass. Just some warning, that's all. Sasuke chuckled. I'll give you plenty of that. Their teammate made a noise of protest. But, isn't vengeance and hatred and stuff like what bad people do in the stories? I mean, the Kyuubi is all about hatred, you know? I don't want to get involved in that kinda stuff if it means people back home are gonna look at me like that again. Let 'em try, snarled Sakura as she punched her fist. I'll give them a genjutsu so horrible they'll pee their pants, right there. That set all three of them off and the weighty conversation was briefly derailed by juvenile laughter under the stars. But eventually, the laughter trailed off and they returned to stargazing. Naruto, how come you never get mad? Sasuke rolled over to look at his friend. When Teiwa was warning us about the mist, how badly they want to hunt down the Uzumaki, all the horrible stuff, you didn't get mad. I was angry, for you. I almost swore a blood oath right there in the middle of the road. But you never really said anything. Well, besides my mom and Teiwa-san, I don't really know any Uzumaki, and I haven't seen the Mist Village do bad stuff, so it all felt kinda. He waved a hand at the stars and Sakura supplied the word he was missing. Abstract. Yeah. And I do get mad, like when Sasuke ate the last dumpling back after sparring practice, or when you left me in that genjutsu for half an hour. She winced. Sorry about that. Yeah, Indra-sensei was really annoyed too. That's it. Both heads turned to Sasuke, who sat straight up, ignoring the dirt in his hair. You never get mad for yourself, just about other people. Not annoyed, which is what you were talking about, but like, actual anger. Naruto looked down at his fingers, which were pushing themselves together again. I do. Sometimes, he added vaguely. Name one time you got actually angry because of something that happened to you. Not annoyed, not grieving. When have you actually been angry? Naruto was silent for a long while. Well, I'm not really supposed to. Why? Fired back Sakura and Sasuke. Both of them were sitting up now, staring down at their teammate, who for once, looked unsure of himself. Well, Jiji said the nine-tailed dash. Forget the demmed fox and the Hokage, hissed Sasuke. You're allowed to be angry about what happened. It attacked, your parents died, my brother killed everyone, and the third Hokage left us alone to drown until Indra Uchiha fell out of the sky and landed on us. Our clans are almost gone, and we have to either try to fix them or let it all burn down. We're allowed to be angry about it sometimes. Yeah, chimed in Sakura. We should be mad. If you can't ever get mad, it's like you don't care about anything. Don't say that, cried Naruto, who looked close to some kind of angry sobbing as he shoved away from the riverbank to stride along its length. I care about you guys, and my clan, and the Leaf Village. I can't be angry at everybody, because that would make me some kind of monster. He let out a breath, one he hadn't realized he'd been holding. That was the sort of thing he could only think, never say, because. Sakura engulfed him in a hug and now they were both crying. She shook him fiercely, even as her eyes pooled with tears. "You're not a monster, you're my friend. Hating people and getting angry when they fail you isn't the same thing. I got angry when my parents forgot about our school trip, that didn't mean I hated them. It's okay, Naruto." Another pair of arms closed around them, and if Sasuke's hug was slightly stiff, his teammates didn't mind. "We're all allowed to be angry, sometimes. I think if we weren't, we wouldn't be human." The metal of Sasuke's headband felt smooth against Naruto's neck. "You're one of the best humans I know. No matter what. You guys. Just shut up and enjoy the hug, idiot," he snapped, but the tone was far fonder than the insult had any right to be. Teiwa's eyes followed the three shapes as they moved back into camp and slipped into their bedrolls, and only when she was sure they were truly asleep did she release the genjutsu. Indra, unsurprisingly, woke up first with a current of lightning chakra running across his form and a naked sword in his hand. Wakane's breath, "Did we all fall asleep?" Teiwa allowed a yawn to stretch her face. "Looks like it. Jirobo, you lazy oaf, you've got first watch and second now." The small but quickly hushed squabble served its purpose as Indra discarded his concern and pulled his cloak shut. "Looks like we're sharing it then. Could you share some of your chakra, if we're on watch?" "Eat shit." Teiwa settled down for some actual sleep, and for once, her dreams were pleasant. The Nine Tails nosed around them anyway, out of curiosity. "Tomorrow," he said with satisfaction. "Tomorrow we shall see if the runt or the brat tries to keep their temper. The little petal will be especially entertaining. I couldn't have said it better myself." The next morning, both Teiwa and Indra ordered their teams into separate groups, and to stay there. They were barely half hour's brisk run from the grass village when both Naruto and Jirobo started and moved to catch up with their leaders. "Sensei," said Naruto, "it smells like something's burning?" "Up ahead, I think." Indra nodded and relayed his words back to the rest of the team as shouts, and the ring of metal on metal began to reach their ears. Both groups burst from the tall grass into the middle of something that was absolutely not a mere border incursion. Volleys of shuriken came at them from both sides as Sakura brought up a wall of dirt to block several, while Indra and Sasuke swatted others out of the air with their weapons. Indra turned to put his children on his blind side, red eye scanning the battlefield for anyone in a grass jacket who wasn't dead or dying. "Stick close, and be on your guard. Let's head for grass and try to put some distance between us and any stone shinobi." He heard various sounds of affirmation from the rest of Team 7 as the Sound 4 soared overhead, brandishing weapons, and various semi-formed curse marks. Even over the din of battle, Teiwa and Jirobo's bellowing was crystal clear. "A rank shinobi for hire! A rank shinobi for hire! Who's gonna pay us to kill your enemies?" Something moved in the grass and Sakura sent most of her earth wall at it in 1-2 punches of hardened rock, sending more dirt founaining into the sky as the impact tore a gouge in the grasslands. "It's a decent sales pitch," she noted dryly, and was rewarded with one of Sasuke's smirks as his area of the grasslands erupted into flame. A portion of inner Sakura who'd been monitoring her earth affinity felt something gather beneath them and launched the information past her conscious mind and into the realm of pure reaction. She and Sasuke yanked each other sideways just as the ground beneath them burst up to disgorge 10 hidden stone ninja. Indra flung Naruto back out of the reach of twin kunao that would have gutted him, but took a short slash up the meat of his tendon for the trouble. Shallow. The scattered members Team 7 were mostly unharmed, but the mole Justo had worked as planned, because his genin were now separated from Indra on a very active battlefield. Chapter 40, Mission to Grass, a good time for bad decisions. One of the things Iruka hadn't taught Team 7 in the academy was that a battlefield was a noisy, chaotic place. Sasuke could hear battle cries, the thump of detonating explosive tags, the whistling noise water or wind jutsu made as they carved through the air. It was auditory overload. But he'd been Sakura's genjutsu guinea pig just as much as Naruto and Uncle Indra. The latter's advice came back to him in that same quiet, calm voice they'd listened to for 3 years of instruction and admonishment. Try to pay attention to everything and you will focus on nothing. Block out distraction, focus on what is important. Sasuke took a deep breath and the world narrowed around him. Sakura was on his left, a poison pink kunao between her teeth, her hands ready to weave genjutsu and ninjutsu in equal measure. Three ninja in the red and brown of the Land of Stone loomed above them, and Sasuke's eyes locked onto their leaders. Tall, dark-skinned, and heavily muscled, the Chunin was obviously in command from the heads that angled his way and the frown that spread across his face. Leaf Nin, huh? When the hell did you get here? Sasuke allowed a smirk to cross his face. They had a decent chance of bluffing their way out of this. An entire company just arrived. Did you really think Konoha was so blind you could afford to move against grass like this? The big man chuckled as Sasuke's hands drifted away from his front, moving back, but carefully away from his sword. He felt Sakura edge backwards behind him and was quietly relieved she'd noticed. Nice try, kid, but we know the Leaf's not here in force. Even if they were, you're a genin. Surrender and we'll just knock you out, nice and easy. He lunged forward on the last word and Sasuke jumped to meet him, both feet leaving the ground for a chest kick that would send their opponent stumbling back. But he'd forgotten to account for the man's superior reach and found his legs trapped in a hold that left squirming as the only possibility before he would be launched up into the air, an easy immobile target. He felt Sakura's fingers entwine with his own as she grabbed his hands in midair and dug in her heels. Spin, he shouted before forming signs. Serpent, ram. Sakura's fingers joined him as she recognized the pattern. Monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Fire blasted out of his feet at point-blank range, causing the stone Chunin to scream and release him as his tunic caught fire and chest plate blackened. The instant his grip loosened, Sakura pivoted on her shoulder and swung Sasuke sideways as he angled his legs to continue his flight. An arc of orange fire swooped along in his wake as Sasuke planted a fire-enhanced kick in the face of the second stone nin who'd been trying to flank them. The third tackled them both and the genin lost their grip as Sasuke was flung into the mud and grass. He scrambled to his feet and drew his sword in the same breath as he saw Sakura's half-formed jutsu break when the stone Chunin punched her in the face. Stay down, grunted the man as Sakura's hands scrabbled at his face. Eat shit. She jabbed at his throat, because the stone Chunin coughed as his face twisted in anger. Alright, fine. Two swift rabbit punches had Sakura's head slamming into the ground and Sasuke charged with vengeance on his lips. The sword rose and, as he channeled his chakra into it, sprouted three versions of itself from the hilt, all descending at slightly different angles, the hallmark of the crescent moon dance. The stone nin saw him coming, of course, and turned with a kunao in hand to block the blade. The first illusion dissipated on the edge of the kunao, as did the second, and the third strike landed on the man's hand. Blood spurted and the stone ninja cried out as he made to leap into a fighting stance. At least, he tried, because Sakura's shaking arms grabbed the sides of his brown flak jacket and pulled herself up into a brutal headbutt that shattered his nose. She fell back with clouded eyes before they sharpened again. She crawled away before finding her feet on shaky legs. Sasuke's own hands were steady, but he felt they should be shaking as he stared down at the enemy ninja, who'd gotten blood in his eyes and was trying to wipe it out and defend against the next blow he knew was coming. The vision of Kimimura's insides turned outside found its way to the front of his mind and he adjusted his stance for a killing strike across the man's neck. But the stone nin had heard the movement and launched a flurry of shuriken, which Sasuke deflected with practiced ease. He was still hesitating though, he could feel it. Killing someone was what shinobi did. This man was trying to kill them. Indra's voice rang through his mind as something huge detonated in a wash of heat behind him. Hesitation is defeat. Images of a moonlit room and that man with a sword equally as bloody looming behind his parents were brushed aside. Sasuke swung with all his strength and blade hit bone as his sword carved deep into the man's arm. All his reserve was abandoned as Sasuke rained blows upon the enemy ninja. High left, middle left, high right, obvious overhand blows with no subtlety, just raw desperation and the need to finish this fight now. 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 The man froze in place as Sakura's genjutsu hit and Sasuke had his opening. It took 2 strokes of his sword for the stone ninja to die. He might have stood in the mud and grass staring at the body forever, but a shout of pain brought him out of it as he looked up to see Sakura moving back to him as she pulled a shuriken from the meat of her shoulder. 2 more, she breathed as the burly stone Chunin and his comrade with the freshly burned face took in their dead. Something in their faces hardened and Sasuke swallowed hard, shoving down what he was feeling into his stomach, where it could burn unnoticed. Sakura filled her hands with pink kunao but didn't take her eyes from the stone ninja. You okay? I'll deal, he said shortly as his sword came back to a guard position. Let's survive this, first. She gave him a weak smile. Yeah. They charged forwards, meeting the stone ninja head-on, and any hope of thought or conversation was gone. There was only action, reaction, and instinct. Sasuke's sword fended off a torrent of earth, the blade batting away clumps of stone and soil before he clashed with the burly Chunin in a blade lock. Sakura's hands launched far more kunai than they held, and the stone ninja grimaced as 3 of the real kunai found their mark in his flak jacket and thigh. A high kick broke her guard, and suddenly it was all Sakura could do to avoid the hand axe coming for her head. Both inner and outer Sakuras hadn't even seen him draw it. Inner Sakura was suddenly shoved into the driver's seat as her outer self took a step back. Focus on the reactions, let me pick apart his defenses. Got it. Sakura's actions became more fluid as her inner self, finally unleashed on a real battlefield, let go of the restraints she'd kept for 5 years of semi-conscious separation. Kunoichi were supposed to be beautiful and beguiling, not physical powerhouses. Her mother had never really believed she could be a ninja. Sasuke used to look down on her. That was the past, and inner Sakura cast it aside like a shredded cloak as she sidestepped the axe and backflipped away from the follow-up kunai blow in the stone nin's other hand. Both combatants were beating hard. Not bad, kid, said the stone ninja as he juggled his weapons between his hands. You're reading me well. Too bad I'm not left-handed. The next blow sheared away a clump of her ponytail, and the twin strike from the axe carved a layer of skin off her wrist. Shit, 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 just when I thought I had him, said outer Sakura in frustration. Okay, adjusting for increased reaction times, I need 2 more exchanges, hang on. Inner Sakura ignored the blood dripping off her and tilted her neck, just to hear the vertebrae pop. Fine by me. She jumped up, above the Chunin's guard, and kicked out as her foot landed on his forearm. She used that leverage to gain further height, flinging the last of her kunai down in a diagonal that tore most of the man's ear away. His own kunai schemed past her armpit as the pain threw off his aim, but his hand found her ankle and brought Sakura down to earth in a slam that knocked the wind out of her and caused a minor crater in the earth. She kicked out again and broke his hold, rolling sideways to avoid the axe. Inner Sakura recovered into a crouch and clutched her side. Real combat was proving more taxing than the hours of sparring she'd had with Naruto, Sasuke, and Indra-sensei, but she wasn't going to give up now. Okay, I'm ready. He'll follow up with an overhand strike, then go for a kidney punch with his free hand. Give me control in 3, 2, 1. Inner Sakura allowed a relieved smile to form as she fell back into the depths of their shared mind. It's about time. Sidestep overhead blow again, duck below kidney punch, grab pink kunai from dirt. Spin around his left leg to avoid kick, stab back into stomach, pull. Her train of thought was interrupted as she felt a hand grab the back of her quipeo, dragging her back from what would have been a disemboweling move. Sakura lost her grip on the kunai and it flew up into the air. The twinkle of sunlight on dark metal caught the stone ninja's eye for an instant and he turned his head to dodge. Sakura's heel kicked the kunai and drove it through his jaw. The grip on her slackened immediately as the shinobi howled in pain and Sakura cringed in midair. Sorry. She called out as her hands found the ground and turned to fall into a smooth, if painful recovery. Oh you hacking gitch. Slurred the stone ninja as blood poured from his mouth. Sakura's hands moved through several signs as she kept talking. It's okay, promise. His eyes bulged and he clutched at his chest and face in equal measure as the poison on her kunai went into effect, but it soon smoothed out into peaceful bliss. Chapter 1, Playing Possum Jutsu, murmured Sakura as he collapsed to the ground. He would die painlessly, in his sleep as her poison stopped his heart. 5 minutes earlier. Indra kept his face expressionless as his eye roved over the sea of red and brown ninja spread out before him. Well, 7 wasn't very many, but they blocked his sight of Sakura and Sasuke, which sent his blood pressure spiraling upwards anyway. Several of them gasped or looked away as his Sharingan met their own gazes and he took the opportunity to lock 3 of them into a subtle genjutsu that slowed everything they perceived by a second and a half. One broke out immediately and elbowed the middle-aged woman beside him. That's the Sharingan. My name is Indra Uchiha of the Leaf, he said, letting his voice carry with a calm he did not feel. You are trespassing on the territory of a Leaf ally and are interfering in my mission. Leave or face the consequences. There was some whispering, but the Jonin opposite him sniffed imperiously and flung her hair over her shoulder. If the rumors I've heard are true, he's barely half an Uchiha. Higuro, Kadin, cover me, we'll send the genin back with his head. Indra bared his teeth. You'll try. A lightning-enhanced blade carved through the first ninja's stone armor jutsu without even slowing, and he kicked the second one sideways. Naruto, be careful. Ah, don't worry about me, sensei, chirped the orange-clad genin, as he swiped at the stone ninja twice his age. I'll be fine. Focus. A spear of earth was shattered to powder by Fox Fang, as were the next three that followed. Indra's hand formed the signs for a vacuum cutter that he spat from his mouth in the direction of the stone Jonin, followed by an exploratory stab she blocked with a segmented metal blade. Come on then, half-breed, show me something memorable. Something that can make me better. She disengaged as the blade separated and expanded into dozens of segments connected by a thin, diamond-hard rope. They whirled around her as the other stone ninja advanced behind its blade cover. The tip launched at Naruto and Indra caught it in a parry that wrapped the first three segments around the blade of his sword. Predictable, she snorted as he channeled lightning chakra down the blades in an attempt to shock her. Both fighters pulled on their weapons, seeking to break the deadlock as Indra heard the crack of bone and the sound of a body hitting the grass on his blind side. Yeah. No knees means he can't fight, right? Didja see, Indra-sensei? Didja? I'm a little busy here, Naruto, Indra ground out as he angled his sword down and wrenched it free from the whip blade before jumping above a mudslide jutsu that sank more preoccupied stone ninja up to their hips. A voice behind him called out, "Grass to me! Rally to me! The leaf is here!" Indra noticed the stone Jonin scowl and pressed forward. Sorry to shatter your expectations. Shatter this. The broadside of earth spears were ignored as Indra poured lightning chakra into a cloak around him to enhance his speed. They weren't nearly fast enough to touch him as he ended his charge behind the stone Jonin. We're done here, he said shortly as he brought the pommel of his sword down on her neck, breaking it between the third and fourth vertebrae with a crunch. The surrounding stone ninja blanched or cried out in shock as their leader landed in the mud and Indra straightened up. Anyone else? Go right ahead, called a voice, and Indra spun to see a burly stone Chunin with a knife to Sasuke's throat. His younger self gave a weak smile. Sorry uncle, we did our best. True to his word, the stone Chunin's uniform was singed and blackened with fire while his arm and face were covered in cuts from Sasuke's blade. The Uchiha heir had simply been overwhelmed. Dozens of stone ninja were falling back, congregating behind the obvious second-in-command with the valuable hostage. Indra did a rough head count. Even with the wounded, that was at least 40 ninja with flak jackets, not a genin among them. Iwagakur, form up, the hostage-taker rumbled. We're done here. Let the leaf genin go, came the authoritative voice from behind Indra's shoulder, and you will have safe passage out of Kusagakur. The word of a weak boy, snarled the stone Chunin as he jostled Sasuke, the knife drawing a shallow red line across his throat before he stopped. Indra and Naruto snarled as one, and the tension on the grasslands went up another notch. A boy who's been dismantling your assault for the past week, said the voice. Hardly worthy of such disrespect. Your force has served its purpose, now go crawling back to Onoki and tell him I am not nearly as weak as he expects. You don't get to give order. One of the shorter stone ninja drove a kunao into the Chunin's back and dived for the ground alongside Sasuke. Sensei, now. Indra pointed his stump and his Mangekyo Sharingan at the stone contingent and cried bloody tears. Black fire writhed into existence where his left hand had been, growing into a five-fingered shape that clenched into a fist. Flame control, black hand. The black flame washed over Sakura and Sasuke's heads as it spread in a whoosh of fire and screams. Enemy shinobi flailed about with black silhouettes as the flames devoured them, while most simply fled, screaming, or promising vengeance. Once they were gone or dead, Indra let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding, and the flames died out. Sasuke. Sakura. Naruto ran to his friends and pulled them both into a bear hug, causing them to wince as he pulled on their injuries. Seriously, could you hold off on that for 2 seconds, Naruto? Sakura chimed in. Oh come on Sasuke, we're all alive. How'd you even get captured anyway? Her teammate blushed and began digging through his pack to avoid meeting her eyes. Kicked mine the balls. Sorry. He kicked me in the balls, and hit me with an earth paralysis jutsu when he saw Uncle take out that old lady. The Uchiha dug out a first aid kit in a water canteen. I'll live. Show me your arms, that's a lot of blood. He said it without thinking, but it caused all three of the genin to stare at one another. Naruto had a few tears in his pants and his jacket was nearly ruined, but was untouched. Sakura's arms were indeed covered in blood and her right shoulder was bleeding a slow but steady trickle into her quipeo, which was bunched around the wound in an attempt to stem the bleeding. Sasuke was covered in shallow cuts and had a gash just above his ear that was tangling blood into his hair and headband. Naruto gave a shaky laugh. We look badass, you know. Sasuke gave a small huff that they all understood to be of relief more than exasperation. I'm just glad you're both alive. Sakura punched his shoulder, says the ninja who almost got his throat cut. Now come in, let's patch each other up. As the teenagers began tending to one another's wounds, Indra allowed the lightning chakra around him to dissipate and scanned the battlefield. Stone Ninja were fleeing everywhere he looked, or at least, withdrawing in good order, and his Sharingan showed that no stone corpses nearby were playing dead. He sighed in relief and turned to see a squad of 6 battle-worn grass ninja in beige and black arrayed around a young man in white combat gear edged in green. The young man stepped forward and extended a hand. So you're Indra Uchiha? I'm Dojiro Kato, the Kusakage. Indra shook his hand and inclined his head, tamping down the surprise on his features. The honor is mine, Lord Kusakage. Your assistance and concern for my genin was appreciated, if unexpected. The young man put his hands on his hips as they surveyed the battlefield. I could say the same of you, Uchiha-san. We didn't expect you for another week, perhaps 2. My genin wanted an early start, said Indra dryly. Madame Juo's acquaintance was not a boon in more respectable places. And I expected to be dealing with your father, Kokushibo Kato. The Kusakage glared at him, but relaxed when he saw Indra's gaze held no hostility, simply cool assessment. My father passed away 4 days ago, he said simply. Did Stone dash? Not that we can tell, said the Kusakage in a voice carefully devoid of tone. He turned to his fellow grass shinobi. Michikatsu, Tamayo, take these 2 to the intel squad. He kicked an unconscious stone ninja with Fox Fang's imprint on his face, and another with shattered knees who'd passed out from shock. The grass ninja shouldered the captives and disappeared into the grass. Lord Kusakage, interjected one of the older ninja, perhaps we should return to the village before dealing with this Konoha delegation. It would be best dash. If you did not undercut me in front of our guests? Yes, it would, said the Kusakage acerbically. Jonin Commander, get me a full disposition of our forces, down to the number of wounded and dead per squad and think upon your failure to anticipate this attack. You too, Spymaster. As you wish, Lord Kusakage. The Jonin commander bowed and disappeared in a ripple of grass, followed shortly by another ancient. The remaining 2 grass ninja, presumably bodyguards were, Indra noticed, significantly younger than the rest of the group had been. The Kusakage himself was a teenager and Indra silently appreciated the Sharingan's /perfect memory as the Konoha intelligence file drifted to the front of his mind. Dojiro Kato, age 17. Exceptional intelligence and strategic acumen, personally mercurial. Kyuzagokuer nationalist, he'd been the one to push for tariffs on Konoha goods after the theft of Kyuzagokuer's tax shipment years before and had support in the Kusakage's court. Evidently not uniform support, though. Indra was silent as he weighed the situation Team 7 had blundered into, trying to weigh if Dojiro's opinion and newly promoted position made him more or less likely to accommodate their request. In the meantime, best establish common ground. We have that in common, Lord Kusakage. What? Institutional elders who love sticking their nose in others' business. I'll admit, my father was surprised when he'd heard Shimura Danzo had taken the field again. So was I. Indra and the Kusakage shared a brief moment of commiseration before the younger man's face hardened. But rest assured, Indra Uchiha, I will not have what happened to the land of rice paddies befall the land of grass. Even if you are here on a diplomatic mission, I'll give you the same message I gave to that stone ninja. We're done being trampled on. Your tariffs made that message perfectly clear, my lord. We originally did come here in peace. The Kyuzaki's eyebrow arched. Originally. I did just incinerate several stone ninja. Considering the circumstances, I'm prepared to count that as a diplomatic overture towards the grass. Then you will enjoy what we have brought to restore proper relations between our villages. Milord. Dojiro perked up as a beige-clad runner approached. Medea, correct. The girl nodded. There's been an incident at the command tent. Captain Matsuro enlisted several mercenaries to bolster our forces and they're demanding to be paid now. The Kusakage nodded. Lead the way. Uchiha-san, come. Indra held up a finger and moved over to where his genin were recuperating, his practiced eye noting the bandages and mentally accounting for wounds. All three looked like they'd been through the ringer and he knelt down, his hand on Sakura's shoulder. Everyone all right? The Kusakage wants us to move. He received a chorus of assent and they rose to follow Dojiro Kato and his bodyguards. On the walk, Indra examined his students, cataloging physical and psychological injuries as he went. Sasuke had the most bandages, but walked with determination and a steady stride. His younger self could easily justify killing if it was to save his friends, but Indra hoped that justification wasn't too easy. He mentally added that to his list of things to talk about on the return trip. Sakura had stabbed a man in the back but again, her teammate was in danger, so she could easily justify it to herself. Mrs. Harano was another story, but hopefully Sakura would avoid details. From what he could tell, Naruto alone hadn't killed anyone. Indra wasn't sure how to feel about that. In his first life, Team 7 had managed to avoid killing actual human beings for the entirety of their genin careers and now 2 out of the 3 had blood on their hands. Not to mention the foolishness with Kimimaro several nights ago. Please tell me you didn't traumatize us all over again, said the adult Sakura in his head as she pinched the bridge of her nose. Indra was going to argue, but then realized that A, he would be arguing with himself and B, he should be speaking with the actual Sakura instead. You guys okay? You already asked us that, uncle. We're fine, patched ourselves up and everything, see? We wouldn't be walking otherwise. Naruto's smile was self-satisfied and carried a great deal of his normal cheer, which was something. Ah, Indra-sensei, were you worried about us? Yes, said their master as he ruffled first Naruto, then Sakura's hair to their half-hearted protests. This was our first field mission and we wandered onto a battlefield, then got separated. Of course I'm worried. What did you think? I thought you trusted us to handle things on our own, said Sasuke, his pride rankled. I do, but, Indra dragged a hand through his hair and didn't care that one of the Kyuzaki's bodyguards was drifting closer to listen. When I said I'd decapitate the next enemy and we met, I was being sarcastic. That wasn't advice. It's not like I enjoyed it, burst out Sasuke as Sakura and Naruto came to his defense. Yeah, we saved each other's lives today. We thought you'd be proud. Indra turned on his heel to stare at his genin. I am proud. Gods, you 3 have shown that every minute of the last 3 years training you was well spent and I'm so glad you're okay. But you killed people today. I want to be sure you did so for the right reasons. The regret dash. He put his hand on Sasuke's shoulder and met their eyes in turn. People can justify anything, no matter how horrible or how many deaths it causes, if they think it serves some greater good. Someday, maybe the Leaf Village, maybe your comrades, someone will tell you, kill this person. Even if it's an order, it's up to you to decide if that's something you can take on your shoulders. You can always say no. That doesn't sound like advice for a good ninja, said Sasuke, who was reminded about old arguments about vengeance. Indra's quiet response silenced him nonetheless. It's not advice to make you a good ninja, it's advice to make you a good person. That's all. Amaterasu's fire, this is the second time in your life you've had this conversation with your kids and you're bombing it again. We're here, said the Kusakage and Indra pulled himself together as the white-clad shinobi strode into the tent, followed by Team 7 and his bodyguards. Despite being teenagers, Jirobo and Kidomaru were doing an excellent job looming over the grass jonin next to the planning table who was getting chewed out by Teiwa in strident tones. I said, going rates 104,000 yen an hour, You said sure thing, then I ripped that stone bastard's arm off and you kept nodding. Kidomaru, did I fucking stutter when I said that? No, ma'am, said the Spider-Man, failing to hide his smirk. Now I think that constitutes a fucking agreement for services rendered, don't teach-aw think. Alright, what's the problem, Captain Matsuro? Asked the Kusakage as he swept in and a majority of the grassmen knelt. Some, notably, were slower to do so than others. The Sound Ninja remained standing and Teiwa barely paused in her tirade. The point, Kusakage, sir, is that your forces, one of whom was a Jonin sub-commander authorized to make battlefield decisions, agreed to pay us money if we fought for grass, and I'm not seeing any cash right now. Your services are appreciated, Miss Dash. Teiwa. This is Jirobo, Kidomaru, and Kimimaro. Sir. Well met. However, this is a rapid response unit I threw together, not the First National Bank. We can negotiate the terms of your contract once I finish my business with these Konoha shinobi. Teiwa stalked over to a chair next to Kimimaro, who was coughing into a purple handkerchief. Fine. But I charge by the hour, just so ya know. The Kusakage chuckled. I'll keep that in mind. Now, Indra Uchiha of the Leaf, you mentioned you had brought something to restore relations between the Leaf and Grass, and my father's counselor mentioned something about remanding a Grass civilian to your custody. Naruto, your scroll. His genin pumped his fist and with a flourish and a puff of smoke, soon produced the very heavy chest sealed inside his weapon scroll. As before, it materialized several inches off the ground and everyone in the tent could feel the heavy impact it made through their feet. Indra addressed the Kusakage, but his eye noticed the reaction as Naruto opened the lid to reveal the telltale gleam of gold. As requested by your daimyo, the interest payments for the tariffs administered in year 64 of the modern era, delivered in the spirit of compromise and acknowledgement. That was the closest he could get as the Leaf's official representative to, sorry we let your money get stolen, and the hungry reactions of the Grass shinobi and Kusakage showed they did in fact need the gold. For what, he didn't care, but Indra produced Danzo's scroll from his cloak pocket and held it up to draw everyone's attention. Secondly, to secure the safe return and remandation of Karen Uzumaki and her mother to their remaining family in the Leaf Village, Naruto Uzumaki, the Leaf is prepared to offer dash. You fucking cunt, hissed Teiwa as Kidomaru held her back. You scum, you clan traitorous Uchiha, you didn't tell me dash. The Kusakage cleared his throat, but she kept going. Teiwa-san, hold your tongue, muttered Jirobo with a nervous look at the Kusakage, whose expression grew more thunderous with every expletive that passed her lips. You half-blooded, ignorant, two-timing, chicken hawk. Captain Matsuro, please silence her, said the Kusakage, and the Grass Jonin's hands flashed through signs too quickly for even Indra to make out. Something invisible passed over the Sound Ninja and Teiwa's voice fell silent. Team 7 watched as she kept speaking, then graduated to screaming, before slumping back against Kidomaru's arms and settled for mutely venomous looks. The Kusakage's voice remained calm and polite, commanding attention. Indra-san, please continue. Indra snuck a look at Naruto, who had folded his arms and was glaring at Teiwa. As I said, for the remandation of the two Uzumaki I spoke of to Counselor Sore, the Leaf would offer you this. The scroll disappeared in a puff of smoke and Indra held out the sheathed form of Orochimaru's Kusanagi blade as the entire room gasped. The Kusakage stepped forward, expression wondrous. Is this really? Indra presented the blade for his inspection. The Land of Grass's sacred treasure, recovered from Orochimaru no Yashoguro's corpse at no small cost. A calloused hand took the handle and unsheathed the blade in a whisper of oiled silk on steel. The Leaf's previous response to our inquiries on this matter were less than truthful, it seems. Orochimaru guarded this sword jealously, lied Indra. Even in death, there were a great many sealing jutsu keyed to his touch that had to be disarmed. It would not do for the Kusakage to receive his ancestral treasure and be poisoned in the same moment, would it? The purple snake eye covering the brilliant sapphire in Kusanaga's hilt popped off at the Kusakage's touch. Not to mention aesthetic considerations, Indra added. It was a weak joke, but it got a chuckle out of most of the room and some scattered cheers. The Kusakage motioned for space and Indra, as well as most of the surrounding grassmen, backed away. A few experimental swings proved the blade as finely balanced as it had always been and, With a pulse of chakra, it shot forward, passing through the tent flaps with a wind in its wake, prompting a distant sage's shit from a passing Chunin. The blade withdrew into a normal length and the Kusakage sheathed it with a nod of satisfaction. This does appear to be the genuine article, but I request you accompany me to Kyuzagakuer for our priests to verify its authenticity beyond all doubt. I believe it is also where Counselor Sore has your Uzumaki. As I said before, we weren't expecting you for some time, but the grass appreciates the measures you have taken in our mutual interest. Tamayo will show you to your tent. We will depart at dash. The boy looked to his left. Commander Sora, how much time will you need to wrap things up here? 2 hours, sir, said the older man with a veneer of respect. Very good. We will depart at noon. Medea, find our guests a tent and some provisions. As the Leaf Ninja filed out, Naruto looked back, intending to say goodbye to the Sound Ninja, but the venom in those eyes stopped him cold. Teiwa might have been silenced, but the sense of betrayal radiating from her needed no explanation. Sorry, he whispered, but Teiwa's response was clear even without reading her lips. You promised. Indra flopped down next to Team 7's tent and took a deep breath of the grass. They were in the shade of a small copse of trees, away from the mud and churned earth of the battlefield, and he could already hear the gentle susurration of the grasslands calling him to sleep. Perhaps using that much chakra on his Amaterasu had been wasteful, but on the other ethereal hand, there had been quite a few stone ninja. And they'd also harmed his students. So a nap wasn't out of the question. Sensei, what are you doing? Indra waved his hand in the direction of the tent. Taking a nap. I suggest you do the same. Or stay awake and discuss the morality of killing amongst yourselves. All three genin looked at each other, then back in the direction of the command tent, then back at their sensei. Naruto broached the subject. Aren't you worried about the Sound Ninja? Teiwa-san looked like she wanted to murder us. Also, I'm pretty sure I'm not supposed to learn those words, added Sakura. We're under the Kyuzakuge's protection as guests, said Indra. Not to mention they still haven't been paid by grass yet. No, when they go after us, it's going to be after we've met the other Uzumaki. It's like I haven't spent the last 2 nights constantly awake in case she tried to kidnap Naruto out of some twisted sense of family. The genin were sweating bullets, but Indra had pulled his empty sleeve over his eye and did not see. There was a silent but furious conversation composed entirely of hand gestures and a few genjutsu, but Naruto swallowed the lump in his throat. Would she really do that? His sensei yawned. Without a doubt. Now I'm taking advantage of this brief window between guarding Uzumaki A from B, and the soon-to-arrive Uzumakis C and D. They waited until he was assuredly asleep. Sakura cast a genjutsu to be doubly sure, and then the discussion began. We gotta tell him. Naruto, of course. His teammates looked at him like he was insane. Sasuke said something to that effect. If we tell my uncle we made a blood oath in secret with an enemy ninja, and something answered us, he'll skin us alive. Or worse, make us train with Might Guy's team. All three shivered, phantom pains from grueling exercise routines returning with a vengeance. Sakura shook her head. We still don't even know what exactly happened. Maybe your other family, Karen, and her mom might know more. Let's wait and ask them. Naruto flopped back onto his bedroll. Ugh, this sucks. I feel all gross about this too. His pink-haired teammate held up her hands, which were still slightly reddish. You weren't the one with blood under your fingernails, quit whining. He cringed. Sorry, and Sakura's expression softened at once. I mean, the way she was looking at us in there, it made me feel like a traitor, you know. Sasuke had folded his hands in front of his face as he thought, heedless of the rough bandages. Our blood oath wasn't specific to her, if that's what you're worried about. I'm sure we'd know if we broke it. They're about aiding the clan as a whole, not just one person. Well. Naruto was tapping his fingers together again and Sasuke found himself unfolding from his seat to wrap his hands around Naruto's, quieting him. It's okay, his mouth said, echoing the half-remembered instructions of a coroner long ago. Deep breaths, okay. They breathed in unison and Sakura shuffled closer to join them, mirroring the entwined pose they'd held during the blood oath. This time, however, Sasuke felt a prickle of irritation and was surprised. Where had that come from? But it did not matter, so he ruthlessly squashed the impulse. Soon enough, Naruto's breathing calmed and he grinned back at his teammates. Thanks a bunch, guys. Sorry about that. Sakura nudged his shoulder with her fist in a slow-motion punch. You don't need to apologize to us for anything, Naruto. Well, you guys were in trouble earlier and Indra-sensei and I weren't there to help. Then Indra-sensei was making a big deal about death and it was all dash. He waved his hands in the air as his teammates nodded. Messy, said Sakura as she made a face. MNHM, grunted Sasuke in agreement. Naruto's voice was hesitant. Do you want to talk about it? No. Sakura hesitated at Naruto's searching gaze. Maybe later, she admitted. I might take Sensei's example and sleep on it. She lay down on her side, back to them as her hands moved into the playing possum jutsu and the pink-haired girl was asleep in seconds. Naruto pouted. It's so unfair how she can do that. It always takes forever for me to fall asleep. Don't remind me, snorted Sasuke, his tone lightening as they moved on to less weighty subjects. When I get the Sharingan, I bet I can just do that to myself with a mirror. Now, would the Sharingan be able to see through its own genjutsu? Or is that the caster's paradox again? Wait, why are you looking at me like that? Naruto was looking at Sasuke as if he was speaking the language of Northern Lightning Country instead of common. What ya mean, when you get the Sharingan? The Uchiha resisted the urge to roll his eyes. The first time I activate the Sharingan, I'm sure I'll notice it. The clan texts say it's very distinct, even for an idiot like you. I'd assumed it would activate today, considering we were in life-threatening danger, but it's a dojutsu, it's not exactly a science dash. Sasuke, interrupted his friend, looking torn between seriousness and exploding into laughter, you've had the Sharingan for years. Bullshit, breathed the Uchiha as Naruto looked affronted. I'm serious. Sometimes when you get mad or super passionate about something, your eyes go red and your hair puffs up a little bit. It's intimidating, you know. Sasuke dove into Sakura's pack next to him, ignoring the granola bars, the pack of tampons, and fishing out a small black makeup case. He rooted through it until he found the small compact mirror and held it up to his face. Dark unremarkable eyes, same as always. Sasuke thought about throwing the mirror at Naruto and decided against it. I know you're trying to lighten the mood, Naruto, but that's a pretty bad joke. He could almost see the light bulb go off above Naruto's head. Well, at least I'm not the one who got captured on our very first mission. Sasuke pitched the mirror at Naruto's infuriatingly smug face and the blonde caught it as he stuck his tongue out. Nyeh, now who's the idiot? Naruto, you can't annoy the Sharingan into activation, it doesn't dash. His friend put on a breathy falsetto. Oh, what would Ino-chan say if she saw her precious Sasuke-kun like this, all beaten up and rugged? I bet she'd just throw herself into your arms like dash. Sasuke grabbed what remained of Naruto's jacket and hauled him forward, glaring directly into those damnably cheery blue eyes. Shut up! He hissed through his teeth. Naruto flipped open the mirror and Sasuke's mouth dropped open. A glowing red eye with a single red tomo stared back at him. He shifted the mirror, same thing on the other side. He fell back onto his knees, fingers running through his hair as pieces began to fall into place. How he'd always been able to deflect volleys of shuriken in training with his uncle, how they seemed to move slowly through the air, how he was able to recall arguments in crystal clarity, or phrases word for word. Since when? He breathed, and Naruto chuckled as he slung an arm around Sasuke's shoulder. I dunno, since forever. Well, since you smashed into my window and I kicked your butt under my kitchen table. Or maybe it was during that whole formal petition to the Hokage, or... I have the Sharingan, said Sasuke in wonderment. I wonder what I could remember. A stone Chunin's face frozen in genjutsu before his sword came down. Shuriken spinning past his face in slow motion. A crowded Konoha street bathed in sunset and the clatter of ceremonial armor attack his face as he looked back at Sasuke, the utter devastation etched into every line of his face. Sasuke slammed the door to his memory shut, suddenly exhausted. His uncle, technically half-brother, but they'd decided on uncle, had mentioned the Sharingan's photographic memory was a double-edged sword. Sasuke realized Naruto was waving a hand in front of his face. Hey, your special eyes didn't break on you, did they? Sasuke blinked and felt a pull on his chakra ebb, then stop altogether. He'd never even noticed the sensation after hundreds of hours of sparring. Sakura's mirror revealed dark eyes once more, so he stored it back in her bag. He'd only been 9, exhausted and close to passing out. Itachi had used the Tsukuyomi on him. There were any number of ways that memory could have been a lie. Yeah, he sighed, folding his hands behind his head and staring at the ceiling of their tent. They kinda did. Naruto patted his knee in a vaguely comforting manner and went to sleep. Despite the feelings roiling inside his head, the events of the day caught up with him and soon enough Sasuke followed suit. The nine-tailed fox chuckled. Now this is what Kushina used to call a target-rich environment. He took a deep breath, savoring the heady aromas of blood, pain, fear, and hatred that marked any battlefield. How long has it been since I tasted war? Madara's little tantrum barely scratched the itch. But first, the Kyuubi batted around the shrieking ball of nightmares that assailed Sasuke Uchiha's mind. I still have my agreement with your half-brother, he mused. But considering you've killed your first man, I think you can stand for a few more sleepless nights, Sasuke Uchiha. The fox ripped away a majority of the black substance, but allowed the remainder to scurry back into Sasuke's dreaming mind, where it unfurled into a nightmare. Sasuke, wait. Who dash splat? Fugaku and Mikoto Uchiha held up their hands in surrender as Sasuke and Itachi cut them down. The Nine Tails laughed, a dark amusement of vindication. Guilt and suffering, good. Let that be a lesson, Uchiha, he said as he stalked away, not to be too proud of death. The next mind he approached was also dreaming, but even in sleep, Sakura Haruno's mind guarded her. The avalanche of flame, fangs, and thought approached the slight form of inner Sakura and breathed on her. The spirit endured the smell of ancient blood, ozone, and battery acid without flinching, though she did sprout 4 additional arms from her shoulders. You're cheery today, she commented. You have brought me to a battlefield, how could I not be? Said the fox. There is less wickedness here than I expected, but there is enough. I shall judge them appropriately, as is my role. Those you traveled with fairly reek of it. Inner Sakura looked slightly uncertain, but attempted to hide it behind a scoff. Yeah, those sound assholes were something else. On the plus side, I got a bunch of new curse words. Shame outer Sakura's never going to use them. You seek agreement and thus, validation, from the Kyuubi no Kitsune? Inner Sakura bristled, then deflated almost immediately. No way. Except. Kurama settled his head on his paws. This should be amusing. We're not wicked, right? Sakura, Sasuke, and I killed those people. One vast claw dislodged a shred of suffering from between 2 fangs and flicked it in her face. Inner Sakura gasped and flailed as the toxic substance burned her, before she tossed it away, where it wriggled off into the darkness. And there is the proof you desire, little petal shadow. That fucking hurt, she snapped. Truth often does. Suffering harmed you in turn, you did not drink it up like a summer wine. You did not glory in death. You have not held the spine of the enemy in your bloody hands to terrify your foes. You have not executed babes to horrify a village into compliance. You are so sickeningly pure still. Kurama snorted, blowing Inner Sakura's hair back from her face. I am not here to assuage the doubts of a flower petal, when there is more pressing business. You still visited though. Inner Sakura grinned and folded all 6 of her arms in a confident stance as the nine-tailed fox rose and walked away. If he heard her, he did not deign to reply. Inner Sakura shrugged and turned back to the small black box next to her. Let's take that memory of puncturing a man's lung and just blur the details, shall we? The Nine Tails glanced back at the orange chakra trailing back to Naruto Uzumaki's mind and his prison. The run had no such nightmares, no psychological quirks, no inner torment. Guilt and failing to protect his friends, yes, excitement at proving himself in battle, eager anticipation to meet Karen Uzumaki soon enough. Yes, he's on the right track, crooned the fox. I'll just add a little encouragement. Naruto's impression of Kurama, indeed, most of Team 7's, was that the nine-tailed fox was a massive brute, a beast that hungered for anger and torment, suffering, and death. But 110 years locked inside Uzumaki had taught him some measure of subtlety. The boy was spiritually deaf and dumb even now, scarcely gave Kurama any conscious thought compared to the mystery of the Uzumaki clan. That meant his whispers would barely be noticed. What if you were just a little stronger? What if you'd been there to help your friends? What if you'd helped them kill? How would that make you feel? Killing to protect your family? An image of Kushina, fangs, and chains bared, his stolen chakra rippling around her on the battlefield. Kushina was mighty in so many ways. Don't you want to be just like her? Just imagine. The Kyuubi no Kitsune left Naruto to his dreams, content with the seed he planted as the paper tag on golden doors folded a single corner away from its prisoner. Let's see now, a sadist Chunin here, the soul of a rapist over there. Kurama paused, contemplating the wriggling thing between his claws. It had been one of the stone fools Indra Uchiha had burnt to death, but the damned thing refused to admit it was dead. Ordinarily, this is Madatabi's job, he mused. Guiding lost souls to their afterlife was her remit, but, considering his crimes. He idly tapped one claw, ignoring the shrieks of the soul as he impaled it again and again. I suppose rapists' souls would fall under mine. He tossed the soul down his vast, cavernous gullet and shuddered in ecstasy. If only Kushina's chains had been a bit looser, the feast that war could have provided. Indra had to admit, someone within the Kusakige's entourage was very clever. Perhaps it was simply the Kusakage himself, because he'd invited Team 7 to join his entourage as they departed for the grass village, then proceeded to ignore them. This meant that the Sound Five, despite their glares and threatening motions, could not make a move against the Leaf Shinobi without implicitly attacking their employer. Despite his best attempts, Indra radiated smug satisfaction the entire way to Kusagakur, while his genin took in the sights and chattered about everything under the sun. Sensei, what's that? The river Vallon, it feeds into Kusagakur's water supply and its tributaries supply their rice fields. What's that? Giant mushrooms. He paused, anticipating Naruto's next question. No, you can't eat them. In fact, Kusagakur uses the spores to create a highly concentrated poison for alchemists. A poison that has remained banned by 3 successive administrations from usage on the battlefield, added one of the Kusakige's black-clad bodyguards. Sakura whistled and pointed. What are those? Indra and the bodyguard, who'd been eyeing one another in a professional manner, turned and blinked. That's a flock of mushroom people, said the bodyguard while Indra raised his remaining eyebrow. Never expected them to be out during the day. Agreed the Grassnin. All the fighting must have shaken their roots. Look, they're moving west away from the battlefield. Wow, are they grass citizens? Can they become ninja? Heck, how are they even alive? Like, they're walking on 2 legs and everything, you know. Indra and the grass bodyguard shrugged as one. Some things were simply better off as mysteries. Especially since they'd been in the soup Team 7 had slurped down before they set out. Soon enough the convoy had arrived at Kusagakur, nestled on the edge of one of the Land of Grass's wild forests. Thatched huts and clay walls on the outskirts gave way to modern buildings and even skyscrapers that brushed against the canopies of trees and mushrooms alike. The genins' heads whirled as they tried to take in every detail, and Indra noticed Sasuke staring at the skyline with a look that made his eyes bulge out of his head. What are you doing? Trying to activate my Sharingan, what does it look like? Now it was Indra's turn to be confused. You already have it, though. Sasuke snorted and tried his eye-bulging expression again. Yeah, Naruto told me this afternoon. Wait, you mean you've been activating it unconsciously during training for the past 3 years? Well, you never said anything. Indra threw up his hand and gestured with his stump. You kept activating it for months. I assumed you already knew. So that's what all those stories about the Sharingan were for. It certainly wasn't for my peace of mind. Indra dragged a hand down his face, pulling his eye patch askew and causing a cheery grass civilian nearby to shriek. Sasuke looked torn between amusement and annoyance that both Uchiha had somehow managed to avoid this critical topic of conversation through sheer, Naruto-level stupidity. His uncle shoved his eye patch back into place as Naruto and Sakura giggled. I want to die. "That can easily be arranged," came a voice from the direction of the Sound 5. Everyone else ignored Kimimaro, because the lanes of Kusagakuer had opened up to reveal the centerpiece of the village. Kusagake Tower. The building itself was tall but unremarkable. 5, maybe 6 stories, with a connecting walkway to an administrative building, and the kanji for grass emblazoned on its front. But what drew their attention were the hundreds of people, shinobi and civilian alike, gathered in the square, and when they saw the Kusakige's white robes, they rushed forward. The Sound 5 and the Kusakige's bodyguards formed a line, shoving back anxious citizens until their leader said something to Captain Matsuro and tapped his throat. His companion went activated a jutsu, and suddenly the Kusakige's voice rang clear across the square. "Kusagakuer." The crowd fell silent as Dojuro Kato leapt onto the saddle of his horse and flung his arms wide. "We have won." The crowd erupted into cheers, shouts of joy, and sighs of relief, but Dojuro wasn't done. "The Land of Stone thought we were weak. They thought the death of my father meant that Kusa was pliable. They thought they could roll across our lands like a great boulder and take what they wanted. Men, women, gold, weapons. Well, they got what they came for and found Kusa shinobi aplenty. We bend, but we do not break." The crowd roared, and Indra caught Teiwa mouthing something enthusiastically in the chaos, pumping her fist in the air. "What's more, the gods have smiled upon us, for today, we recovered the sacred treasure of Kusagakuer from the hands of the Leaf Village." Dojuro bent to grasp the offered handle and unsheathed Kusanagi in a ring of steel that sent reflected light dancing around the square from its keen edge. The crowd buzzed with excitement, and Indra saw that the Sound contingent was looking decidedly less pleased now, though Kidomaru still took the time to give Indra and his genin a few middle fingers. Dojuro pointed the blade at the Kusakage Tower, and it shot above the heads of the crowd with a whoosh of air. Everyone ducked and several people screamed, but the blade was well above any of their heads. The point embedded itself in the doorframe of the tower, and when the Kusakage released the handle, the sword remained hovering in the air, its great length stretching across the entirety of the plaza as the crowd's chatter redoubled. Then, Dojuro hopped up onto the hilt of the blade, and though it wobbled slightly, the entire length bore his weight. He walked carefully down the length as he continued to speak, the hands of his people brushing against his boots as he passed in some form of benediction, uncaring if they were cut by the blade. Indra saw one old man lose the tip of a trembling finger to the sword, but his rapturous expression remained unchanged. "We have endured great hardships these last few years," shouted Dojuro. "Theft, corruption, foreign arrogance, a plague of celestial maggots. But Kusagakuer has endured each and every one of these trials, and the gods have rewarded us now. I am proud to be your Kusakage, and I promise you, we will never bend again." Fists rose in the air, and not just from the shinobi. Civilians too, old and young. "Because this is not just a sword, my friends, this is Kusagakuer's new path you see before you. Narrow and sharp-edged, it extends into the future, daring us to walk across it towards a new age, a better age." Dojuro reached the end of the blade and leapt down to the steps of Kusakage Tower as he stretched his hand out. The hilt of the sacred blade shot forward, contracting to the length of a normal sword, and flashed through the air into his clenched fist. "Will you walk this path with me?" he roared. "Yes," the crowd roared back. Their cage thrust the blade into the air once more. "Let them hear it in stone and leaf alike." "Yes." "Loud enough the very gods hear our voice." "Yes." "Together, we will never break, Kusagakuer. I promise you." The wall of sound echoed around the plaza to such an extent even Indra put his hand to his ear, and the party really started to kick off. Team 7 had decamped to a ground floor room of the Kusagake Tower, which had been abandoned when the celebratory party started. His genin had wanted to join the celebration, and Indra had let them, keeping watch from a safe distance as they spent his money on food and clothes. Sakura had found a dark green, spackled cloak that camouflaged her in the shade and had taken an immediate liking to it, while Suzuki had ransacked the ninja equipment on sale for arm guards, considering the slashes he'd taken on the battlefield. Naruto had at first been stubbornly set on an orange cloak of some sort, but his friends had convinced him to go with something less garish and more sensibly in ocean blue. Why all three of them had giggled at that specific color, Indra had no idea, but chalked it up to some private joke. Suzuki had pointed towards a long black trench coat and steel-toed boots, only for his friends to laugh him out of the shop, where Indra had retired to enjoy a lettuce wrap. The two Uchiha sat on a bench and watched the crowds go by, but Indra first noticed someone in the distinct white and green-edged robes of the Kuzokage's council moving against the current of the crowd. The man's top knot was tucked against the back of his head, and the breast of his cloak showed a scalpel crossed with a ink pen, denoting his specialties as a medical administrator and government official entwined. Indra raised a hand in greeting and finished off the last of his second lunch. Amaterasu usage burned a great deal of chakra and calories. Counselor, to what does Team 7 owe this unexpected pleasure? The man mopped his head with a handkerchief and shook Indra's hand with the firm, dispassionate gesture of a politician. Indra Uchiha, I am Counselor Ajayu Sore. I believe we have corresponded before this. So we have. Sasuke, get the others. His younger self nodded and disappeared into the clothing shop. The instant he was sure the boy was out of earshot, Indra rounded on the politician, speaking through clenched teeth. Now that we have a moment, allow me to express my severe displeasure at the Kuzokage's grandstanding earlier today. My team and I ran onto a battlefield we had no reason to join and fought off 2 squads of stone ninja to ensure Grass was victorious. We returned to them a priceless artifact, and what does your Kusakage do? Slander our contributions at the first opportunity? Worse, he does so publicly, in front of thousands. Indra pointed at his eye. I've been running a genjutsu for the past hour and a half so the crowd thinks we've got grass headbands. My genin team fought off a couple of chunin today, they do not need to be attacked by an angry mob. Counselor Sore gestured in the direction of the crowd, which was dancing and laughing in the streets as confetti floated down from the upper levels of the buildings. A genin sent spirals of air up over the crowd that blew the fallen colors up into the air once more, to general approval. Does this look like an angry mob, to you Indra Uchiha? It is at the least unwise to trick our citizens with a genjutsu, when we have invited you here in the spirit of good faith. I'm an Uchiha, here to help in Uzumaki, he said shortly, his eyes hard. We know how fast a crowd can turn. The flunky sniffed. Well, far be it from me to disagree with an experienced ninja such as yourself. I was sent here by the Kusakage himself, unless you'd rather the leaf not get what you came all this way for. Indra heard Naruto's voice give a cheery farewell to the weathered ex-jonin inside the shop and knew he had mere seconds. I couldn't give a damn about the leaf, what matters is my team. He was irrationally angry, perhaps, but he'd tempered his anger for the sake of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, storing it away so Counselor Sore was simply the most opportune target. A crowd had passed by while his children had been trying on clothes, parading around the stone chunin Naruto had knocked unconscious and pelting him with rotten fruit and stones. True, most of the village was happy, but the Kuzokage's speech had hit some fairly ominous notes. The sooner they were clear of the village with Karen and her mother, the better. Right on cue, Sasuke and Sakura appeared in the doorway and Indra made introductions. Counselor Sore, this is my team, Sakura Harano, Sasuke Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki. The man bowed, the silk of his robes billowing around him. It is a pleasure to meet such distinguished guests, especially ones who have distinguished themselves on the field of battle at so young an age. Kusagakuer appreciates your contributions to our victory. Sasuke and Sakura looked unimpressed, the man was laying it on pretty thick, but Naruto drank in the praise like ramen broth. Thanks a bunch, Counselor. It was our pleasure, you know. Indeed, said the bureaucrat, taken aback as Naruto grabbed his hand and shook it enthusiastically with both hands. Really, it's great that you've met me now, because I'm gonna be Hokage someday, so be sure to tell your boss all about it. I bet I'll get even better at big speeches than he is. The counselor chuckled and surreptitiously wiped his hand on his robes. Well, aren't you interesting? He blinked and drew himself up. I suppose you're eager to meet your relatives then. Oh, you betcha. Cheered Naruto, punching the air and jumping up and down in his enthusiasm. The rest of Team 7 was only slightly less eager, and even Indra felt some small measure of genuine happiness curl around his heart. Follow me then. Tenyo Uzumaki volunteered to serve Kusagakuer in any way she could when she arrived many years ago, and she has done some tremendous work in the last few days in particular. She volunteered for the medical corps, image that. Unseen, Indra's hand clenched into a fist before he forced himself to relax. They could have arrived early enough, stalled enough of the grass casualties. Team 7 moved down the street and across several blocks of cheering dancing pedestrians, but Counselor Sore kept his path clear. Sakura frowned and interrupted the man as he was extolling the virtues of loyalty to a village and the rewards that came with serving even a minor cage. "Excuse me, Counselor." "Yes." The man looked down at her, exuding grandfatherly patience. "If today's battle hadn't gone the way it did, but we arrived in Kusagakuwa regardless, would you have held up your end of the bargain?" Sore's mouth curved upwards. "Personally, I would have made every effort to ensure your Uzumaki were returned to you in good condition, but even then, the gift you brought would have turned the tide. The sacred Kusanagi blade alone would have seen the stone invaders carved to ribbons if Lord Kusakage had wielded it. I know he may have seemed presumptuous to your young ears, but rest assured he is truly grateful for your contributions today, he told me so himself." After he threw us under the horse, Sasuke muttered, only for Naruto to elbow him. "Hey, be nice." The two boys looked at their sensei while Sakura launched into a distracting breakdown of the defensible terrain around the hidden village, which Sore fobbed off as outside his expertise. Indra simply reached up and tapped his eye patch in the silent symbol for "Be Watchful." The group reached the gleaming, multi-story hospital building, then turned down a side street, which was considerably shabbier. Naruto swung his head back around. "Whoa, we missed the hospital. Records this morning said they were dispatched to a secondary hospital, for the most desperate cases. Besides, we didn't want the stone ninja to find them any more than you." "Yeah, I guess that makes sense." The man lifted his robe slightly and grimaced at an oily puddle he stepped around. Such a shame the surroundings, leave something to be desired. His cheer returned, and it was blatantly forced as they strode through the front doors of a much smaller, dirtier, and green-walled building sandwiched between the hospital and what looked like a hotel. "Well, not every inch of a village can be perfect. I'm sure you know the Leaf has such places where undesirables congregate, don't you?" The genin hemmed as Indra swept forward to the front desk, where a bored-looking genin with bright green hair was playing solitaire. "We're here to see Tenyo and Karen Uzumaki," he said shortly. "They're volunteers, perhaps accredited as doctors on staff." Naruto leaned over the desk, smile as encouraging as he could make it. "Yeah. Red hair, a feisty attitude, lots of chakra, super awesome? Ring any bells?" The genin looked over their shoulders, saw the white and green robe of a Kusa counselor and nodded frantically while his hands covered the cards with official-looking documents. Yeah, the red-haired girl came in this morning with her escort. She should be on the 3rd floor, Ward H." Indra turned and stalked towards the stairs as Counselor Sore hurried meet him, the genin sweeping forward at his heels. Sasuke tugged on the counselor's robe as the rest of Team 7 continued to ply him with questions. Hoping the until now silent Uchiha would be less inquisitive than the chattering brats, Sore was doomed to be disappointed. Why would a girl need an escort? This place doesn't seem that bad. "Yeah," piped up Naruto, "Sasuke found me in the Red Lamp District, so he totally knows." "Typical," muttered the counselor, and the muscle that clenched in Sasuke's jaw showed he'd caught the outburst. "Well," the grass bureaucrat said, "the wretched stone ninja had a policy during the Third Great Ninja War of attacking medical supply stations, hospitals, and medical ninja as a standard tactic. As the fighting moved closer to the village, and with the hope your delegation from the Leaf would arrive in time, it was in our best interests to protect our investment." They reached the 3rd-floor landing and filed out into the hallway, which at least looked clean. Indra had expected to see bodies slumped against the walls, but it seemed their arrival earlier that day had done some good. Casualties were lower than he'd expected. Or perhaps they were all crowded into that shiny white hospital while the forlorn hope cases came here. Naruto rubbed his nose. Black. Hospitals always smell funky, but this one really stinks, counselor. Let's find my family and get out of here. Why'd she even volunteer to be a medical ninja anyway? The man smiled with his mouth alone, while his eyes remained locked on Naruto. Oh yes, we were glad to discover her use as a medical ninja. The Uzumaki had such particular talents in that field that dash. A scream sounded down the corridor and Indra vanished from within his cloak. The cold rage that had been building inside him at the grass ninja's veiled disgust of Karen, ignited into white-hot fury. He'd heard Karen scream, but she was a tough woman. The flames of Amaterasu, the white daggers of Anatsusuke, his own death in the Fourth Great Ninja War, all had caused the redhead to cry out when even his own blade through her heart had elicited barely more than a whimper. Whatever made his friend cry like that? Emergency triage ward, said the door in his way. Indra didn't even raise his hand. Chidori. A whip crack of his lightning chakra and the door vanished, atomized into clouds of dust that swirled as he sped through them. Ninja around him leapt from their beds or grabbed for weapons, but Indra's Sharingan was fixed on the little girl at the center of the room, tears running down her face as a burly man held her in place for two grass nin to devour. Indra swept the captor's legs and broke his hold on Karen in one smooth movement, placing his own body between them. One grass ninja was aware enough to scramble back onto his bed in shock, releasing his hold on Karen in the process. The other had taken a head wound, which only partially excused the way he'd sunk his teeth deep into the meat and tendons of Karen's arm. The green healing chakra native to Karen's particular branch of the Uzumaki clan buzzed around his skull, the bandage around his temple falling away to reveal new, unbroken skin. His makeshift healing session was promptly ruined when Fox Fang swooped up in a textbook uppercut, flinging the man away from Karen and shattering his jaw in 3 places. Teeth fell like hail as the man hit the floor, and Indra looked over to see Naruto Uzumaki bare his teeth at the first, still conscious man. "Don't you touch her!" The room was still for a moment, before Indra shoved the burly man away from them and stepped away to give Karen some space. Her frightened, pained scream died away into a whimper as the rest of Team 7 and Counselor Sore ran into the room. "What in the wind is going on here?" cried the magistrate as he took in the missing door, the screaming ninja and girl alike, not to mention his guest standing next to a black-clad internal security Chunin who looked just as baffled. "That's what I'd like to know," shouted Naruto as he brandished the now-blooded Fox Fang threateningly in the burly man's direction. "Because when Sensei and I got here, they were eating her." A part of Indra was quietly glad he hadn't been the one to speak first, because he could never, in 1,000 lifetimes, match the kind of righteous anger and shock Naruto Uzumaki was able to put into his voice even at the age of 12. Sakura's what pitched up an octave, and Sasuke made a disgusted noise at the back of his throat. The older Uchiha swallowed down all the things he dearly wanted to say and knelt down to Karen's eye level. The girl was slowly backing away from all of them, injured arm held to her chest even as it healed before their eyes. She was still a frightened girl, and her voice was shaky with unvoiced sobs. Who are you people?" Naruto wasn't quite able to swallow his anger, but he did manage to give an approximation of his normal smile. Only his teammates noticed he was showing perhaps a little more fang than normal. "Hi there. My name's Naruto Uzumaki, just like you. That's Sakura, with the pink hair, and these guys are Sasuke and Indra Uchiha. We're from the Leaf Village and we wanted to see if you wanted to come live with us." "Huh?" Karen looked back and forth between the smiling blonde and the other ninja, noticing for the first time that they were both much more colorful than the grass shinobi around her and the different insignia on their headbands. Naruto's smile faded slightly. "We're here from the Leaf Village and we're here to rescue you." Karen shook her head slowly and took a step back. "I don't need rescuing, I live here." "It seems there's been a rather unfortunate misunderstanding," said Counselor Sore as he glided up the smooth linoleum to put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "As I said, these Uzumaki have been helping the Kusagakuer Medical Corps recently with emergency triage procedures. Indra-san, I'm sure a man of your worldly experience understands the importance of moving as many patients out of the grasp of death as possible." "Hey!" Sakura stormed up to stand next to Naruto and slapped the counselor's hand away. "She's got a name, mister, why don't you use it?" The older man looked down at Sakura with no small amount of surprise as Sasuke moved to join them, edging around Indra to guard his blind side and to stand in front of Karen, whose head was whipping back and forth as she followed the exchange. The burly man behind Indra made a grab for Karen's arm, but she shrank back and he stormed through the Leaf Ninja to reach his master's side. "The girl's slowed our casualty rate down to 13% in the last day and a half she's been here," he said gruffly. "Any pain she endures is no less than that of a frontline shinobi of the grass." A vast arm swept out to indicate the hall and the dozens of bleeding, moaning shinobi within. "Look at how many of our people she can save. She should be grateful an outsider like herself can contribute to the grass village in such a way, since her mother failed us last night." A hiccuped sob came from the small red figure. Mom. Indra felt his empty eye socket itch. What happened to your mom? Asked Naruto, his eyes silently begging the girl not to say what he already suspected in his heart. Sasuke put his hand on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto, maybe now isn't the best dash. She failed us, is what happened, said the grass Chunin dismissively. She only healed 3.5 wards yesterday before she up and died on us. Honestly, for all the supposed prowess of the Uchiha, you really haven't tamed your Uzumaki well have dash. His head and shoulders simply vanished. Yes, that's it boy. Righteous rage. The retribution of the wronged. Hatred. The fox practically whispered the last word into his ear. Vengeance. You feel it, don't you? It gives us strength, gives us power. Power to smite the wicked, to right the wrongs cast upon the Uzumaki. Upon you. Upon the girl. Just look at what they've done to her. A sacrifice for the sake of the village. Now, why does that sound so familiar? No, that's not what. Ivory teeth bared themselves in a smile. It's exactly what the wretched fourth Hokage did to you, a helpless child. Your mother wasn't even dead before he sealed me inside you. He condemned us to this fate, just like they've condemned this child. Are you going to just accept that? I don't have to. I can get strong without your help. Indra-sensei and Jiji both said you're horrible. You're mean. The fox snorted. I am what my nature and the wickedness of mortals have made me. I make no excuses, but for once your interests and mine align. Naruto crossed his arms and looked skeptically at the vast sealed cage. Oh yeah? And how's that? Aren't you going to become Hokage someday? Yeah. How could you become Hokage if you can't even protect your family from a single thug? Indra-sans trained me, I'll kick his butt. You are just a brat, like she is. Weak. Powerless. Naruto shook his head and brandished Fox Fang at the golden bars. That's not true. Sure, I'm just starting out, but we've been doing great so far. Indra-sensei even said that if I have to kill people, I should do it for the right reasons. You wouldn't know right from wrong if it bit your tails. Why do you even care anyway? The Nine Tails laughed, deep and mocking. I can taste the lie on your soul, you brat. Only with my power can you save her and show the world the righteous judgment the Uzumaki have long been denied. The judgment against the wicked I was created to deliver. The beast drew closer to the golden doors. You remember your promise, don't you? You promised to one day free me. Hey. Naruto pointed an accusing finger at the Kyuubi. I never promised you anything. I said if you kept being a jerk, I wouldn't let you go. You're still being a jerk and you just said you've always been a jerk. Then let me show you otherwise, hissed the fox. I won't harm your friends, your sensei, or your dearly distant cousin. As much as I wish it otherwise, this isn't even the Leaf Village. So what do you have to worry about? Naruto's voice and his resolve were weakening, so the Kyuubi allowed tendrils of orange chakra to seep out of his cage towards the boy. Naruto either didn't notice or didn't care. But you'd be hurting people who don't deserve dash. Karen's screams echoed through the dimly lit sewers once again, followed by her broken sobs. The Nine-Tails' voice throbbed with anticipation and anger. How many times has she suffered at his hand, that we were not there to hear? How much blood has been spilled we could not smell? What wrongs were done, that we were not there to correct? The tailed beast's voice rose to a crescendo as orange chakra flooded out of the cage and engulfed Naruto in a wave of energy. Even though the boy knew he shouldn't, that he should push it away, it was still so tantalizing. You're allowed to be angry about what happened. The brief resistance the Nine-Tails chakra encountered vanished and it flowed into Naruto's spiritual body without resistance. We're all allowed to be angry, sometimes. Red eyes looked out of Naruto Uzumaki's head as the smell of ozone and battery acid filled the room. I think if we weren't, we wouldn't be human. Check the description for the links to the author.